We here? I'm seeing a black screen on YouTube. We should be here. Oh, there we are. We are here. Just in time. What's up, everybody? We are at day 3 of a long NFL draft. It's been an awesome couple of days with you guys. Looking forward to the grand finale here. There have been some. I tweeted this out. I felt like there were more reaches yesterday than we typically see. Guys that I definitely had like mid to late day 3 guys, day 3 names on. I can read off who I thought those players were. But obviously when that happens, there's going to be some really good players that are getting pushed down the board. So I think especially this 4th round, we're going to see some teams making some really impactful picks here today. So the players that I was looking back on, really scratching my head on why these guys went in the 3rd round were... God, Twitter makes it so hard to find your stuff these days. I know you guys want the list.
You want me to find it for you?
Here we go. I found it. Brandon Coleman, tackle, went to Washington. Caden Wallace, tackle, to New England. Isaiah Adams, guard, to Arizona. Maris Lufau, linebacker, to the Cowboys. Tyrone Hopper, linebacker, to the Packers. Jarian Jones, cornerback, went... I actually don't remember where Jarian Jones went to. And then McKinley Jackson, D-tackle, to the Bengals. And Luke McCaffrey, the final pick we saw last night, wide receiver, to Washington. So... I don't know. I saw all those guys as guys that were going to be going in like the middle of this stream, not in the top 80 to 100 picks yesterday. So think those teams got to make up for it a little bit here on day 3. But if I were to pull up like my big board here, can read off kind of my top prospects. Can you pass this over to me, please? We are joined for 3rd day in a row by my lovely wife, Anna, helping us with the graphics. So, I'm just pulling up my big board here. So, top players available as I scroll through here. We've got the highest ranked one would be Malik Mustafa, safety out of Wake Forest. Christian Haynes went to Seattle. That's right. So yeah, Malik Mustafa was in my top 50 players. I really stuck my neck out for him, knowing that he was probably going to be here on day 3. So that's not a big surprise necessarily, but he is someone that I'm a huge fan of. That's a safety out of Wake Forest. Also, we do have Teddy in the house. Turn to the camera, Teddy. Let's see. Next down the board would be Braylon Allen, running back out of Wisconsin. Big-bodied bruiser. Troy Franklin's going to be a name that I think we're going to see a lot in the chat until he goes. He was a guy that was fairly consistently put in first-round mock drafts, still here in the 4th round. I definitely thought first round was high on him, but definitely saw late second talent on him. Then Jatavion Sanders, the tight end out of Texas, is a really natural, really just receiver. He's just got great ball skills, a good feel for getting open and coming down with tough catches. Not a great blocker, though, so I can understand why teams were kind of turned off of a guy like Jatavion Sanders. But now in the 4th round, someone should definitely be pulling the trigger on him. Then we've got... We're outside of the top 60. Jaden Hicks, the heavy-hitting safety out of Washington State, is still available. He was my 63rd overall player. Mason McCormick, for those looking for offensive line help, is going to be my best available offensive lineman at 65 on my big board. Kalen Carson, my top-ranked cornerback available. There you go, buddy. Kalen Carson was a top 10 corner for me coming in. He, understandably, I think, is falling because of some medical stuff, and he wasn't able to participate in the Senior Bowl, so some of these other guys, I think, are getting pushed up above him. But I don't think Kalen Carson's going to last much longer. Then we have another interior offensive lineman, Cedric Van Pran out of Georgia. Austin Booker, I think, will come off the board very early here in the top of the 4th round. Developmental pass rusher prospect. Then we're starting to get really caught up to kind of where we are in terms of the rankings. So those are just some of the bigger names that we're expecting to see come off the board here. We do have a couple super chats here. One from Mac Doggy. Thoughts on the CFL defensive back Stiggers? I didn't get to watch. I think it's Cole Stiggers, maybe, or Mason Stiggers, but I didn't get around to watching him. But I have heard a lot of people talk about him. Definitely sounds interesting. I'm excited to see what his NFL journey looks like. But I didn't have any CFL All 22 to dive through with him. So he's got like a decent size profile. He's just under 6 foot, 204 pounds, did run a 4.45. So like he's got the tools, just needs probably a little bit of time from real NFL coaching. He just hasn't really played a lot of American football in America. With all due respect to the CFL, it's high level football. And I believe he won like defensive rookie of the year or something like that. So he is interesting. I think he wanted to go to the college ranks, but that would have been right around the time of COVID, and because he's a 4th year, he's 22 years old, so he would have been coming out right around 2020. So I can only imagine that made his transition even harder. So yeah, he's definitely interesting. Thank you, Miktro. It's going to be a long day. Don't fall asleep, TFG. I will do my best. I just hit a 5-hour energy. My wife might need one too. She's dragging more than me, I think. We are very thankful to you, Anna, for helping us with the graphics and everything. Another day, another chance that the Ravens are going to break your heart by not drafting Troy Franklin. Yeah, it's weird. I do wonder at this point if it's a medicals situation. Like I understand as much as anybody that he's very thin. He struggles with contact. He's not a very good like contested catch receiver. And that is exactly why I thought the first round hype on him was pretty crazy. But he's got pretty good speed. He's a good route runner. He works really well in scramble drill. Pretty reliable hands for the most part. Like, definitely should be coming off the board before the 4th round, in my opinion. So we'll see how long he lasts. Okay, Ducky, we're not going to be playing right now. I'm going to throw this one time, and then maybe we should put him in his pen. I forgot the highlights we're playing. You missed me chucking Ducky's toy there. But from Malik, what are my thoughts on Dominique Hampton? Very balanced, big safety. Not the most exciting player. He's a 6th-year player. So I definitely thought he'd be here in day 3. I see him as like a really good depth piece that can kind of play any sort of safety position that you want him to. I just don't know that he's ever going to be super efficient at any one spot. So he was my number 10 ranked safety with, I think, a 4th to a 5th round grade. From Wernold, Who would I pick for the Panthers here? Great question. I would pick Kalen Carson, the cornerback we were talking about. Or actually, you could go Jatavion Sanders, actually, who I think I had even flirted with him in the second round for the Panthers. So Jatavion Sanders or Kalen Carson would probably be my picks for them.
You probably shouldn't be flirting with anybody these days, Mark.
Oh. That's good marriage advice from my wife. Christian says day 3 is for all of us sickos. Excited about the potential of the hometown kid for my Bears in round 3.
I wonder what.
Yeah, I wonder what hometown kid you're referring to there.
What hometown?
Yeah, and what hometown?
I'm curious.
Local Illinois girl over here is curious who you're talking about. All right, here we go. Keep pounding. International Fan of the Year is a Panthers fan. Or maybe it's the Panthers International Fan of the Year. I don't know.
From Germany.
He's from Germany. All right. Hey, we called it. Jatavion Sanders. There he goes. What a way to start the day, my friends. Very much in line with how the Panthers have approached this draft. It is, we are giving Bryce Young everything he needs. And right out the gate, my friends, this is going to be a certified steal on Jatavion Sanders. So as we mentioned, he's not the best blocking tight end. I will say, though, he's a true junior, and I think he has enough of a frame that he can become an adequate NFL blocker. It's not that he doesn't try. So if you can get him to put on just 5 to 7 pounds, I think you can get a more balanced player here. But they're not drafting him really to block right now. They just need all the receiving threats. And I mean, it's really hard to argue with a guy that I thought could have easily gone in the second round. Some of the best, if not the truly best hands in the draft in terms of just not dropping the football when it's thrown his way. He had 0 drops in his final season. He's got over 10-inch hands, long arms, tracks the ball really well. Does a really good job at kind of navigating through zone coverage, sitting down in soft spots, pacing his routes into zone, works back to the football. He's going to be very quarterback friendly. I think he's, now I got to update the graphic. He's an absolute certified steal at the top of the 4th round. I don't think that's much of a take. Everybody's going to love that pick. And I mean, the Panthers have now fully completed you can't even say retooling of this offense. They have fully rebuilt their offense over the offseason, right? They signed 2 big offensive linemen. They hired a new offensive coach. They trade for Deontay Johnson. They trade up and draft their deep threat in the 1st round. They get a running back in a really good trade down situation where they recouped a 2nd-round pick next year from the Rams, which they don't have a 2nd-round pick next year because they gave it to the Bears for Bryce Young. So that was a great move. But then they get the running back in Jonathan Brooks and then Jatavion Sanders at tight end. So, I mean, you really cannot complain for the Panthers. And Bryce Young doesn't really have any excuses now in year 2. So I'm really excited to see if all of this Bryce Young hate can come back the other way here in year 2. All right, Broncos pick is coming in. And there's Troy Franklin. All right, so these two teams spent the night, looked at the draft board and like, what is going on here? Why are these guys still here? And boom, boom, right off the board, the 2 big names that we were talking about. So Troy Franklin off the board to Denver. Love this pick. You reunite him with Bo Nix. Are you kidding me? What a phenomenal pick for Denver. One of the best things with Troy Franklin that we were just talking about 5 minutes ago is how well he works in scramble drill, and he already has that chemistry. He's had all of those reps in game, time on task with Bo Nix. It does take time to develop that chemistry between where your quarterback wants you to go in scramble drill, and that's already going to be there. Personally, I think Troy Franklin is a slightly better deep threat option as a prospect than even the guy they took in the second round last year, Marvin Mims. They're close in terms of where I would have had them ranked, but I do think that'll be a position battle between those two players in terms of who's that true number 2 deep threat on the outside, opposite of Cortland Sutton. But with the chemistry there that Bo Nix has, would not be surprised if Troy Franklin wins this one. So some fantastic picks right out the gate. We don't have to sit here and wonder what's going on here. And I'm always interested with these, like the first pick in the second and third round. I think that really tells you like where the NFL screwed up, because these teams have all night to look at the board and be like, all right, we can, the bullets aren't flying, right? You have all the time to lay this out and be like, oh, what the heck? Troy Franklin's still here? We didn't think that was going to happen. Or, Jatavion Sanders. So I think those are incredible picks out the gate. I think it was last year, like Keely Ringo and the Northwestern D tackle came off the board and like right at the top of the fourth round. And we're like, there you go. They're gone. But we got some more super chats here from Gage. Are you excited for the Packers to trade up for a kicker soon? Look, if the Packers walk out of this draft with the best kicker and they have 15 draft picks today, I'm actually kind of excited for that. Like, Anders Carlson, I can't say he lost them the game against the Niners in the playoffs, but he was a key reason they lost. He lost them 2 other games during the season. His rookie year was brutal. The people that did analyze kickers said he was not really a draftable prospect. So, yeah, I'm down for the Packers to actually draft a kicker. And at this point, I don't really care when it is. They filled their biggest needs in the first 2 days of the draft. I think they still need another corner. But, yeah, I'm down for the Packers to draft a kicker at any point here. Rizzy says, even though you were low on my Vols Jalen Wright, thank you for making the content and work manageable this weekend. And yes, shout out to the wifey for the backstage help. Thank you, Rizzy, for the kind super chat. Really appreciate it. Jalen Wright is a good shout for the Vols. I had him as a third to a fourth round grade. He's near my top running back available. Jonathan Brooks, Blake Corum, Kamani Vidal, and did I say Blake Corum? Sorry, he's gone. And I said Jonathan Brooks, didn't I? Sorry. Braylon Allen, scratch that. Beep. Braylon Allen, Kamani Vidal, Audric Estime, and then Jalen Wright. But Vidal, Estime, and Wright, I have third to fourth round grades on. So those are some of the best players available in the draft at this point in time. Okay, the Patriots just took Layden Robinson. They continue to make some questionable picks, in my opinion. Outside of Drake May, I kind of hate the Patriots draft. So Layden Robinson to me was certainly draftable. I mean, I guess I did have a fourth to a fifth round grade on him, so I can't go too crazy here. He's got the tools. He's kind of that developmental toolsy prospect. But for me, just so many better players available. You could have stayed close to home. I think Christian Mahogany will be a better pro out the gate, especially. You've got centers on the board, guys like Cedric Van Pran, Bo Limmer, a guy like Hunter Nauerzad. You've got Mason McCormick, who I had a second to a third round grade on. I just think there were so many better guards than Layden Robinson, who I just don't know if he's going to win a job. Like, he's a fifth-year developmental guy. Technically, the value's fine. I had a fourth to a fifth round grade on him, but when there's other guys available, I am going to question it at this point. once we get into like the 6th and 7th round, I won't be nitpicking as much. Like, oh, you took this guy over that guy, but I mean, we just saw Jatavion Sanders and Troy Franklin come off the board. Like, you can get real steals at the top of the 4th round, and to use that on a Layden Robinson, it's like, okay. I hope I'm wrong, man. I stuck my neck out for Drake May and said that the Commanders screwed up taking Jaden Daniels, but if the Patriots aren't putting talent around him, it's not going to matter.
I think you can probably turn off Teddy Kent.
I flipped it off.
Okay.
Yeah, he's asleep.
You put him to sleep real fast.
Yeah. Who do the Broncos play in the slot, in my opinion? Honestly, I could see them. I'm going to pull up their depth chart here. I think Marvin Mims is probably more of a slot in terms of movement skills compared to Troy Franklin. I imagine they'll move them all around, but you do have Tim Patrick coming back still. They also, I would argue, really like Lil Jordan Humphrey as that big slot Juwan Johnson role in that offense. Like, I think they'll just move around. They'll be in a lot of 12 personnel as well with Troutman and Dulcich. They signed Josh Reynolds. I don't think they'll have like a designated slot wide receiver, Josh. I think it'll just be Sutton will stay outside, and then everybody else I think will kind of move around depending on formation. They definitely don't have that like true slot wide receiver skill set, but Sean Payton is kind of legendary for like the big slot where he'll take a Tim Patrick or Josh Reynolds or someone like Lil Jordan Humphrey and put him in the slot. I think, Greg Dulcich will play a lot of that too, so. All right, Cardinals are up. Cardinals have had a very up and down draft, in my opinion. I'm gonna load up the draft tracker so we can kind of do some recaps of some of these teams' drafts while they're coming up here. So many picks to like keep track of. Like at the end of the day last night, we got people asking like, "What do you think of this draft? What do you think of that draft?" And I'm like, man, it's so hard when the bullets are flying. You're here live. It's so hard to like recall exactly who everybody's picked, especially a team like Arizona where they have
Cardinals
a bunch
are about
of picks.
to make their 7th.
Yeah, they made 7 picks yesterday. So they had a whole draft just yesterday. And it kind of like rotated between picks I loved and picks I was like so on. Looking back on it though, it's a good haul. I mean, obviously Darius Robinson isn't going to be a bust for them. Max Melton, I think will compete. I thought Max Melton was a little bit early, but there were people out there that really liked him. Like I didn't really hate that pick. It was just kind of, I would have gone in a different direction. Love the Trey Benson pick. Isaiah Adams is interesting because I didn't like his tackle tape. Wow. They just took Taylor Demerson, who was a really good fit for them. I'll talk about that in a second. But
Cardinals are about to make their 7th selection of the first 90 picks.
I don't want to get copyright.
And we'll hear who it is and then take a look.
It started playing like that's going to be annoying. It's nothing you're doing. I just don't know if I can use this website, but you can have the mouse back. Yeah, Taylor Demerson reminded me a little bit of Jalen Thompson, who's on the Cardinals in the safety group there, where he came into the league a little bit more raw, but fast dude, flies to the ball, pretty good ball skills, loves to hit, but still a lot to learn in terms of coverage. But you've got, Buda Baker and Jalen Thompson are obviously
Cardinals
very
are about
good.
to make their 7th selection.
This. I don't know. It keeps refreshing. But Buda Baker, man, I don't have questions about the pick. I like the pick. I I dare say I even love the pick. I think I had a 3rd to a 4th round grade on him. I think he really fits their system. He's a long-term projection for them to be one of the replacements there. Budda Baker has had on and off disputes, potential trades, contract discussions, also getting up there in age, probably in his late 20s at this point. And then you don't know long-term if you're going to re-sign Thompson too. So he gives you flexibility for a very like-bodied, like-minded backup in that situation. So he definitely makes sense in that system, right in that room. You got to remember, you're no longer drafting for needs once you get to day 3. This is really where you should just be going best player available, really down the board for the most part. All right, so Chargers pick is coming in. I was going to say, though, we dealt with the audio coming in and some wonkiness there for a second, but the Cardinals haul is actually pretty fun looking back on it. I thought they had more questionable picks than I remembered for some reason, but I think the Cardinals have had a very solid draft. The only one was, the Darius Robinson pick was like, yeah, are you going to look back on that and feel like he was a first-round caliber player? Probably not, but it was at the end of the first. He's going to be a useful player for them, so I'm not going to complain about it too much. Okay, Chargers go Justin. I think it's Eboigbe is the correct pronunciation on that one. That's fine. I definitely don't see a starter in him. He is a little on the lighter side of things. 295. He can play a little bit of 5 tech if they want to get really big up front. Decent enough backup. I had him as a day 3 grade, high floor Alabama type of backup defensive tackle. So he fills out the depth chart. Not gonna really make any headlines, I don't think, but the Chargers D line is abysmal, and they need guys in that room. There's not really a whole lot of interior D-line names left either, where it's like, oh, I for sure would have taken this guy. The most interesting defensive tackle left for me is Leonard Taylor, who was like in first-round mock drafts back before the year. I think he's got potential to be a starting kind of 3-tech, especially like a really poor man's Christian Wilkins, where I think he could be a better run defender than a pass rusher, but good enough as a run defender where he's, a starting caliber player. So that was Leonard Taylor we were talking about there. But other than him, it's a massive cluster of like day 3 guys. Fabian Levette out of Florida State's a kind of big plotting run stuff, where you got Christian Boyd out of Northern Iowa's kind of a true nose tackle option. But then, yeah, you were definitely getting into Justin Eboigbe territory after that. So it was a fine pick. I'm not going to celebrate it for the Chargers, but he'll probably have some usefulness, and they clearly like his versatility. Isaac, thank you for the super chat. Skylar, I read your message. I don't fully understand. I can't relate. I don't know. Pat, I can't wait for the shows where Pat does his whole show face-to-face with Joe Douglas after the draft he's had. So I'm assuming you're talking about Pat McAfee doing a show with Jets GM Joe Douglas. I mean, yeah, I would tune in. I think the Jets have done a really good job. Just 2 picks, right? But they've been damn good ones. Yeah. You good? We got 1,775 of you sickos in the chat here for day 3 of the draft. We are the real draft enthusiasts here today. Thank you for joining us. Very happy to have you.
I did figure out who that lovely super chat was talking about for the Bears.
Oh, you did?
Kieran. Is that how you say his name?
Oh, Amagaji?
Yeah.
The guy they took yesterday.
Yes, he was talking about yesterday.
Oh.
And he's from Hinsdale, which is
really
the hospital that I worked at.
How about that? So you're a big fan of him then?
I'm a big fan.
Yeah. So yeah, Kieran Amagaji, who I believe is from. Throughout this show, I will be referring to Dane Brugler's amazing draft guide, which it's called The Beast because it's more like, not to take anything away from his evaluations because he's got a great eye for talent as well, but the information that is in this thing with guys like high school backgrounds, their family, like what the coaches said about the guys. So his parents were first generation immigrants from Africa in 1994. When
they ended up in Hinsdale.
Yeah. His father, Boris, this is what I'm talking about with this draft guide. It's incredible. His father, Boris, was born in Togo, played college soccer in France, and his mother is from Cameroon. So he grew up speaking French, then learned English in kindergarten. So he has had a very interesting uprising from Hinsdale, Illinois, where you're right from that neck of the woods. Went to Yale, so he's brilliant. And then he's this uber athletic kind of raw tackle prospect. So yeah, he's going to be interesting to follow. Oh, Cedric Gray just went to the Titans. By far my best linebacker available at this point. I'm a big fan of Cedric Gray. Happy to see him come off the board pretty early. I actually had him over Jeremiah Trotter, which I don't know if that's going to be a super popular opinion, but just in a world where we talk all the time about how bad these linebackers are coming out, where they're not getting great coaching. Half these guys are just asked basically to blitz and QB spy and just react out there, read and react. It's refreshing to watch a guy like Cedric Gray that actually kind of did pro style stuff in college, that kind of looks like he knows what he's doing. And he's got instincts. He's got good length. Like I walked away getting through all these linebackers. I watched Cedric Gray and I'm like, yeah, I see a really good LB2 in the league. And I think he can be that for the Titans. They have a starter in the guy they signed from San Francisco last year. I'm gonna pull up Our Lads on my computer so I can get these names right. But they also signed Kenneth Murray. Oh wait, they didn't re-sign the guy from San Francisco that I can't remember his name. I guess I didn't re-sign him. So they have Kenneth Murray, they have Jack Gibbons, and now they have Cedric Gray. I love this pick. I think it's an exceptional value. I had a day 3 grade, or a third round grade on him. And I wouldn't be surprised if he beats out any number of those guys for starting work right away. Just very, very kind of pro-ready linebacker, which is hard to find these days. Then the Giants just took Theo Johnson out of Penn State. This is definitely more of the range I'm comfortable on Theo Johnson, especially what we kind of rang the bell for yesterday was one of my, I don't want to say one of my big draft takes, but certainly a take that I kind of stood on a island on, was that I like Tip Raymond more than Theo Johnson. If you're looking for that big athletic tight end, I felt like Theo Johnson's tape was wildly underwhelming. Hang on, there we go. I don't think he moved like he tested like at all. Whereas Tip Raymond, I thought he did. So Theo Johnson for me was a late day 3 type of tight end. I think he can be a tight end 2, a blocker. I think this pick is fine. I think a lot of people are going to freak out and be like, oh my God, they got this freaky tight end with a bunch of upside to replace Darren Waller. I don't see that at all. I certainly see him as tight end 3 in that room, and then maybe tight end 2 if Waller hangs up the cleats. But it's very easy to get carried away. And believe me, the Madden player in me sees that workout that he had at the combine, and I'm like, ooh, 6'6" tight end that ran a 4.59 and did all these other great testing things. Wow, I'm going to make him an all-pro in Madden. Like, yeah, you're going to be able to do that when you turn on your Xbox, but when the pads come on, the film for him was just wildly underwhelming. Like, he's got good reps as a blocker, but he's got a lot more bad reps than he does, where he's falling off blocks, missing assignments. Just a really abysmal route runner. Just like he turns like a semi truck. Where I will give Theo Johnson credit is he's a really good red zone threat. He jumped 39.5 inches, and he elevates and he has good body control. So as a tight end too, I think he's going to be a really capable red zone threat, but definitely not going to be some steal that I think a lot of people might say for Theo Johnson. And then Anna just had to run and take a quick phone call, but so we're going to be stuck on this graphic for a minute. But the Vikings just took Kyrie Jackson, which is an exceptional pick. I would throw the love it up there for the Vikings and Kyrie Jackson. It's a borderline certified steal. Kyrie Jackson, I thought, was a third-round corner. He was just outside my top 10 corners, and he is totally a Brian Flores type of corner. And I definitely felt like corner was going to be the next position of need for the Vikings with what they did in the first round. Just another guy in the mix in a relatively talented cornerback room, but just kind of your classic 6'3" uber athlete. I don't want to say uber athlete. He ran a 4.5, but he had an 11'1" broad jump, a really good 10-yard split. Like, he moves a lot better than anybody at 6'3" should. It's just going to be a matter of continuing to develop that anticipation. When a guy hits that route break, how quickly is he reacting with his body to close that space? To be that sort of sticky cover player, if you will. So I love this pick for the Vikes. Definitely think it's a value in the 4th round. And, Flores, he had Xavier Howard down there in Miami for so long. Just big, press, lengthy corner. Kind of the similar brand there with Kyrie Jackson. All right, Falcons pick is coming in. Just a quick disclaimer for you guys super chats that are asking me to recap a team's draft and what do you think of this pick. I will do my best to answer. The answers might be a little more brief. I do want to remind you, I will be doing full draft grades, 32 teams, every single pick. So you'll be able to go down the board and get my full thoughts on every single pick over the next week. But I am going to do my best to at least give you a snapshot of my thoughts here while we're on the fly. But the Falcons just took Brandon Dorlus out of Oregon. I like this pick for Atlanta. They got a good edge rusher in the 3rd round in Braylon Trice. And now Brandon Dorlus is a very versatile just D lineman. They announced him as a D tackle. He will, I will imagine, play some 5 technique, a little defensive end on early downs. And then he can absolutely slide inside. He's got a really nice swim move. He's just one of those tweener types. He'll probably never be this great starter, but he might play, 500 snaps in a season, be a relatively efficient pass rusher. You can play matchups on him. He's a unique combination where against certain guards that have the kind of length and quickness to match his athletic profile, they can block him, but other guys are just not quick enough to handle his quickness and his swim move. And then he's got a lot of power against smaller tackles as well. So you can kind of pick your spots with him, but he's not really elite at any one thing. But I would say I love that pick on Dorless for the Falcons. Then we got the Patriots pick coming in. That looks like either Munich or London. It's got to be London because you got the trumpeter there helping hold the flag. Javon Baker goes to the Patriots. Okay, now we're talking. The Patriots finally made an offensive pick I agree with. Baker is very similar to Devontae Parker as a wide receiver, honestly. So there's your image for Patriots fans. He's not going to kill you with speed. He's not going to burn by a lot of NFL corners, but some of the best overall ball skills in the draft, adjusts to the ball really well. He's going to be an excellent back shoulder vertical threat for Drake May if they can work on that chemistry. I had actually an identical grade on Javon Baker as I did on their 37th overall pick, Jalen Polk. Now, Polk is a little bit more of a short to intermediate, gritty, tough guy. You've got Baker as a vertical threat there to compete with. Why do I always forget the Baylor kid's name that I liked in the second round? You guys literally reminded me of this last night, and I forgot it already. But the speedster out of Baylor that they have, you got Kendrick Bourne. They have options, but now it's going to be like, can they be the team that goes to get a Brandon Ayuk? Or are they looking next year at like a premium wide receiver talent? But definitely feeling a little bit better after that Baker pick. I think that just raises the floor for that wide receiver room. Stealing pretty good value there. I would even, it's not quite certified steal because I had a late third on Baker, but he's definitely a good pick with what they needed. Packers just traded up. Love that. Figured the Packers might get a little aggressive here with 15 picks in this draft and not enough roster spots to go around. So curious to see who they're targeting here. I would love a little Kalen Carson action maybe. One of my favorite corners in this draft. I think that's the biggest kind of need remaining for Green Bay. But yeah, I like the move. Go get some of these good players that are left instead of just picking a bunch of random dudes on day 3 and just seeing and just praying one of them hits. But we'll do a couple super chats here while we're in a commercial break. Brayton wanted Theo Johnson to the Colts at 152. I think you'll be okay, Brayton. I don't think Theo Johnson is an upgrade in that tight end room. You have Jelani Woods. You have, I'm not even convinced he's going to be better than someone like Drew Ogletree. You drafted Will Mallory last year. You got Mo Alley Cox still on the team. Kylan Granson. I don't really see Theo Johnson making that team. Again, tested really well. I had a 6th round grade on the guy. I just don't really see much of a football player, more of a guy that's a good tester. So I don't think you missed out on too much in Theo Johnson, Brayton. Ben says, I missed your Rosengarten eval. What did I think? Rosengarten just needs to put on play strength. If he can't get bigger, if he can't get stronger, it's going to be a bad pick. If he can get bigger and Baltimore can maximize whatever frame he has, he'll be just fine. He's technically sound. He's a great athlete, but he's going to get thrown around in the league. He had some of the worst play strength I saw from any tackle in this draft. He got some late buzz, and I thought it was a little crazy. End of the second round was a little rich for me, but I do trust the Ravens. It really just comes down to that play strength, so we'll see where that goes. And then BMF asks, what grade do I have on tight end Eric All? I like Eric All. He's one of those kind of wild card players where it's going to come down to the medicals. He could be the next pick to Green Bay, or he could go undrafted. I have a 5th round grade on him. One of the more talented, more balanced tight ends in this draft, but he's got crazy medical issues. He had back surgery after leaving Michigan this last summer. Goes to Iowa, plays great, and then tears his ACL. So there's just a lot of durability concerns for him, but I did like his tape for sure. From Will, overall thoughts on the Texans draft so far. Let me pull up. I'll pull up the pick tracker on my laptop so we don't get that audio refresh coming in. And again, I'll be doing full draft recaps, full draft grades throughout the next 3-4 days. So you'll get all these answers. But that's right. So Texans went Lassiter, Fisher, Bullock. All those picks make total sense to me. I mean, I definitely was filling out their secondary when I was doing their mock drafts. Lassiter and Bullock fill in to the roles they need. And Blake Fisher to me at 59 was a steal. So like what they've done a lot. All right, Packers, let's see it. Tell me something good. Closing in on 2K viewers here for the day 3 stream to see our Packers trade up pick. And they are going with
guy is really razzed.
Evan Williams out of Oregon. I'm not pleased. I don't get it. I didn't really see anything in him. To be honest, I saw a undersized special teamer. To be honest, I don't get why they aren't drafting corners. Like, there's really good corners on the board, and you trade it up. So I definitely hate it. Honestly, I'm kind of sick of them just doing their own thing. Like, I don't get why you trade up for this player. He was literally my last graded safety. I did 22 safeties. I thought he was the worst of all of them. He's slow. He's undersized. He's aggressive. He likes to hit. He's reactionary. He's got good ball skills, but there was not good coverage tape there, and he just isn't big. He's got short arms. I don't get that pick at all. I think there were way better safeties available. Like they literally could have drafted my number 1 ranked safety in Malik Mustafa, who's a way freaking better player than Evan Williams. And they took my dead last ranked one. So Green Bay, Brian Gutekunst have really dropped the ball with these last 2 picks, in my opinion. But we will move on to the Raiders, who just took one of my guys in this draft, Decamarion Richardson, one of the more fascinating corners. This would have been a much better player to trade up if you were for the Green Bay Packers. But Richardson's fascinating, man. He was a guy I watched, and I was like, okay, he's 6'2". He's got long arms. He ran a 4.34. I was getting through his tape, and I'm like, he anticipates routes. He's got really fluid hips. He moves really well. He's one of the best overall just athletes at the position in this class. There was some coverage gaffes, some over aggressiveness in there, but I definitely didn't think he was like a total project. So I love that pick for Decamarion Richardson to the Raiders. And then the Ravens pick is going to be flying in here. I'm still mad. Still mad at my Packers, though. And then the Ravens take Tez Walker. That's a fun pick right there. So Tez is basically Marquez Valdez-Scantling, would be what I would say there. He's lengthy. He's got really good long speed. He ran in the 4.3s. He flashes good hands, but drops have really emerged as a big issue, which is unfortunately going to be a recurring theme for Ravens fans. I don't know if there's the 2 quarterbacks in my mind that have the most deep balls that are just dimes that just get dropped. It's like Aaron Rodgers and Lamar Jackson. So hopefully Tez can hit the jugs machine, get the hands right. But inside that offense, like if you just want that guy that's taking the top off the defense, making sure teams, if they're going to try and play single high against your run game, you can make them pay with a deep threat like that. He's a field stretcher. He's something they don't really have in that room. You know, Zay Flowers is a good vertical threat, but he's not like a true burner like Tez is. So I don't know how much of an impact he'll make in year one. I think he's got to kind of earn it and prove that his hands are reliable, but it's a really good pick for the Ravens. I'm going to say I love that one. Let's go back to some super chats here. Well, from Ryan, who are the best players available right now? So basically all the guys we said at the top of the stream are gone now. I've got Malik Mustafa is still there. We just mentioned him. He's a top 50 player in this draft for me, and that's what makes that Green Bay pick hurt so much more, because I think he's just so freaking good. I don't get what teams aren't seeing that I'm seeing in him. Incredibly physical, fast safety. But other than him, the next player down would be another safety, Jalen Hicks, another kind of strong safety type. Mason McCormick, the interior offensive lineman out of South Dakota State, I really liked. Kalen Carson, the cornerback out of Wake Forest. And then you got Cedric Van Pran out of Georgia. I really liked Austin Booker, the edge out of Kansas. Would be kind of your top group. Another interesting name that's hanging out towards the top of my board is Johnny Wilson out of Florida State. Yeah, Grim, I agree. Bisaccia got a hold of the last Green Bay picks. Like they took Hopper and they took Evan Williams. I do agree those are great special teamers, but I'm not freaking drafting special teamers in the third, and I'm not trading up to the top of the fourth round to take a guy that is supposed to go in the sixth round. And Evan Williams is the total definition of like, okay, you sit there, why do you have to trade up for Evan Williams? It literally does not comprehend for me. Gutekunst does something in the fourth, fifth round every year where I'm just like, why are you just taking these picks, wiping your ass with it, and just flushing it down the toilet? Like, why would you do that if you are in control of valuable draft picks? I just do not understand the thinking there. But anyway, from Jordan, who do I think is the best kick returner / punt returner available? That's a great question. I didn't do rankings for them, but Taj Washington, Malik Washington, the two Washingtons are really good with the ball in their hands. If you want a punt returner, I would say Aeneas Smith. If I'm drafting Aeneas Smith, it's to return kicks, not really as a receiver. I wasn't as high on him, but he is a really good return man. Those are probably your three options there. If you go to the running back room, I think Tyrone Tracy can be an excellent kick returner. Blake Watson can be an excellent kick returner. Isaac Garendo could be a really interesting kick returner. So there's definitely some names for you. Dylan Laub, I think, could return kicks or punts. Yeah. From Rhino, are you surprised a guy like Rattler hasn't gone yet? Yeah, I mean, I'm very surprised. Another guy for Green Bay. It's why wouldn't you take a good backup quarterback there? Go for either Rattler or Michael Pratt. No, Beast. I'm gonna call you out on this. You say trust Goody. He almost never does what we wanted. Almost always works out. I would say 4 out of 5 times when I say Goody's on some BS right now, I'm the one that ends up right. I'm just going to say that. You go back down the board. A.J. Dillon, hated it. Josiah DeGuara, hated it. Josh Myers over Creed Humphrey, hated that. Eric Stokes over all the other corners in that class, like Tyson Campbell and Asante Samuel, hated that. The quarterback out of Penn State we took last year, granted we don't know what that's going to look like, but hated that pick. The one I will give him a lot of credit on is Jontavion Wicks. I was not a big fan of. He nailed that. But show me the other picks where I'm like, Goody, what are you doing? And he's right. He just does stuff that just doesn't make sense. Okay, Javon Foster to the Jags. Love Javon Foster, especially in the 4th round. That's like borderline steal territory. Happy for Jags fans to get him. Like, he's not going to be a starter for them because they have a bunch of guys in that tackle room, but really reliable depth. I thought he had low-end starter upside. He's not the most incredible athlete, but he plays fast, and he's really good with his hands and pass protection. He's a great, like, just good, tenacious, kind of quick run blocker. Like, he lacks that long speed. Oh, there goes Eric All to Cincinnati. We were just talking about him. But yeah, I love that pick for the Jags to go Foster and then Eric All to Cincinnati here. We were just talking about All as this kind of wild card in this draft. Was very curious to see where he was going to come off the board, because with All, it's not really a question of the talent. It's a question of the medicals, which we were just breaking down. Like, he had back surgery and then tore his ACL all within like 4 months after transferring out of Michigan. So he can block, just as all Iowa tight ends pretty much can. He's a really good athlete. I don't think we got testing numbers from him because, yeah, he's coming off that ACL injury, but you can see the quick twitch athleticism on tape. Can I just pull up the stream real quick? You can. Okay, you're good. But it's a good spot for him to come in, compete. Hard to really complain about that pick for the Bengals. It just makes a ton of sense. That tight end room needs investment, and he's got like sleeper potential to be like a quality starter in the NFL. So love that pick for Cincinnati. And then the Jags followed up and take one of my least favorite players in this draft class, Jordan Jefferson. I just didn't see really someone that's going to get on the field in the NFL when I watched him. He's quick. He's got a little bit of that Braden Fisk to him where he's always trying stuff, but he's not really going anywhere. He lost his cool, and maybe I'm hitting him too hard on this one. But he lost his cool at the Senior Bowl, like in the biggest of stages, in the one-on-one drills. It was the end of day 2, I think, and dude, he was getting locked up. Like, I'm sitting there with my notepad watching these, and I'm like, okay, 99 for LSU cannot beat any of these guys. And it was Christian Haynes in this rep, and Christian Haynes just totally stones him. Runs them left and right, redirects them all day. Jordan Jefferson, another Jefferson out at LSU. He loses his cool. He rips off Christian Haynes' helmet and starts swearing and just blows up. He didn't like hit Christian Haynes or anything. He didn't pull a Myles Garrett, but there was a great clip of Christian Haynes just total confidence, like clapping back at him. He's like, go to church, because Christian Haynes because Jordan Jefferson just totally lost his cool. So I would certainly bet against Jordan Jefferson really doing anything for the Jags. He's my DT 23 with a 7th round to priority free agent grade. I just really didn't see it. So I think it's a big reach and kind of a waste of a pick for the Jags. But let's catch up on Super Chats thank you guys for the amazing super chats. We just have kind of locked in what we're going to be donating from all of you did all the donations. So we've donated to Special Olympics and March of Dimes and the Warrior Project. In honor of all of us here celebrating the draft. So thank you everybody for your incredible donations and your support. Really, here and throughout draft season. In case you weren't here yesterday, can you grab the plaque? Please. I also, while we're in a commercial break, would be forever thankful if you could grab my McDonald's iced coffee out of the fridge. That would be great. But yeah, if you missed this yesterday, you guys, here she is. It arrived. We did an unboxing yesterday, but the plaque is here. I just get emotional thinking about the ride we've been on. This is year 6. And I knew once I committed to this as a full-time job around the 30K mark, I knew this was going to be kind of a slow climb because I'm not out here doing like clickbait. I'll thread the needle when I can with titles and stuff, but I think what you guys appreciate about this channel is that when you click on one of my videos, you're getting my honest thoughts on football that I've watched, and I'm not going to hold back on long videos, diving deep into a take, but this content's not for like the wide masses. Like, we are the die-hard football fans, and I knew it was going to be a slow climb, but every single one of you that has hit that subscribe button, I know the type of football fan that you are. So I am so thankful to all of you guys for sharing your passion for football, and it's really exciting to be where we are now. But we got another pick in. Very good pick for the Indianapolis Colts here. Tanner Bortolini. I love this pick for them. There are other centers I like, but I do have a 4th-round grade on Bortolini. Was going to be one of the better interior guys left. And he's a Colts guy. He tested so incredibly well. That's what the Colts like to do. They always just, have their eyes open. It's ironic that they host the combine and they're the team that values athletic testing more than anybody in the league, kind of by far, honestly. But yeah, Bortolini is a great project behind Ryan Kelly. Ryan Kelly's getting up there in age. He's had injuries. Oh, Tyrese Knight. We got to break out the bell. I didn't think anybody liked Tyrese Knight. Yes, let's go. I'm stoked. This was a total my guy, and I got to him late, and I was like, I haven't heard literally anybody talk about him. He wasn't even in the PFF draft simulator. That's how big of a sleeper this guy was. I was taking him in all those 7-round mock drafts, but I had to pick a different player and use the nuance in the video to be like, this is who I'm replacing with Tyrese Knight. But we actually got highlights on Tyrese Knight. Seahawks fans, this is a great pick. They need someone in that linebacker room to groom in this new system, not to start right away. Unless you were getting Junior Colson in this draft or maybe Cedric Gray, there really weren't guys that are going to compete for starting work right away. But Tyrese Knight flies to the ball, gets through his run keys really well. He kind of scrapes backside. He can scrape over the top, get front side, make a play on the ball. He led all of college football in defensive stops last year per PFF. He's got solid traits to be a starter in the league. The thing is, he doesn't really know what he's doing when he's in coverage. They didn't really ask him to cover all that much. But I could totally see him becoming a stud for the Seahawks. And I'm really happy that someone in the NFL, and dude, John Schneider, what is with the St. Thomas vibes, man? This is crazy. John Schneider is drafting all of my favorite players in this draft. We both went to University of St. Thomas, a D3 school here in St. Paul, the GM of the Seahawks. And he's literally gone. Byron Murphy, who was like one of my favorite first-round guys. He took one of my favorite day 2 offensive linemen, if not my favorite, Christian Haynes. And now my favorite day 3 linebacker in Tyrese Knight. So I am selfishly a huge fan of the Seahawks draft. He needs to come down. Does he need to go out, you think? Okay. We're going to take a brief minute here, let the doggos out, and give you a minute to hear from our sponsors over at Underdog Fantasy. Today's draft stream is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. As a diehard NFL fan, I get it. The summer months can get a little bit long with our professional sports as we wait for our football to come back. But thanks to Underdog Fantasy Pick'em contests, they can help you spice up your interest in MLB, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs with their Pick'em contests, where you can string together stats on anywhere from 2 to 5 players, and you can cross sports too. You can go Shohei Ohtani home runs mixed with Anthony Edwards points, you name it, all the way up to 5 players with the chance from small entries to win massive payouts. My wife and I are huge Twins fans. We have season tickets, and Underdog Fantasy keeps me glued to the edge of my seat, waiting to see if our starting pitcher is going to, get his 30-something fantasy points, or if we're going to get that 7th inning home run I'm waiting on. Even when your lineup doesn't hit, it can feel like you're winning because it just ramps up your interest in every single game. I love Underdog Fantasy. I know you guys will too. And of course, they have NFL when it picks back up, including their best ball tournaments as well. And most of all, if you sign up right now using promo code TFG, they will match up to $100 on your first deposit. That's plenty to participate in all your other sports over the summer. And then you got a stash waiting for you for football in the fall. So that's promo code TFG at Underdog Fantasy. Thank you to Underdog for sponsoring today's stream. And let's get back to the draft. All right, so we've got another exciting pick here. Mason McCormick to the Steelers. I had a 2nd to a 3rd round grade on Mason McCormick. I think this is a certified steal. Small school interior offensive lineman. They got their tackle earlier. Now they got some interior line help. I think he can compete for the starting center job right away. But he tested incredibly well. I think he can block the wide zone system that Arthur Smith's going to want him to. He's got a great targeting system on like pull blocks just to find the right guy. They ran a lot of like trap and power at South Dakota State, but just a certified tough dude. He's played 5 seasons, I think. I think he's been a starter for at least 4 seasons. But yeah, 5 years of playing experience. He's been in college football for 6 years at South Dakota State. And it's just hard to go wrong with a guy like Mason McCormick. So I think he's going to be a starter for the Steelers in the 4th round. That's the exact type of player when we see teams taking these late day 3 guys. I'm like, dude, grab Mason McCormick. He's going to be a very useful interior offensive lineman, if nothing else. Justin in the chat just said, why were the Packers not targeting Mason McCormick? I don't know. Apparently they felt like they needed a special teamer that probably won't make the team. Like, Packers. Driving me nuts. I'm gonna play a little bit more Mason McCormick for a second while I let Teddy in. Teddy, come on. Good boy. Yep, he wants to eat. All right, let's see if we got some super chats to catch up on. So from Carter, Trevin Wallace is another Brandon Smith around earlier. I tend to agree. For the most part, for the Panthers, I believe in Wallace a little bit more than I did Brandon Smith. I thought he was a little bit more of a fluid athlete, but it's kind of the same idea. And I agree that, the Panthers should not have cut Brandon Smith a year into his development. That was really bad team building. If you're going to draft a guy like Trevin Wallace or Brandon Smith, yeah, you can't cut him after a year. You have to be very patient with that guy's development, like 2 or 3 years. So I think you nailed that there, Carter. Hopefully the new regime will have more patience with a guy like Wallace. And hopefully being a 3rd-round pedigree will help that instead of a 4th round. From Luker, thoughts on the Colts class so far? So these types of questions are really hard on the fly, you guys, because it's just tough to remember all the picks they made and all that stuff. I will be doing all the full draft grades over the next 5 days. I mean, I love the first 2 picks they made, Latu and Mitchell. I admittedly hadn't watched Goncalves when they took him, and I loved the Bortolini pick. Like, I think they're doing a great job. But yeah, we'll get real detailed into all these individual classes throughout the next 5 days. It's a lot easier for me if you want those questions. Like, it's a lot easier if you can be like, and of course I appreciate your super chats, and I'm gonna do the best to answer all you guys. But it's a lot easier for me if you can be like, what'd you think of like this pick that my team made, instead of like reactions to the class overall, because it's just there's a lot of bullets flying here while we're live. But from Wade, how about them Detroit Tigers? Yeah, dude. What is with the Tigers? What got into the Tigers this year? The Tigers and Cleveland have been on one this year. My Twins are heating up. I had to rep the Twins today. We got a chance of getting back to 500 against the Angels. After a really rough start, our 3 best players have been on the injured list all season, so we're coming. The White Sox did us a favor by showing up in Minnesota this week, giving us 4 free wins. So, let's see. Big Brad, curious about running back Gerard Epperson. I did not get to Epperson. I did 20-something running backs. He was not one of them. We'll see if he comes off the board. We'll definitely pull up the Beast Guide and dive into it. Okay, Dolphins pick is coming in. I think they traded up for this one.
They did.
They so would take Jalen Wright. I mean, it's a good pick. He's a good player. Their running back room is obviously good, but I definitely thought they could use a 3rd guy just because Achane is super, super unbelievably talented, but is durability going to be a concern for him at his size? And then Mostert has, throughout his career, been a guy that always gets hurt. So putting Jalen Wright in that running back room makes a ton of sense. He's got great speed. He is every bit. I would say he's somewhere between Mostert and Achane in terms of the size and speed. He makes so much sense. And ideally, he's not playing much this year. I think he is a running back. We don't say running backs need to sit and develop a whole lot, but Wright is an example of a guy like that because he played in that weird-ass tight Tennessee Volunteers offense where it's that stack spread offense, and they had like 3 running concepts, and his vision was like kind of hit or miss for me. I can take the certified steal off on that. I think it's a love it pick for sure, but he could very much benefit from sitting and learning a little bit. So I think that's a very solid pick for Miami. I still don't know who's blocking for them. I would have taken Cedric Van Pran as a center if I was trading up for them, but he just wants the bully stick. Okay, come here, Ted. Come here, bud. Come on. Stupid dog. He'll find his way over here. Let's go back to AJ Barner to the Seahawks makes total sense. They have Noah Fant as their starting tight end, but they needed a blocker. AJ Barner, in my opinion, is the best blocking tight end in this draft class. Just not too much of a skilled receiving threat, but if they get to 12 personnel, he's like the perfect fit. I love this as a scheme fit for what, or just a need fit for what is in that room. They lost Will Dissly. This is your Will Dissly. AJ Barner, maybe not quite as like skilled as a receiver as a Will Dissly, but similar idea where he's not really separating or being this versatile receiving threat, but makes total sense for the Seattle Seahawks. And you got those Michigan ties with Mike McDonald. Now we get the Bears pick in. Shout out to Adam. We know you're watching, Adam. We love you. We miss you. Hopefully we'll see you soon. I don't know why that picture is so blurry, but here comes the pick. If they get Cedric Van Pran, that's just crazy. I'm just saying that. Cedric Van Pran would be, or Bo Limmer, both would be like perfect picks for the Bears here. This guy's getting into it. He saw the Packers guy. Oh, they took a punter. Okay, Chicago, getting a little cocky. They're like, what else do we need? We got Caleb Williams. We got Roma Dunze. We don't need anything else. We're taking a punter. I will admit, I don't think I've known more about a college punter ever than Troy Taylor out of Iowa, because that was the worst offense, the worst football offense I've ever seen. Period. Like, the Iowa's offense was an unmitigated disaster. They were punting like 8 times a game, and Troy Taylor was like the best offensive player on the Iowa Hawkeyes because he was consistently pinning teams deep. So he actually is a punter that I have watched, because I inevitably, as a Big Ten football fan, caught Iowa football games, and every 5 plays Troy Taylor was out there. So, or Troy Taylor. Sorry, the typo got me thinking Tory Taylor, but it's okay. It's okay. We love you.
What did I do?
It's Troy Taylor, not Tory. You guys see where I get it from now, right? So, I mean, it helps the defense. It's in the once we get to day 3, it's a little early. I do actually know that he's a good punter, so it's. I can't like slam the pick for it. It's definitely cocky though. But if they're looking at, I mean, I would have taken Cedric Van Pran, who I think would be their starting center. So I'm gonna knock them for that.
It is Tory.
It is Tory. Okay, you're good. You're good.
Jeez.
Yeah, I thought it was too. And then someone in the chat was calling us out. We need to call you out, Chris, or is it Kyrus? I don't know.
Kate Stover.
All right, we got a big tight end run here, which makes sense. So, love this pick for the Texans. Cade Stover's a very solid tight end. I had him as a 3rd-round grade. Just plug him in as your tight end too. You want to get to 12 personnel, you can do whatever you want. You have, you do have Brevin Jordan in there still to kind of be the speed threat off of like play action and stuff, but I think if you want to look way long term, I know they just extended Dalton Schultz, but at the end of Dalton Schultz's contract, I think you're going to have some flexibility for Cade Stover to overtake Dalton Schultz, very much in that mold of a balanced possession NFL tight end, and really hard to argue with the value. Again, middle of the 4th round here, I had a 3rd-round grade on him. Not the most dynamic, explosive player ever, but just a sound option for tight end. Pull up the super chats here. So, from Rufus, what was Howie seeing in Jalix Hunt? Teddy said, no, thank you. I'm turning right back around. He's a true developmental guy. He's very new to the position. He's only been playing edge for 2 years. He was a safety at a different school 2 years ago at 200 pounds. So if they really believe in the kid and the character that he's going to keep working at it, that's what you see in him. They love to keep replenishing that edge group. He's not going to play, and that's kind of fine. A little early for my liking on him, but I get it. From Greg, thank you for the compliment. Tanner, both Pennsylvania teams are killing this draft. Agreed. What the Eagles got away with the cornerback room still makes my head hurt. I don't get it, how that happened. Grom, thank you for the super chat. TJ Mora, not a draft question, but if your channel was not about football, what other sport would it be focused on? Definitely baseball. Baseball is kind of in a tier of its own for me as number 2. And then everything else, I'll just kind of watch when it's on, but I don't really follow too closely. Baseball is definitely, and fun fact, my first job in sports was in baseball for a team that no longer exists in the middle of Minnesota, the Alexandria Blue Anchors. I did live commentary for their games on YouTube. So that was kind of my first YouTube debut, was doing the live broadcasting. And that's where I get the ability to multitask from, because not only was I doing the live commentary, but I was also the official scorer for the games. So I could literally be on air, and it was just like the players' parents, because this was a college summer league, and the players from all over the country, their parents were watching live. So I could be talking about these college players, and then you could pick up on the mic the umpire or the opposing coach like screaming at me like, why do you have this player's pitch count wrong? Or like, why did you say this was an error instead of a hit? And I'd be like, I'm sorry, I'm doing the best I can. I'm just a sophomore in college. They took it very seriously out there in the Northwoods League, but that was where I got my debut. So I probably would have ended up going that route. Though to be fair, I did work in the season ticket department for the Timberwolves for a little over a year, so maybe would be in basketball too. Who knows? But Centauri, what's up, my friend? Happy to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Feels like yesterday when we were alone in the Jordan Love Club. Yes, sir. I can proudly say when everybody was freaking out about Jordan Love, I was like, hold on, this guy's pretty freaking good. You're going to have to be patient, but Packers are going to be very happy they took him. And then we also nailed like the idea that they screwed up day 2 of that draft with A.J. Dillon and Josiah DeGuara, because they could have had their cake and ate it too, and they dropped the ball on that. But we were definitely right in standing on a table and saying, hold on, Jordan Love might be worth it. I think the vast majority of Packers fans hated that pick. Purpose, Ghost, and Beast, thank you for the super chats. And then from Brandon, another kind super chat. Thank you guys, all of you, for your support today and throughout the weekend. If we missed any super chats, you can find my Instagram DMs. We'll try and get back to you. I think we're good, though. Yes. And now the Niners pick. I'm being dramatic. Anna said, what? I said, I'm being dramatic because of all the teams for Malik Mustafa to go to, for me to cheer for him, it has to be the Niners. This is your fault, Brian Gutekunst. This is your fault. When you're playing the Niners in the NFC Championship and Malik Mustafa forces a fumble or gets a strip sack on Jordan Love to go to the Super Bowl, this is your fault that you took Evan frickin' Williams over Malik Mustafa, my number 1 ranked safety in this draft. Evan Williams was my dead last ranked safety in this draft. So you heard it here first, Packers fans. Your GM screwed up this 4th round. Malik Mustafa is a starting safety on the Niners. I think he's I mean, I think he's better than just Jasir Taylor, who they took last year. Is it Jasir Taylor? The Penn State kid. I think we got close on that name, but just whiffed. Jair Brown. Jasir Taylor is a slot corner on, I think, the Chargers. But, sorry, can I just pull up the stream 1 second? Yeah, this is a certified steal. I got to switch this from love it to certified steal. I think he's a starting safety for them. I would even go as far as saying I think he can be a better player than even Talanoa Hufanga, who had that crazy season with a bunch of production. I think he's faster. I think he hits harder. I think he tackles better. I think he has more range in coverage. I think he's a phenomenal safety prospect. I'm happy to see him go in the middle of the 4th round because, a lot of people had him as like a 5th round guy. I got to his tape late and I'm like, I think he might be the best safety in this draft. He's going to be a monster on the Niners. He is the exact type that they love. He's going to compete in that room immediately. And they are a team that will just play the best player. And I think you're going to see some plays from him. See him covering kicks on special teams. Like he's going to have hits on kickoffs in the preseason, and he's going to get on the field at some point. I just cannot say enough good things about this pick for the Niners. And as a Packers fan, I am trembling right now. Bucky Irving. Okay, Bucky Irving now off the board. I like this for them. I'm not as high on Bucky. I know it sounds crazy because his college highlights, which I'll play for you, are nutty. Super shifty dude. I think he's a scat back in the league. The reason I just say like it on this is they have one of the best receiving backs in the league already in Rachaad White. I would, if I were the Bucs, so much rather go with a Kamani Vidal or, Braylon Allen, Audric Estime, someone with more potential between the tackles. So that's my criticism on it. I know it's going to be an exciting pick, and I get that. He's wildly undersized. He's not fast. He would be a real outlier in terms of the physical tools. The closest pro comps on him are like maybe Kyron Williams, but I don't like his vision as well on inside runs as I liked Kyron Williams. And then the other one would like maybe be Devin Singletary, but Devin Singletary is a lot thicker than him in terms of the contact balance. Now, Bucky Irving has exceptional contact balance at his size, but how well is that going to translate to the league outside of the Pac-12? I know I'm kind of alone in my, well, not alone. I've seen other players that, like, I think Connor Rogers had Bucky Irving like outside his top 200, so I'm not alone. That's around, like, I have him around 175, I think. But I think for what Tampa could have used, there were other backs that would have made a bigger impact for them. And, if they already had a big bruiser or a good running back between the tackles, I would have liked the Bucky Irving pick to be a scat back for them, but I don't really want Rachaad White coming off the field on third down because he's so dynamic there. So I might be alone in kind of putting some negative thoughts into that pick because there's a lot of fans for him because he was a hell of a college football player, but we're trying to project to the next level. I just don't know if he has those traits.
Can I read a super chat from last night that we missed?
Please.
From Win. They say, how can the Falcons salvage their draft at this point?
So the question, if you couldn't hear it, was how can the Falcons salvage their draft? I don't know that they can, if you want my honest opinion on it. Those first 2 picks were massive, massive head scratchers. I don't think they walked out. I mean, I will say they took Brandon Dorlus, was probably as close to as good of a thing as they could have done today. I don't know what time that question came in, but they took Braylon Trice. Good picks, good mid-range picks, guys that will be impactful pass rushers. I do believe that. So they made good picks after the second round, but you're not getting Laiatu Latu. You're not getting an impact corner. You know what I'm saying? So it was a rough weekend for the Falcons. You can maybe stomach it a little bit after third and fourth round, but do you think he needs to come down? Do you think he's hungry? Yeah. He keeps telling me he wants to come. Okay, so let's keep going through the super chats here. Brandon's here for the 4th year, which I think this is year 4 of the streams. Might be year 5. I'll have to go back and look how many years we've done the live streams. But if next year is year 5, if that's our 5th annual, we got to do the suit with the bling, at least for the first night.
That's right.
Yeah, it'd be fun. Nick says, like, would Caleb go top 20 in a Madden-style fantasy draft? That was your favorite standalone video I've ever done. That would be a fun summer project to do, like an NFL redraft type of idea. Yeah, Caleb would 100% go top 20. He might go top 10. Like, seriously, I think he's around the top 10 to 15 picks off the board in an NFL redraft. Like, there's probably, I don't know that there's 10 quarterbacks that I'm taking before Caleb Williams in an NFL redraft. From Adam, just wondering which NFL stadiums I've been to and which ones I haven't been to. What's at the top of my list?
Why don't you respond to this pick first and then
okay
answer that one, because that's a fun question.
Yeah.
It will take a second.
All right, Lions pick is coming.
Of course, now that I say that,
She's gonna. Yeah, I was gonna say it's in Detroit, so they're gonna pump up the crowd. All right. She had to put on her prescription sunglasses to read the card. Is she reading it?
There you go.
Okay. Interesting. I have no idea who this player is. Giovanni Manu out of British Columbia. But he's 6'8", 352, ran a 4.96. You know what? I did hear a little bit about this guy as a kind of developmental project. I think he's from somewhere. He's like an international player. I'll see what the Beast Guide says on Manu, because I definitely didn't watch any of his tape, but I'm very fascinated in the idea of the Lions pinpointing a freaky athlete. And now the Eagles pick is coming in, so they're testing our pacing here. So yeah, he's from British Columbia. Will Shipley to the Eagles. I love that pick. We'll get there. I want to spend a minute on the Lions here, but yeah, he's born in Tonga, moved to Canada at age 11, was a basketball player, and then started playing football in 2013. I like it. I'll leave it up as like it. I mean, clearly like a developmental tackle project, and Taylor Decker's getting up there. So if 3 years from now, if this dude's like a Pro Bowl level tackle with that coaching in Detroit, if they talk to this guy and they're like, we have got to get him in our building, I definitely trust Detroit. I didn't get to his film from British Columbia, but I kind of believe in the player. But okay. Yeah, the Eagles made their pick. The Bills pick is coming in. I mean, anyone that's been around knows I love Will Shipley. I freaking compared him to Reggie Bush, and everybody hated me for it, but I'm like, no, NFL Reggie Bush, the guy that was like a solid player, not the Heisman Trophy winner at USC type of Reggie Bush. So I think, they love these kind of scat back types, sort of. They've got their Boston Scott, they've got Kenneth Gainwell, Miles. Miles Sanders is a little bigger, but DeAndre Swift, Will Shipley makes sense in that room with the type they like. There's a lot of space in that offense, and I think he's super explosive. Don't know that he's ever going to be a superstar, but I think he's going to be a really efficient contributor to that running back room behind Saquon. And then I also like the pick for Buffalo for Ray Davis. I'm a little bit lower on him, but he was actually that's not true. I think I ended up. I might have to stick with the Levitt grade on him now that I think about this, because I think I had Ray Davis tied in that cluster. Yes, I did. Yeah. Thanks. So I had in a cluster tied for my 9th ranked running back in this class. I had 4 running backs: Will Shipley, Isaac Guerrero, Ray Davis, and Bucky Irving. So we just saw Davis, Irving, and Shipley kind of within that cluster come off the board. And then, Ray Davis is who we're talking about. So he's kind of Devin Singletary-esque. That's kind of their style, is the balanced, sturdy, tough guy. So he fits in there with Buffalo. I think I will stick with Likett, and then I think for Shipley, I was drawn to Will Shipley, and I was wanting to hit the love it button, but I think it is more of just a Likett pick, considering where we are in the draft. But anyway, for Buffalo, like, who do they have? They obviously have James Cook doing his thing, but in terms of any sort of power between the tackles threat, I don't even know. Wow, Our Lads is really quick with it. They just put Ray Davis in there already on their thing, so they're like updating this thing pick by pick. That's impressive. But yeah, the other running backs on Buffalo's roster are like undersized slashers. I mean, James Cook is just not a power runner. So you back him up with Ty Johnson, who's that speedy slasher. Same deal with Darrington Evans, who's proven nothing in the league. I think Ray Davis fits really well in that room. He's got size, a no-nonsense type of runner. My pro comp for him is Mike Davis. So that's kind of the type of running back you're looking at there with Ray Davis. Hey, bud. Oh, thank you. Thanks.
Want to talk about the stadiums now?
Yeah, the super chat from the stadiums. Love that question. So we've been to Minnesota. We've been to Lambeau. Been to Soldier Field in Chicago. We've been to the Bengals. I've been to a Cleveland game.
We've been to
Miami. We've been to Dallas. We've been to the Panther Stadium twice. And I think that's it.
I think that's all.
Yeah. So I'll let you go process of elimination for where we haven't been. Some of the ones at the top of our list are definitely Seattle, Buffalo, Kansas City. Jacksonville's become on our list because we're going to be pretty close down there in Charlotte, but and Nashville I want to go, but they are building that new stadium, so maybe we should wait until they have the new stadium. But
your favorite?
My favorite, I honestly, no bias, but I think the Vikings Stadium is the best that we've been to. Sorry, Cowboys fans. Overrated? Do you agree?
Oh, I did. I thought it was very overrated.
I think...
Besides the Jumbotron is really...
Yeah, but the Jumbotron is distracting from the fact that the stadium is a pain in the ass to get in and out of with traffic, walking there, navigating the stadium, kind of a disaster. We didn't eat there, so I can't comment on the food there. I'm sure it's great. Crazy overpriced. We paid $80 for 2 vodka Red Bulls. And we were like, are you serious? We felt like we were getting robbed. And that's, I mean, you're paying a lot when you go to a stadium, but that was just like excessively overpriced. So, We had a really bad experience, honestly, going to the Cowboys Stadium. The Viking Stadium is Cowboys Stadium, more accessible. It's in a downtown area, and it's just without the Jumbotron. But honestly, there's pros to not having that Jumbotron because it's so freaking distracting. It's hard to watch the game when you have that giant Jumbotron. So Viking Stadium would be at the top of my list. Oh my God, the Niners just took Isaac Guerrero. That's such a freaking Niners pick. Gotta love that. Gotta love Isaac Guerrero to the Niners. The pro comp on him is Raheem Mostert. So, like, do you really need my analysis on it? He's a big, crazy speed back who's raw, like Mostert was coming into the league. The parallels between him and Raheem Mostert it's one of the closest pro comps I had in this draft. You got to love it, too, because they have starters ahead of them for now. You have Elijah Mitchell. You have Christian McCaffrey, obviously. Guerrero is one of these backs that probably does need some time to develop. He doesn't have a lot of carries in college. He was sitting behind Braylon Allen for a few years. He went to Louisville and split carries with Jawar Jordan. But a super freak athlete. When everything comes together for him, you see a dynamic NFL back. So, I mean, you gotta go love it on that pick just for the fit. And Niners fans, you finally took a mid-round running back where he was supposed to go, and that's gonna be good. Okay, the Ravens took TJ Tampa. So I will say I love it because I did have a 3rd to a 4th round grade on him. But the reaction to the Ravens draft is going to be very interesting to me because they've taken players that I think were all overhyped. And I don't normally say that about Ravens drafts. I thought Rosengarten was overhyped. I thought Adisa Isaac was overhyped. And I think TJ Tampa was severely overhyped. I actually had a 3rd to a 4th round grade on TJ Tampa. I could probably ring the bell for that one because this guy was someone you were seeing in top 50 mock drafts. And I watched this tape and I'm like, I don't see it. He's not a good athlete. He can't really play man-to-man. He is a really high IQ zone player. There's stuff to like about him. He's got length. But I don't see this as a steal in the 4th round. It's a good value. This is where I thought he should have gone. Likewise with Adisa Isaac, someone that was in a lot of top 50 mock drafts. I didn't see an impact player there. Roger Rosengarten was getting 1st-round hype from Mel Kiper, and I'm like, I think he's got the worst play strength of maybe any tackle in the draft. He needs to get bigger. So the Ravens are playing to the crowd a little bit here. I don't know that I'm going to love this Ravens draft as much as the consensus will, and that'll be an interesting thing to follow. And I've been very pro Ravens drafts. I've come on this channel and been like overly dramatic about how good their drafts are. So if I like a Ravens draft, I'll tell you. But I think Ravens fans are going to be exceptionally excited about this draft. And I'm like, it's fine. I think they're taking guys at positions of need where they're supposed to go. I thought Rosengarten was a slight reach. And it'll be interesting to kind of follow that whole narrative there. Okay, Jared Wiley to the Chiefs, was it? Just came out? Okay. Wiley is an athletic receiving tight end. He was interesting because there's a lot to like. He can stretch the seam. He's an interesting developmental option behind Kelsey. They obviously have room on their roster for tight ends that I'm just going to say they don't prioritize their blocking in-line ability. That's where Jared Wiley really underwhelmed. He was an interesting watch because I don't remember a tight end prospect that had as skinny legs as him. His legs look like a wide receiver's legs, and he just gets no power from his lower half. And I think that's really important for a tight end in so many phases. I think the explosiveness as a route runner is important. I think that's where a lot of the run after catch juice comes from. Wiley went down on first contact like every time he got touched. So he's not a great rack threat. And then, of course, as a run blocker, he can't get off the ball. He can't create that leg drive from a 3-point stance. So I kind of felt like a jerk writing this, but I was like, I think Jared Wiley skips leg day. So if you can get him to bulk up in his lower half, you have a great athlete with good ball skills and speed. You get to develop him behind Kelsey, but I definitely question what was going on with that weight program and why is he filled out that way, and can you get more power in his lower half? But I'm gonna just say I like the pick for the Chiefs. I'm gonna take the Lovett down there. The Lovett was, I guess, for the TJ Tampa pick. All right, do we have any more super chats? I think we're all caught up. Citrus, thank you for the chat. I'm going to throw a YouTube ad break at you guys because we're in a commercial break. And we got to pick our spots here. Thank you. Thanks for the call. I was just saying they're showing scenes in Detroit of all these fans celebrating the spectacle of the draft, shouting you guys out for, sitting at home watching a live stream trying to get the real analysis instead of celebrating the spectacle of the draft. You understand that these picks matter. I think we just got about 45 people let me know that I was muted.
Can I go to the draft next year, Marcus?
In Green Bay? You want to go to Green Bay?
No, actually, no. There's very few places I wouldn't want to go, and that's...
Yeah.
Although I bet it would be a good time.
I bet it'll be fun. We could go get an Airbnb in Green Bay. Although it's entirely pointless.
Why
because
would we do that?
Yeah.
You gonna drag all of your studio setup
Nope.
to an Airbnb?
Sion Vaki is a very Detroit Lions pick. He's gonna be fun. He's gonna start off as a special teamer. I thought I might have had highlights on him. I never threw the cut up together, but very interesting player. He is kind of new to high-level football. He played, I think, 2 years at Utah. And they kind of used him as a lurking, playmaking strong safety and a running back. And you could actually argue his running back tape was better than his safety tape, but he's made it very clear, like, he loves to hit. He wants to be a safety. They announced him as a running back. That's fascinating. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, like I said, his running back tape is really good. I mean, I see him more as a fit for their defense with his physicality and willingness to hit. I love it for Sion Vaki. I'm just curious to see kind of what type of role. But he's going to start on special teams, could be a kick returner, a guy that wants to hit. on kickoff coverage. So, I mean, it makes sense why the Lions like him. They have their type. They've made it very clear. I think you can kind of go down the board and pick like 60 guys that the Detroit Lions would take in terms of, are they kneecap biters? Do they hashtag have that dog in them? And I would say Vaki is one of them. And then Jaden Hicks to the Chiefs. Very good pick for them. I had him as a day 2 player. Definitely my best safety left on the board. I question the coverage on him. I think he's more of a hitter, a strong safety type. But I think there's room for him to grow in terms of the coverage stuff too, of course. He is a young player. He's a true junior. He ran a 4.5. There aren't a ton of physical limitations. It's just he's got to speed up that processing, the anticipation, the zone IQ. So he doesn't have to start for the Chiefs. He's going to be a great special teamer as he develops. And I don't know if they still have Mike Edwards on the team, but he could be that sort of dime back Mike Edwards role early, where they kind of put him in certain packages, let him just kind of go headhunt and be a playmaker. But yeah, he's probably going to be a starter over time. Okay, the Jets go Braylon Allen. Jets are kind of killing it, man. I like Braylon Allen, especially in this situation as a kind of change of pace or short yardage bruiser. My pro comp on Braylon Allen is pissed off AJ Dillon. A big running back that actually wants to play big. He's got really light feet. He's a unique build where a lot of his weight and power is kind of in his core and his shoulders. So there's a trade-off there. He doesn't have a ton of juice and explosiveness in his lower half, but he is light on his feet. He's quick and kind of has these little subtle movements that help him make guys miss while he leans into guys and stiff arms guys, puts them on the turf. And I think he's an effective short yardage runner. You can give him 6 or 7, touches a game, keep Breece Hall fresh. Just a talented player to put in that running back room that has gotten pretty thin. So I love this pick. I had a 2nd or 3rd round grade on Braylon Allen. He was my 3rd ranked running back. So I'm gonna go with love it. All right, Ducky, is that enough snuggling? You just sneezed right in my face. What a derpy little guy. Okay. Yeah, I saw that the NFL Network comped him to AJ Dillon. Thing is, AJ Dillon doesn't run as angry as Braylon Allen does. All right, Niners are going to wrap up round 4. We made it through round 4. Only 3 more rounds to go, baby. Jacob Cowing to the Niners. He was probably my best wide receiver available at this point, other than the big. Well, actually, Jamari Thrash. So my 2 best remaining receivers are Johnny Wilson and Jamari Thrash. But Jacob Cowing's not too far down there. He's a deep threat. He'll be in the mix with the SMU kid they drafted a year or 2 ago. Yeah, Mac Dog, Danny Gray. There you go. They have 2 of those guys now, so whoever they feel is better to be the deep threat. That wide receiver room is pretty deep right now, but with the investments they're making at wide receiver, one of these guys are moving on, right? Whether it's Debo or Ayuk. So one of the things we can get from the draft is what these teams are thinking. They can tell us something. Kyle Shanahan can go to the press conference after round 1 and be like, no, we're going to keep both these guys. But when they come out and draft 2 wide receivers in the first 4 rounds, it's like, really? You're gonna keep both those guys after drafting those players? Okay, that's interesting. I like it. He's good. He's a good option for them. Not a crazy steal or anything. I had a day 3 grade, a general day 3 grade on him. Undersized. That's the thing on him. And it's not like he's got crazy speed. He ran 4.38. He's got good speed. Good to great speed, but it's not like anything insane. Both Ducky and Teddy, by the way, are Pomeranians, Kush.
So, Mr. Whitman.
Yes.
Mr. Whitman Sr. has requested we talk about our tradition.
So kind of going back to the stadium question, we have a tradition. My dad and I, we have been going to Packers Bears in Soldier for, COVID broke it up a little bit.
I thought you guys decided last year.
Two.
8 years?
And then my dad was overseas for a Euro trip. My mom and dad were gone, so the Bears-Packers was week 1, and they weren't back in time for the season. So 2 of the last 3 years, we haven't done it. But we did like 8 straight years starting in like 2013, maybe, 2012. But we're back on this year. Packers-Bears in Soldier, which might be the last Packers-Bears game in Soldier Field this year, because I would imagine with the new stadium, they'll be shut down for a year. They'll probably play at the Illinois in Northwestern's, but Northwestern Stadium's tiny.
Yeah, I don't know what
Champaign Stadium's a little bigger.
That's far, though.
I mean, are they going to play a year? I don't know where they're going to play. That's the hard thing.
Champaign's like 3 hours from Chicago.
Yeah, but that might be the next. I mean, they can't play at Lambeau. They can't play at.
Yeah, I don't think Lambeau would let the Bears use their stadium.
I mean, they could play it. Ooh, what if they played at Notre Dame?
That's in Indiana.
Yeah, but isn't that closer than
It is
Champaign?
Closer.
And it's a mat. That would be sick, actually. It might be their best option. If they need a stadium to play at, play it. That would be really cool. But anyway, we're excited to keep things going. It's always one of the best days of the year.
And then we'll go to some Panthers games.
Oh, yeah. We'll be at plenty of Panthers games this year.
Decided on the... What?
John Schneider just took another one of my
I'm sorry,
absolute my guys. I'm actually convinced, John Schneider, if you're watching this, UST alum, if you're watching this, I'm kind of convinced you watch my content, because he's just going down the board, taking some of my favorite players at their respective spots. Nehemiah Pritchett, to me, I mean, I talked about why I was undersold on a guy like TJ Tampa, because I thought Nehemiah Pritchett was a much better player for that lengthy zone corner. So I don't know if it's a perfect comp, but I saw a lot of Rasul Douglas in Nehemiah Pritchett's game. I'm going to actually go steal on this pick for the Seahawks, because I had Pritchett as a true 3rd-round grade, and you just got him at the top of the 5th. That's a legit steal. Now, I don't know where he's going to play necessarily, because I do see him as an outside corner. So if you really just want Witherspoon to be your slot and you want to start Pritchett on the outside, that's an option for them. But I don't know if that's necessarily the direction they want to go. But, I mean, Tariq Woolen was a little underwhelming last year. He's heading into year 3. Like, we don't know if that's a forever plan with Tariq Woolen. I know he had that big rookie year, but where I was going with Nehemiah Pritchett is he reminds me of Rasul Douglas, but he ran a 4.3 something. Rasul Douglas is slow. But I saw this off-zone corner with crazy high anticipation, zone IQ. Another guy he reminded me a lot of was the first-round corner that Washington took last year. that just was jumping balls, crazy first step acceleration. Emmanuel Forbes. It reminded me a lot of him, too, who obviously didn't have the best first year, but was a top 16 pick in the draft. So I'm a big fan, man. I had him definitely one of the best corners on the board for me. And I'm curious to see kind of how he competes in that room and how they want to play things out. I mean, the 5th round pick, you're not expecting much really in year one, but that pick definitely gets me excited for the Seahawks. From Jordy, year 4 of tuning into the stream. Listening to your commentary always took my mind off of law school. And this weekend you found out you passed the bar.
Woo-hoo! Congratulations.
Cheers to many more draft weekends. Congrats, Jordy. We're happy for you. We're stoked. Happy I could help you get through law school. I always get a laugh when people that are way smarter than me. We had first night we had, I think, a chemistry PhD, not a major, just someone that had a PhD in chemistry was like, oh, I always listen to you when I'm studying. And I'm like, I know you're not getting any chemistry advice from me. I know you're not getting any law school advice from me, but I'm happy I can keep you entertained while you go do some great stuff out there with your law degree, Jordy. And then Grim comments, Green Bay must feel really good about Stokes and Valentine. Yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, one encouraging thing for Packers fans is that they like what they saw from Valentine, who, I loved Valentine and want to see him continue to develop there. And yeah, Stokes, first-round pick 2 years ago. The question is that them being stubborn about the guy that they maybe overdrafted a little bit, or is he's healthy, they think he's really good? Time will tell, right? Still would love, for considering Green Bay has all of the picks in the world, where are the picks at? They moved up for one of my lowest ranked players in this entire draft, and then we're just sitting around. I don't see them coming up in the next 20 picks. So yeah, thanks. Okay, yeah, we haven't talked about Talib Still. I didn't get to Talib Still's tape, so I think I had him. He was at the top of my watch list. So he's a little undersized. He's 6 foot, just under 6 foot, 189, shorter arms, ran a 4.52. So you're lacking some of those size measurables that you look for. According to Dane Brugler, he's a smooth-moving athlete with natural ball skills that'll catch the attention of NFL coaches. He projects best as a nickel in a zone-heavy scheme. So that adds up in terms of what the Chargers need is a nickel corner in a zone-heavy system. So I would expect he'll be in the slot at that size. He does have good, he ran a 4.19 shuttle, which is a good time. So I didn't get to his tape, but good ball production, slot corner. It's fine. Not going to sit here and I feel like the Chargers have kind of punted, or at least, just kind of. I'm trying to think of a good golf analogy. I can't say hit it down the fairway because that's a really good thing to do. They're playing it safe. They're hitting they're in the sand trap, and instead of going for the green, they're just chipping it back into the fairway. There we go. There's your golf analogy while I'm wearing my golf shirt.
Also, sorry for the name typo. I missed an E the first time, and then I accidentally added an E.
I do like the becoming a running bit, though, that Anna can't spell Kentucky correctly, and that every time she tries to spell it, she just spells it a different way. All right, we have a little bit of a lull here, so I'm going to run to the bathroom and give you a minute from our sponsors here. Today's stream is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy, and with the draft this weekend, it is time for you to get ready for your best ball drafts over at Underdog Fantasy. If you're watching this stream, I can imagine you've probably done a little bit of draft research, which means you have an edge on the market in terms of knowing who these rookies are, how they're going to contribute to their teams, and a lot of the league winners for best ball on Underdog Fantasy are coming from those drafts in May, in early June, when you have an edge on those rookies before everybody finds out about them. So now is the time to sign up at Underdog Fantasy using promo code TFG. You can get involved in Best Ball Mania where you draft, set it, and forget it. No weekly lineups, none of that. It's all about the draft, baby, as we know. They also, of course, do have those pick'em contests that we all love. MLB, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, and, of course, NFL in the fall, where you can string together lineups, anything from 2 to 5 players, picking their stats with a chance at massive payout returns. I love Underdog Fantasy. I know you guys will too. So head over to UnderdogFantasy.com or scan the code on your screen. Use promo code TFG, and they will match up to $100 on your first deposit. That is plenty of wiggle room to go around and try all of the different things. I don't think I let the ad finish there, but it's promo code TFG over at Underdog Fantasy. But Xavier Thomas, this is more than a fine pick. I love this for the Cardinals. He is one of the more fascinating players in this draft in terms of a swing for the fences. He spent 6 years at Clemson after being one of the top 3 recruits in his high school class. He came in with Trevor Lawrence, and they were both like 1 and 3 in their high school class. So there's crazy hype for him coming in. But just a long road. COVID hit him hard. He had some off-field issues. He dealt with a bunch of injuries, and he kept going back to school to have that big year. And he did. He had his best year last year in year 6. So he's an older prospect, but I think he's very mature at this point, on and off the field. And like, he's so dynamic. Like, you can see why he was the number 3 recruit. His first step, the speed, the bend. A player he reminds me a lot of is Josh Uche, who's had a down year last year, but a year ago he was looking like, Pro Bowl type of pass rusher. Uche was also, I think, the 3rd round pick. And I love this opportunity here in Arizona. It's a wide open edge group. They don't have any certified starters there. It's a coach that's going to move these guys around, give these guys opportunities. And he just might be the most talented edge rusher in that entire room right away. So unless I'm forgetting anybody, I don't think I am. So I really would even say certified steal on Xavier Thomas. I had a 3rd to a 4th round grade on him. So to get him in the 4th is crazy. Now he's got to stay healthy. That's going to be the thing on him. But that's an exciting one. That's one of those 5th round picks where if he's a starter and a potential Pro Bowler 3 years down the road, you could look back and be like, how did he fall? And you have to follow his career and kind of see, okay, it just kind of took a while for everything to kind of fall into place for him. But yeah, he's fun. And then the Commanders just took Jordan McGee. He just cracked my top 10 linebackers. I think at this stage in the draft, with all the linebackers that have gone, I think that's a very good pick for the Commanders. He's definitely not going to have to play right away, which is good news for Jordan McGee. He's one of those vintage, like, I say vintage, but this is the new thinking on linebacker, is anywhere from 3rd to 5th round. Take the guys with the traits, with the highlights, put them in a situation where they have to work, they have to, put in the time, prove to the coaches that they're coachable and can get up to speed with NFL linebacker things. And then once they show that, 2-3 years down the road, you can find yourself a quality starter. He's got a great linebacker coach. Dan Quinn is excellent with linebackers. So if he's starting in 2 or 3 years, I wouldn't be surprised. He's fast to the ball. He's, a little undersized, 6'1", 230, but that's fine by modern standards. 32-inch arms is good arm length. Ran a 4.55. A 6.9 03 cone at his pro day is incredible. So he's got the traits, man. He's got the highlights. It's just a matter of developing them, and it's a good spot. It's a competitive room.
So the chat is wondering about Trotter and why he's falling.
Trotter, so I'm not horribly stunned. He's, he gets, I think, maybe bumped up because he did declare as a true junior. He's out of Clemson, and he's the son of Jeremiah Trotter. I always do that. Trotter, who I can't speak on his resume, but I do know he was an NFL player. So he's got the kind of lineage, the big school, the true junior tag, but he's undersized. He's not a freak athlete, and his tape is just okay. So you like some of the stuff on his player card, on his profile, but he was never really a player that I would have been overly excited handing the card in. I'm not trying to write him off. I think he could be one of these kind of developmental linebackers, but to be honest, a guy like Jordan McGee does have higher upside than a guy like Jeremiah Trotter. And I think some of these other guys getting taken are potentially better players right away. So I get it. I really do. Now, I did have a 3rd round grade on him, and I think he'd be a good pick at this point.
Another thing that's been commented on quite a few times is that the Cards are having a sneaky good draft.
Yeah, a lot of picks for the Cards. There's been a couple picks down the board a little bit that I was like, we'll see on Max Melton. They took him 42nd. I definitely didn't see a top 50 player in Max Melton. More of a 3rd round guy in that cluster of day, like later day 2 corners. I just was a little worried about his play strength, but it's a good system for him where he can move in space and do some fun stuff. So I'm definitely willing to give him a chance. And then the Isaiah Adams pick, I'm really curious to see how good he is in the pros. He's one of these, Canadian football converts, a little bit newer to like high level American football, and that's one where like, okay, I had a 6th round grade on him, but we talked about this last night. I'm fully ready to hold my hand up and be like, I didn't do my due diligence on him because they're going to play him at guard. And I watched his tackle tape. He wasn't very good at tackle, but if you got another Lorem Ipsum. Lorem Ipsum, incoming chat braid. But with Adams, I'm totally willing to open to the idea that he is a good athlete. His guard tape and his just his PFF grades at guard were much better. I even have it in my write-up from before the draft, like could be a much better guard than what we saw from him at tackle. So I'm open to the idea of him being a good player for them. They did take him quite early, though. They took him like top 75.
Sorry. I'm having issues over here. It's just going to have to stay there first.
All right, we're going to keep Lorem Ipsum up. Anybody that has used Photoshop, anybody that's ever used Photoshop has had a Lorem Ipsum moment. What does it mean?
I don't know what it means. Look it up.
Hey, Google, what does Lorem Ipsum mean?
A placeholder. But I don't know what it means.
Okay.
Maybe that's what it means.
It just said it's a placeholder text in graphic design. I was hoping it would tell us what it means in, I'm assuming it's Latin. But we did have the Cam Hart pick. I'll leave the love it up for Cam Hart. Big physical corner now to put into that room. They lost Michael Davis, I believe, went to Washington. Is that right, chat? Cam Hart reminds me a lot of Michael Davis, where he's not the fastest guy, but he's going to get up in your face and press you. One of these kind of slower, stiffer, big corners that it's tough. Some of these guys just completely flame out. Some of these guys turn into Shavarius Ward. My knocks on Cam Hart, if I pull him up, because I had Hart as a 4th round grade, so I do like it in the 5th. Some people had him really high. Another comp I had on him that Chargers fans will be familiar with is Brandon Faison. But he's really grabby at the top of breaks, doesn't trust his feet. I don't think he got flagged a ton, but I would expect him to get flagged more in the pros than he did in college. The long speed's just not very good. And then, yeah, again, grabby when the ball's in the air. Doesn't really, not a lot of ball production, right? Just 4 pass breakups, 0 interceptions, and he did have 9 penalties the last 2 seasons. So that's kind of the big knock on him, is he's just not really composed down the field. He just wants to grab you. He wants to maul you. It's good at the line, but in terms of getting those interceptions, making those plays down the field, really not a lot of ball production at all. It's not a good sign when a guy has more than twice the amount of penalties than he does pass disruptions. No interceptions, 4 pass breakups to 9 penalties. So that's the knock on him. And he's an inconsistent tackler. So there was definitely some issues on him, but a value in the 5th round, to say the least.
You had everybody's Google Homes going off talking about Laura Pittsburgh.
Really? That's amazing. It's like the South Park episode where Cartman has like 20 different Google Homes and he gets them to talk crap to each other. That's hilarious. Everybody's Google Homes. I'm going to get you guys on that.
All right. Cedric Van Pran.
Yeah, this is one of the steals of the draft, you guys. Wow. So the Buffalo Bills needed a center going into this draft. I think they brought somebody in to play center, but they lost their longtime stud in Mitch Morse. Went to Jacksonville. So I'm checking to see who they even have right now. So, yeah, they have Connor McGovern. They're going to slide inside. They have David Edwards and Osiris Torrance. So it's a decent group. I don't think McGovern's played a lot of center. I think he could handle it, but he might not have to now. Cedric Van Pran, for me, was a 2nd to a 3rd round grade. I liked him a lot. I think he's a lot better than a lot of linemen that have gone already. He's not the biggest guy. He's not the most incredible athlete, but he's just one of these players. It's really hard to put this into words, but when you're really grinding through all these linemen, you see guys that can overthink things. They don't play fast. They don't just block guys. Like, I know it sounds lazy, but sometimes guys are just, they're clunky and they're second guessing themselves. They're not aggressive. They don't have the right mentality. It's almost like either they don't have that game awareness or they don't have that mentality of like they love playing offensive line. I feel that way about Cedric Van Pran. He's just very comfortable with who he is. He flies off the ball. He's on guys quickly. He's got really good feet and pass protection. He'll give up some ground in his anchor. You don't want to leave him one-on-one with Quinnen Williams in this division. That's not going to be a good idea, but working double teams, he'll be just fine there. And as a run blocker, I think he's really smooth. Not going to displace or create a lot of drive, but just very steady, gets in the way of guys and stays in front of them. I don't really get why he falls to the 5th round. I think that's a mistake by the NFL. I wouldn't be surprised if he is starting at center in year 1. Probably not week 1, but I think it's an absolute steal. Buffalo's made some really good picks. I loved the Bishop pick. They've done an excellent job with some of those big losses that they had. They've done a really good job filling those holes. Cole Bishop and Cedric Van Pran, they lost both their safeties. They lost their center. I think they've filled them well. Obviously, how good Keon Coleman is going to be a big one for them with basically their 1st round pick. All right, Colts pick is coming in. Anthony Gold. Okay. I mean, he's a great backup for Josh Downs. if they feel like, okay, we got some bigger wide receivers. You know, they drafted Adonai Mitchell. You have Alec Pierce. You have Michael Pittman. They're looking at their roster saying, we need one more wide receiver in here. We need someone that can be a backup for Downs, maybe be like a return guy so that you don't have to ask Josh Downs to be that guy. If you just want Downs to focus on wide receiver, he fits. I don't think if everybody's healthy, he's not going to really be a weapon for you. But if Downs goes down, Gold is a very similar type of player. I liked his tape. He runs quick routes. He is a dynamic return man. I think it's a very solid pick. I don't think I'm going to sit here and rave about it like he's going to be a superstar, but he does make sense as a 5th rounder. Definitely thought he was a draftable player, just not the highest upside, but that's fine. I like him more than like Luke McCaffrey, who Washington took 2 rounds ago. Also, where are all the Packers picks? Did they just give up all of their picks to trade up for Evan Williams? Like,
yeah, I don't see them.
What is going on in Green Bay? Why they started so good, and then the 3rd round happened, and they're just like, see ya. We're just going to take all these picks and just throw them in the dumpster. I don't get it. I thought today was going to be an exciting day for the Packers, and it's just like so underwhelming.
Yeah, seriously, what do they pick again? I have no idea. Let's see if we can figure it out.
It's actually mind-blowing. They had 15 picks, and they've made 1 so far and aren't up in the next 15.
Okay, they're 168 and 169.
Okay.
So that's their next picks.
Can't wait to see what special teamer they're about to trade up for. They're about to trade up for a long snapper.
Someone in the chat was requesting that you have a Minnesota subscriber meetup before we move to Charlotte.
I like that idea. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Do like go to like Punch Bowl Social or something fun.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah, we should do it.
All right, someone wants to know what was your favorite pick of the 4th round?
Favorite pick of the 4th round. I mean, it's cheating, but the first 2, Troy Franklin and Jatavion Sanders, were no-brainers. But if we got to go a little more difficult, a little more challenging than that, Malik Mustafa to the Niners. As a Packers fan, that's my least favorite, because I was like 2 picks after the Packers traded up for literally. I watched film on 22 safeties this year. The lowest ranked one I had was Evan Williams, who I didn't even really have a draftable grade on. The Packers trade up for him, and then 2 picks later, the hated 49ers come up for my number 1 ranked safety and Malik Mustafa, who's going to be an absolute demon for them. So I think Malik Mustafa. There were definitely some good picks though in round 4.
And then you have a super chat from Moonman. You want me to read it?
I see it. Moonman. Seahawks might be having like my guys draft. It's actually blowing my mind because their GM is from my alma mater, St. Thomas, and he's just going down the board taking some of my favorite players. So they're going to be a fun draft review when we get to their video, but I love what they're doing. Okay, J.D. Bertrand. I like J.D. Bertrand to the Falcons. He was in my top 10 linebackers list. I talked about him when we had A.J. Schneider on, and I had to come up with a my guy at linebacker, and I was like, I kind of like J.T. Bertrand. He's a really good blitzer. There's a lot of Drew Tranquill in his game. I know you don't scout the helmet, but moves a lot like Drew Tranquill, blitzes like Drew Tranquill, plays at the same school. So I don't think he'll start right away. Atlanta's got a pretty solid room out there, but he I think was a little underrated because he wasn't able to work out. I think I actually have a little cut up on Bertrand, but Yeah, I would not be surprised if, he's a great special teamer, and then a couple years down the road, he's starting games for the Falcons. You're good. Bears have traded up. I think this has got to be Bo Limmer, which would be a phenomenal move. Phenomenal. They still need a center, and Bo Limmer, to me, was a third-round grade. A couple more super chats from Gooby. Also, I need to put a grade on the last pick here. I'm going to go love it to update the graphic there. Love it for JT Bertrand. Right around the range I had him. I had him as a 4th to a 5th round guy, so he was tied for my 8th ranked linebacker with Tyrese Knight. So I'm happy to see those guys come off the board at a good point for those dudes. But super chats. Let's see. Yeah, Gooby says Cowboys looking at Estime or Tracy as their running back. If they can get, there's still very good running backs. Estime, I love Kamani Vidal. He ended up as my RB5. I think he could be a monster for the Cowboys. I'm a little bit lower on Tracy. I don't know that I'm drafting him to be a starting running back right away. Still new to the position. Ooh, Bears, Austin Booker. Wow, that's a good pick. That's maybe even better than Bo Limmer in terms of upside. I'm surprised Austin Booker lasted this long. I think he ran a 4.8, and I think that was a turnoff for NFL teams, but he's my favorite later round developmental edge rusher in this draft. The Bears need other pieces not named Montez Sweat to step up in that edge room. And Booker's in a spot where he's going to play, he's going to rotate, but they don't need him right away as a 5th round pick. He's super fun because he has so many different moves in his tool belt for such a young, underdeveloped edge rusher, and he's pretty effective with a vast variety of moves. He's got power, he's got a spin, he's got a swim, he's got a little bend in his game, he's got really quick feet. He didn't run very fast, but I think he's fast enough and has a good enough first step that you're not necessarily worried about the long speed for him. So to come up for this guy, I thought he should have gone in the 3rd round. So really good pick for the Bears. To me, that is a certified reach out here on the channel. Love the aggressiveness there. And now the Broncos are up. Citrus, is Kyler a potential dark horse MVP candidate? I don't hate it. The narrative would be there. I was thinking about that this morning, actually, and how Kyler Murray, I'm so happy for him that he gets Marvin Harrison, because I don't think there's been a quarterback that has received more unnecessary hate in the league than Kyler Murray. Gets a huge contract, was playing at an MVP level, and then everything just went down the drain. Cliff Kingsbury, the team fell apart, he got hurt, and everybody just jumped on the Call of Duty jokes and thought he sucked. And it's like, how did that happen so quickly? He was one of my favorite players in the league. So for him to kind of come back with a good coaching staff, a lot of help around him now. If they were a 10-win team and he had a great season, I 100% like him as a dark horse candidate. Not a favorite or anything like that, but certainly could be in the mix. All right, the Broncos go Chris Abrams-Drain. That's a good pick. My guy Kalen Carson is really falling. I like Kalen Carson, but looking like that's going to be an L from me as a 2nd, 3rd round guy, but it's all good. Chris Abrams-Drain is like one of these undersized, lightning quick corners where you're just going to be worried about the, contesting balls, hanging with big receivers. Certain matchups are going to be issues for him. You can't really use him as like a big press man corner. But in Vance Joseph's scheme as an off-zone corner to compete with the Iowa kid they took last year, I don't know that he's a good enough run defender to be a slot for them, but they don't need that. They have Jaquan McMillan in the slot, so he'll be in the mix. I like him as depth. He's a useful corner because he's so athletic. He's got instincts. Thought he had a good Senior Bowl week. So in the 5th round, as cornerback depth, hard to complain. Very hard to complain. I had a 3rd to a 4th round grade on him, so definitely talking about value there. And he does have some run defense deficiencies, but he's not a horrible tackler. Yeah, Riley Moss is the Iowa corner I was trying to think of. Thank you, Moon.
Someone in the chat is interested in joining your Madden League and wants the info.
Oh, yeah. All right, yeah, we got a little downtime. Shout out the TFGO League again. We did get 2 applicants. Love filling out the league. We, I think, still have 4 or 5 spots open. Don't quote me on that, but I'm grabbing the link right now. Yeah, it's a fun time, man. We got one more season left, and then we're gonna probably do a little like fantasy draft league, like a 1 or a 2 season fantasy draft before we pick up with next year. But I bring that up because someone earlier was saying, I want to see you do a video of like a NFL redraft situation. I'll probably be streaming that on Twitch, so it's twitch.tv/thatfranchise guy. Make sure you're following. I don't know when that's going to be, but take a moment to promote the Madden side of things. You guys can also follow TFG Plays on YouTube. Haven't posted a video since Christmas because draft season arrived, but with NCAA coming out this summer, we're going to see a little bit of a rebirth, I think, with TFG Plays to some degree. Really excited for the new NCAA game. I mean, the original NCAA game is like what got me really into football. It was more NCAA than Madden back in like late middle school. It was like NCAA. I had like a Georgia Tech online dynasty with all my friends. And that was like my introduction to like learning football. Didn't really get into Madden until like 3 or 4 years after that. From Jazz, been watching since 2019. Tune in every year. Thank you for joining us, Jazz. Again. But what do I think about Philly not going linebacker? I was talking about this last night. I'm definitely surprised. It's not like this was a great linebacker class, but they've had opportunities to address it. It was a problem for them last year, and Devin White's not going to solve that. So I love the cornerback additions, but yeah, how can you not be worried about a repeat of teams just taking advantage of that position? I figured after what happened last year, teams really exploited that from them. I figured they would finally invest something in it, and they didn't. So it'll definitely be like the Achilles heel for the Eagles, but it's if you're going to have an Achilles heel, it might as well be linebacker, but some teams are able to exploit that. It's just a little bit harder. So yeah, it's interesting. The Titans just took Jarvis Brownlee Jr. Good player. Had a really fun Senior Bowl week. Just some of the best instincts, I think, of any corner in this draft. And I obviously don't say that lightly. Just heavy anticipation, really good eyes with his eyes on the quarterback. He's got good zone eyes, good ball skills. He's scrappy. He's just not the biggest, not the fastest. Kind of a question in terms of like, is he a slot? Is he an outside guy? But with the Titans implementing that Ravens style scheme, I like Brownlee because it's going to be a lot of that zone stuff where they're creating that confusion. They're going to be blitzing, getting after the quarterback, and then he can kind of keep his eyes on the QB, jump stuff. He'll be a super scrappy special teamer. He's the type that's like not going to rest until he gets his starting opportunity, and he might get it and not look back. So I love Jarvis Bradley at this point in the 5th round. I had him as a 3rd to a 4th round guy. Him and Chris Abrams-Drain go back to back, and I had them identical grades. So that totally adds up. And both guys I thought were values. I could have seen taking either of those guys at the end of the 3rd into the 4th. We're now in the 5th. So definitely a value. I love that pick for Tennessee. Will definitely be a player I'm rooting for because he's the type of – he's just the aesthetic of corner that you like, the guy that is going to take those risks. And the risks paid off for him at the Senior Bowl. He have 2 picks in the game. He either had 2 picks in the Senior Bowl game or had 2 throughout the week. But he had a rep that really stood out to me at the Senior Bowl where he literally just ran the route for the wide receiver. It's almost like he had like a hearing aid and could hear from the quarterback to the wide receiver like what the route was. Obviously, that's not what happened. He just based on the receiver's footwork knew what was coming. He jumped it, was all over it. I'm like, okay, this guy gets it. It's just a matter of the traits because he's 5'10", he's light, he's 190 pounds. He ran a 4.54, 31-inch vertical, like 6'9", 4.3 cone is good, but he just is not a special athlete for the position. And maybe he could be a safety too with those instincts. His tackling was really good, so wouldn't be surprised with that either if he found a role as a free safety in the league. All right, got a couple super chats to catch up on. From Purpose Over Pleasure, how many hours do I work a day, summer and in season? Because I pump out content. I work a lot. Now, a lot of what I do doesn't feel like work because love watching football, love a lot of the stuff, but I would say during the busy times, I'm working 60 to 80 hours a week, 80 on the high end. But
you do crank a lot out when I work 24 hours.
Yeah, it's hard to gauge because I work a lot when Anna works 24-hour shifts at the hospital. So it's like I'm mostly working during that. So let's say you go 40 hours a week at the hospital. I'm probably working 30 of those 40. And then I try to sleep when you sleep. So probably get 30 then. And then probably, another anywhere from 20 to 40 hours on top of that. So there's very few weeks where I work less than 50 hours a week. I would say that. Audric Estime off the board finally in the 5th round. I mean, this is a huge value for Denver. And whoops. We're good. Yeah, man, I really liked Audric Estime. He ran really slow at the combine, but made up for it at his pro day. He's got really light feet for a bigger back. He's got excellent vision. He's smooth for a big guy. While he didn't run very fast, you don't see him getting caught from behind really at all. So, I mean, I understand him falling because he's not the most sensational athlete, but I had a 3rd to a 4th round grade on him. And for Denver, I mean, after what we saw from Javonte Williams last year, trying to come back from that ACL, definitely getting some J.K. Dobbins types of vibes with maybe he's just not the same guy. And, they have Samaje Perine, but, Perine's not a horrible comp for Audric Estime either. So definitely their type, that bigger north-south runner. I think Sean Payton's going to like him a lot. And probably not going to play a ton in year 1, but year 2, would not be surprised if he's a true starting running back for the Broncos. Going to be a good guy for your dynasty drafts, I think. To kind of stash for a year. And then Tommy Eichenberg to the Raiders. Okay, I like that pick for them. He's a super smart player, ultra high IQ. I think he's underrated in coverage, just the way he kind of navigates zones and stuff. Ultra instincts. I want to say, I have this in my notes. I want to say in 2022, he led all of college football in defensive stops. I could be wrong about that. Let me pull that up. 2022, he was second in college football in defensive stops. Not quite as much production in his final season, but reminds me a lot of Josie Jewell, where he's going to fall in the draft because he's not going to test well. He's not the biggest guy, all that. You're going to see a lot of better athletes getting drafted ahead of him, but once you get to training camp and you got to pick your starting linebackers or who that first guy in off the bench is, you're going to be really hard-pressed to say it's anybody other than Tommy Eichenberg. And I like him in that room because Robert Spillane's there, had a good year last year. Divine Diablo's there. If you want to get into any three linebacker type of stuff, I think he's a very useful player out there. And I love it. They've definitely, the Raiders are having kind of that Detroit Lions type of draft where they're like, we are going to be the punch you in the mouth, kneecap biting team in the AFC. Not saying they're as talented as the Lions, but they're going with that same approach. My only question is who the hell is playing right tackle for the Raiders? They must really believe in Thayer Munford, which I'm just going to say I think is a mistake. All right. Super chat from Trump Truck. What do you think of Tulane's quarterback, Michael Pratt? Yeah, the quarterbacks falling at this point is becoming a value. I'm not horribly surprised that it's happening, but yeah, I mean, I think Michael Pratt was a third-round guy. Rattler, I think, late second, early third would have been an option. I can't imagine those guys last much longer. We've got teams now like New Orleans, Indianapolis, Cleveland at this point could think about one of those guys. Carolina, I hate to say it, but like in the event that Bryce Young just isn't good, you might want to just throw a dart at a guy like Spencer Rattler. There's definitely some picks coming up where we're making those types of picks could make sense. So the Bengals pick is in. It's Josh Newton out of TCU. I did get some evals done this morning, and the next guy I was going to watch was Josh Newton, but we had to go live. Are you using the mouse?
Go ahead.
But definitely a draftable type of dude. He's a great athlete, quick twitch athleticism. Not the fastest guy, but maybe enough speed. I'm just kind of going off of Brugler's evaluation, just kind of trusting him on this one. But, scrappy, instinctive, potential slot. So I did think Cincinnati needed some depth. Probably a special teamer, someone that's going to compete. I'm not going to grade it because I didn't watch him, didn't have a grade on him. But seems to be a sound pick based on what I can tell. I just unfortunately didn't get to his tape yet. I did. I had ultimately ended up with 260 guys that I watched in this draft, and I think there's 262 picks. So once we get into 6th, 7th round, we're going to be doing a little bit more on-the-fly research on these guys. Let's see. Do we have any super chats? From Cerberus. Every year, and Cerberus, every time you're in here and you comment, I just think of Cerberus from Mass Effect, which is a shout out to one of my favorite game series out there. But anyway, every year the Broncos get steals in day 2 and 3. They always get good players at great value, but it never seems to matter. Why is this draft different? Well, great question. Coaching would be the first thing that comes to my mind. I mean, who did they get last year that was like the crazy day 3 steals with Sean Payton? And maybe it just takes a little bit of time with a Sean Payton, but last year, you know, I didn't. Oh, there's Spencer Rattler. We just were talking about this. So I'll finish up my thoughts, then we'll talk about Spencer. I mean, you go back to last year's draft, day 3. I didn't think Riley Moss was like a crazy good prospect, to your point. Alex Forsythe, I didn't think was crazy. They took Mims in the second, I thought was fine. Who am I missing here? I'm not really seeing. J.L. Skinner was a good value, but he was coming off the injury, so he might return value this year. I think coaching has been their issue, right? In terms of getting these late round guys to click. So I would say that's why it's different, is you're having faith in Sean Payton as opposed to Vance Joseph and Nathaniel Hackett, right? Like that's a better gamble to take there. Which I think is a good enough reason to give you some hope there. But yeah, Spencer Rattler now off the board of the Saints. Hey, I think this is a phenomenal pick. Really. I didn't think I would like be all in on the Spencer Rattler pick when it happened because I'm kind of lukewarm on him. But I did have him like someone that I would consider at the end of the 3rd round. So here in the 5th round, behind Derek Carr, that's the perfect spot for Spencer Rattler. You know Derek Carr is not the long-term answer. Are we sure Derek Carr is the short-term answer? I'm sure as hell not. But you know, if Carr is mediocre this year, you could be looking at Rattler as an out in a year for them as a 5th-round pick. It's not unheard of for that to happen. If there's gonna be a Dak Prescott or a Kirk Cousins this year, that's a day 3 pick that becomes a starter. I think Rattler or Pratt were going to be the 2 guys in the mix there. And I love that they're continuing to invest and kind of push Derek Carr a little bit because they took a guy last year. They're going to take a guy this year. They'll probably keep taking guys until they find a guy that has a little bit of that hidden gem. Rattler's an interesting guy where he was the projected number 1 overall pick following he would have been after Jalen Hurts at Oklahoma, I believe, and ended up getting beat out by Caleb Williams at Oklahoma. Caleb leaves. Caleb goes to USC, and Rattler ends up transferring as well as Lincoln Riley left. So everything kind of dismantled in Oklahoma. You can understand why he lost that job as a young player at Oklahoma to frickin' Caleb Williams, but really matured on and off the field at South Carolina, looked at it as a fresh start and cleaned up his game, started to play on time more often. Kind of like a poor man's version of what happened to Bo Nix, where he was this sporadic wild card of a quarterback running around, making stuff happen. That was Auburn days for Bo Nix. Goes to South Carolina, settles in a little bit more. Now, he doesn't have the consistent accuracy or the, consistent execution on time that Bo Nix had at Auburn. That's why there's a 4-round difference between those players. But if he continues to work at it, I love a quarterback that's gone through adversity and has had to kind of learn how to work. And we'll see where it goes, man. We'll see where it goes. For the Colts, they take a safety/linebacker project. I do think Carly's will be a linebacker for him. Played safety at Missouri. I actually really like this as a fit. Most of the developmental linebackers were gone at this point. Like, all my top 10, Jeremiah Trotter's still there, but we talked about him. He's not this crazy high upside guy. He doesn't have the crazy traits. You were really out of developmental linebackers when Jordan McGee came off the board. You still have Curtis Jacobs, but I like the idea of Javon Carley is a little better than like Curtis Jacobs. So I'm actually going to go with Lovett. I ultimately had Carly's as just a day 3 project grade, but he's really fascinating. He's, by modern standards, he's young, only 4 years at Missouri, which in the old days, 4 years was average, but with COVID year, most of the players we're seeing drafted today are 5th or 6th year players. So he's an SEC, 4 years in, 4 years out. Something to be said about that. But ran a 4.5 flat at almost 6'3", 230 pounds, and he played deep safety. So he's got those kind of coverage top-down feels, understands coverage structures a little bit. But just, he's got to learn a new position. So very Coltsy pick. He gets to sit behind Harrison, I believe, the linebacker from Alabama, who's been around the league, that was a safety, now a linebacker in their system. So he can play special teams, learn from a guy that's done that route, gone that route as a safety linebacker convert, and Indianapolis has done a phenomenal job with day 3 linebackers. They would be at the top of my list for that position group. So he's a name to keep an eye on if they do this right and have that patience. Shout out to whoever it was in the chat that was pointing out that the Panthers took a guy kind of like Carly's. They took this raw, freaky athlete out of Penn State, and then they just cut him after a year. It's like, well, what did you think you were getting when you took that player? So you got to be patient with a guy like this, but that can definitely pay off if you're willing to wait. You got a shout out from a super chat, babe.
Thank you.
From SJA.
Thank
you
so
to
much.
TFGF. Tyler says Joe Milton to the Eagles late. Sure. I like him more as a tight end project. Joe Milton in the 6th, 7th round is a fun pick. I think you can use him in Wildcat packages as a Taysom Hill type and teach him some tight end stuff. I actually like him to the Saints for that reason. If you wanted an out from Taysom Hill, if you've got room for him on the roster, I like him to the Lions. Would be a good shout out too. You're bringing him back to Michigan, where he was, and then, I've always liked the idea because that's that Saints staff that is now in place in Detroit. That's part of why I liked Anthony Richardson for them last year. If they could have made that happen, was like, you can use him as a Wildcat QB in the Taysom Hill role while he learns quarterback. I'm not necessarily teaching Joe Milton quarterback. I'm teaching him tight end, but you get him with the best tight end coach in the world and Dan Campbell. I would love him in Detroit. If you're looking for an area for him to succeed, Philadelphia, sure. But good question. He's an interesting prospect. I just don't really see him as a quarterback. He's going to be 25 this year and is one of the more raw quarterbacks you'll see. If it hasn't clicked yet, like, he's got an absolute cannon for an arm, but he can't hit the broadside of a barn. So what's the point? And then Keegan wondering on thoughts on the Chargers draft. Day 1, day 2 was phenomenal. Like, killed the first couple days of the draft. Been pretty underwhelmed with day 3 from them so far. But if you kill the first 2 days, you can stomach not crushing it on day 3. And those guys could work out, but I just didn't see. Especially like a Boygby. That was fine. I don't think he'll be an impact player. Be a rotational lineman for you. Okay, Eagles taking Anaya Smith. It's such a good fit. This is, for those that have been around and kind of followed what I've said about the Eagles and the wide receiver room, this is the exact piece I've pinpointed for him. I went on this rant twice yesterday, but I'll reiterate the point for those that weren't here yesterday. People have said, oh, the Eagles need another wide receiver because you look at the depth chart, there's not really anybody after Smith and A.J. Brown. My point is, and this goes all the way back to when people said they should take Jackson Smith and Jigba in the first round, and I pushed back on that idea. When you have an elite wide receiver talent or a receiver room, what's the point of putting a guy in there that you feel the need to give targets to that's just going to result in less efficient targets than you're getting from A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, and Dallas Goedert? That's enough mouths to feed. You want as many targets going to those guys as possible. When you put another bigger name, a bigger investment in there, yeah, it might be a need on paper. You need a wide receiver 3, but it's like, why would you invest in that? Because then you're going to have to give the guy the ball, yada, yada. Ainias Smith is like the perfect guy to just plug into that room. He's a gadget player. If you throw him a bubble screen, that's great. If you dump it down to him underneath, that's great. He can return kicks. Very on par with like the Alemedy Zacchaeus type of investment. I think they're totally fine to plug in gadget players, specific types of role players. You can kind of pick off the bench depending on what you need for that given play from that third wide receiver role. So there's going to be plenty of work for him to do. And then they're going to have, other guys on that roster that can do other stuff too. So I like the idea of wide receiver 3 by committee in Philadelphia. So I really like that fit with Smith. And then Deontay Prince to the Jags. I continue to wonder. I mean, Kalen Carson, at this point, it has to be either off-field or medical, something I wasn't aware of. He is too talented to fall this far because he's a top 10 corner still on the board for me, but Prince makes sense. He's your vintage, underdeveloped, ultra athlete out of the SEC. He can run fast. He's got good size. There was other guys I liked, but I think it's a fine pick. He was all the way down at 31 for me. I preferred Marcellus Dial out of South Carolina. I thought was a lot better if you're looking for that type of player. Dwight McGlothern out of Arkansas. DJ James. Being a little bit critical. But of all the guys I watched that were in that kind of cluster of developmental day 3 guys, he was the one that I really felt like was very loose in coverage, didn't really snap onto stuff, lacked that anticipation. But the traits are there. He's 6 foot. We're at a 4.38, so be a good special teamer if nothing else. All right, let's see if I got any super chats, and then we're in a commercial, so I might take a brief break. But from Benjamin, did I watch Fallout yet? Yes, I did. I loved it. Big Fallout fan. Enjoyed the show thoroughly. I might just watch it again. I liked it so much. But yeah, I think we're all caught up on super chats. Brennan Jackson just went to the Rams, and the Eagles just traded up. So we actually have some action here. Can't take a break quite yet. I watched Brennan Jackson this morning. Think he's a good football player. He's a big-bodied edge. He's crafty. He kind of has a good quick-hitting rip move. He's got a little power, a push-pull swim. I would say he's assertive against the run. He's got a lighter lower half and sometimes gets driven off the ball a little bit, but
Did I miss the Rams pick?
That's what I'm breaking down right now.
Who is it?
It's Brennan Jackson. And he's
guess on spelling here.
He's an edge from Washington State. Good, useful, rotational edge player on day 3 of the draft. I definitely thought we'd see his name come off the board in the first 2 rounds of today's day of the draft. So now with that, I'm going to take a second. Today's draft stream is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. As a diehard NFL fan, I get it. The summer months can get a little bit long with our professional sports as we wait for our football to come back. But thanks to Underdog Fantasy Pick'em contests, they can help you spice up your interest in MLB, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs with their Pick'em contests, where you can string together stats on anywhere from 2 to 5 players, and you can cross sports too. You can go Shohei Ohtani home runs mixed with Anthony Edwards points, you name it, all the way up to 5 players with the chance from small entries to win massive payouts. My wife and I are huge Twins fans. We have season tickets, and Underdog Fantasy keeps me glued to the edge of my seat, waiting to see if our starting pitcher is going to, get his 30-something fantasy points, or if we're going to get that 7th inning home run I'm waiting on. Even when your lineup doesn't hit, it can feel like you're winning because it just ramps up your interest in every single game. I love Underdog Fantasy. I know you guys will too. And of course, they have NFL when it picks back up, including their best ball tournaments as well. And most of all, if you sign up right now using promo code TFG, they will match up to $100 on your first deposit. That's plenty to participate in all your other sports over the summer. And then you got a stash waiting for you for football in the fall. So that's promo code TFG at Underdog Fantasy. Thank you to Underdog for sponsoring today's stream. And let's get back to the draft. Today's draft stream is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. As a diehard NFL fan, I get it. The summer months can get a little bit long with our professional sports as we wait for our football to come back. But thanks to Underdog Fantasy Pick'em contest. All right, we're back. There's Jeremiah Trotter. We were just breaking him down, and we were just breaking down the Eagles' need for a linebacker. So at this point, I mean, we're well into the 5th round. I mean, we were kind of underselling Jeremiah Trotter, but all the way into the 5th round, he is a certified steal this late. I do think he's going to be in the mix for their LB2 job. What we were saying about him was, his dad played in the league. He's a true junior out of Clemson. So he's going to get some love when he declares early like that. He had hype early on, someone that was always on the public radar, if you will. But undersized guy, not the most sensational athlete in the world. And his tape is a little bit all over the place, but he's definitely a playmaker. He kind of just splashes a little bit of everything in terms of the run defense, the blitzing, the coverage. So someone's certainly worth betting on in the 5th round. And I would anticipate is going to be a potential starter for them. I mean, you still got Nakobe Dean in there. They signed Devin White. I don't know that he'll beat those guys out right away, but maybe year 2, starting behind Devin White, it's a really good pick. Hard to complain about that one. You're a wizard, Howie.
I just want to let you know that you missed my Andy Dalton shout out.
I did. I was wondering.
Cincinnati pick.
When did you say that out loud, like audibly?
It was on the graphic, and you just.
I missed it.
You didn't even notice. You gave it a love it. I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
Funny enough, he was from TCU too.
There you go. Yeah. Horned frog.
Oh, Teddy heard Andy Dalton. He's waking up.
Oh, did you hear Andy Dalton's name? You need it. You need a treat. I think is what he needs. There you go, bud. Crunch, crunch. All right, let's take a look at best players available at this point. So, I believe my top 60 are all gone. My top 68 are all gone, but my number 69 ranked player, Kalen Carson, is my top ranked player available. And then we got to go down to Bo Limmer at 76, offensive center. Kamani Vidal, 77. Johnny Wilson, 78. So there's a run right there just outside the top 75 where I see some really good players still here. Then you've got Christian Mahogany, interior offensive lineman out of Boston College at 86. We've got Christian Jones out of Texas. I did not see lasting this long, considering some of the tackles. Like, with all due respect to some of the linemen that have come off the board, I don't get taking a lot of the guys, especially looking at like that top of the third round group with like Caden Wallace over Christian Jones. I just cannot understand that. So yeah, you got Christian Jones there. All those guys within the top 100 still available. Would be some names of like potential starters that teams could be getting. Browns pick will be coming in here in a second. Jamari Thrash. Very talented wide receiver. He would have been right behind Johnny Wilson for my best wide receiver still available. I like Jamari Thrash. I think he's really fleet of foot in his route running. I think he can separate. He's very Jerry Jeudy-esque. So if Jerry Jeudy goes down, I think Jamari Thrash can step in and just do exactly what you wanted to do with Jerry Jeudy. Now they just paid Jeudy, so it's not like you're looking at him as a long-term replacement or anything like that, but he's good after the catch. He can track the deep ball really well. He's got a second gear to kind of run under it. A lot to like in Jamari Thrash. Definitely got buried in this deep wide receiver class. Ooh, I like that sweatshirt that Andrew Berry, the Browns GM, is wearing. It's a lot like what I was wearing yesterday.
Ooh, I do like that.
Gotta get me one of those. But yeah, I love that pick for the Browns. I had Thrash as a late third, early fourth round type of guy.
Great name, by the way.
Oh yeah.
We haven't had a lot of great names this draft, I feel like.
Oh really?
You don't feel like?
I disagree.
Maybe I haven't been paying much attention.
Well, to be fair,
we did have Kool-Aid.
we had Kool-Aid McKinstry. To be fair, Storm Duck has not been drafted yet.
Storm Duck. All
Yeah.
right, I can't wait.
Yeah. Or another cornerback, Kenny, Kenih, Kenny H. Lovely. We also have a Tyrek Funderburk.
Ooh,
There's some corners down the board with real all name potential.
all right.
Yeah, we still got time. We still got time for some of these player names. Marcus Rosemy Jack Saint.
What was that one?
Marcus Rosemy Jack Saint. I've been called Marcus the Rosemy Jack Saint sometimes, I think.
All right, you got some super chats.
All right. Plus, our Panthers are on the clock.
They are.
I think the Panthers have officially run out of offensive picks, I think. Unless they just take Johnny Wilson and just say full on send at wide receiver. Also, you see this, babe?
I do see this.
Where are they?
I don't know, but that woman looks like she's in distress. Oh, now she's happy that she knows she's on camera.
So, there must be a Panthers collection of...
Pipeline?
Because they had, for the second round, the International Fan of the Year announced the pick from Germany. So, we got to take all of our... And Chandler Zavala is out there? This is so cool. This is really cool because we love Munich and we love Charlotte and we're moving to Charlotte. We'll have to take our Panthers love to Charlotte. The TFG meetup in Munich for the Panthers. I didn't realize there was such a strong tie there. He just turns right back. Wonder if he has to go. And they take Chow Smith-Wade, so they finally go a little defense. I didn't get to my final write-up on Chow Smith-Wade, but I have seen him play. Saw him at the Senior Bowl, saw him in one game for Washington State. Just didn't quite finish my notes and get a final grade on him, but decent enough option on day 3 of the draft. He's very feisty and physical, likes to use his hands a little bit too much probably, but as a potential Troy Hill long-term replacement. Makes a lot of sense. He's quick, and I think as a slot corner, could have some potential there. Will be a good special teamer. He's a good use of a 5th-round pick, I think. I'm just going to say I like that pick for them. I wonder if Teddy has to go outside. He seems to be... He's fine? Okay.
But you have a bunch of super chats.
Yeah. So... Okay, so Jeremiah Trotter played for the Eagles. I didn't even really put that together. I probably should have known that, but that's really cool. Wolf of Iowa says, did I like Starfield? I just didn't have time to fully dive into Starfield. I'm going to give it another go at some point. And then from Keegan, did I like Hayden Hatton? Yeah, I watched him this morning. Wait, Hayden Hatton? Am I getting him confused with the Tennessee? You said go Vandals. I'm thinking of Kamal Hatton. Kamal Haddon is who I watched. So I didn't get to Hayden Hatton out of Vanderbilt. He is not even really on... Is he a corner? I got thrown off because I was thinking of Tennessee corner Haddon. So Hayden Hatton is... What even position is he? Hayden Hatton is a wide receiver. So, yeah, he was not... okay, just give me one quick second here. I know. I didn't get to him, unfortunately. But the Dolphins just took Mo Kamara in the 5th round. So they have really invested in this edge room. They've got a couple of true screamers off the edge now. Definitely telling us that they're worried about that edge group. I know our friends over at the Bootleg Show, I got to really give them credit because they were the ones that were like, Mo Kamara, they were on the scene, out there at the Shrine Bowl, covering him, interviewing him. And I think they are responsible for a lot of the Mo hype. But what's really cool from Brett and EJ, they were comparing him to Shaq Barrett from Colorado State. Similar size. Shaq Barrett was, and I'm going to go certified steal on this one. This one's really cool, actually. So Shaq Barrett was an undrafted free agent, very similar to Mo Kamara, where he's bendy, he's compact, he's technically sound and tough. Not the most explosive or biggest edge rusher in the world. But Shaq had to climb the ranks in Denver, obviously had a monster season a monster career for the Bucs, and now Shaq is in Miami, where Mohamed Kamara just got drafted. So amazing mentor to have there. And I'm sure our friends Brett and EJ are losing it right now, putting all those puzzle pieces together. But I mean, there's a world now for Miami that in 2 years their starting edge duo is Chop Robinson and Mo Kamara, and we've forgotten about Chubb and Phillips, unfortunately because of injuries. But I don't need to take this one down, actually. So Anna said take down the grade to get a new grade on this one. I don't need to, because the frickin' Chiefs just took one of my guys this year, Hunter Nauerzad. One of my takes on this draft was that I didn't see a huge gap between Hunter Nauerzad, who nobody was talking about, and Zach Frazier, who went in the 2nd round of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Showing you the clips right now. He's athletic. He's tough. He's really strong. He's played guard. He's played center. He doesn't have elite traits, but I love that he's fully built. He's 6'3", just under 320 pounds. So he's low to the earth, but he's got the play strength, and he's got pretty long arms. So he's constantly winning the leverage battle. I think he can block any system. They don't need him now, but as a backup right away, and maybe they have a hard time paying all of these interior linemen. Creed's going to need a new contract. Trey Smith's going to need a new contract, so I wouldn't be stunned if they end up letting one of those guys go. Hunter Nauerzad steps in, but they also just lost Nick Allegretti in free agency to the Washington Commanders, so they needed a flexible interior piece, and this literally could not be a better pick for the Kansas City Chiefs right now. So absolute certified steal. Love that for the Chiefs. And then the Bills go with Edefwan Ulofoshio. You wanted some names.
Great name.
You wanted some names. We got a Nauerzad and we got an Edefwan Ulofoshio. And he's one of those developmental linebackers. Didn't love his tape. Great movement skills. Flashes of coverage, but undersized for run defense. That kind of type. Kind of like the Jordan McGee that came off the board, maybe 20 picks ago to Washington, whose picks just came in. But, I like him as a developmental linebacker, but I like him less than others because he's already 24 years old. I think he might turn 25 in his rookie season. So it's like, it's just a little bit old for a true project type, but Buffalo's got a great eye for this. And admittedly, he was my next highest ranked linebacker left. So I do like the pick. I just wasn't a huge fan of the prospect, but in terms of,
Sorry,
I thought you were laughing at me. That's what I just said. But it is sound process for Buffalo to get someone kind of in their linebacker farm system is basically what it is in the NFL. Is you just kind of want a pipeline of guys that can cover kicks and hopefully learn the position, and Ulofoshio definitely fits that billing.
Someone in the chat said, shout out to the wide receiver out of Oklahoma that ESPN just said is 12'6".
Holy yeah, shout out. He's probably going to be pretty good. How are you going to cover that? A lot of super chats. Yep, let's get caught up. So Gage, TCU fan, appreciated the Andy Dalton shout out. Whoop, whoop. From Kale. Sorry, I missed you talking about it. But Seahawks took Rattler, not the Saints? Is that true? That doesn't sound right, Kale. I'm almost positive it was the Saints that did. Are you looking it up?
I'm putting in the next.
You're going to put it in the next pick?
I will look it up for you, though.
I'm not doubting you, but I thought I saw Saints all over that one. So we'll look into that. Obviously we'll have to react differently if it wasn't the Saints. After Howie's season, are we finally done with Bradbury? That'll be interesting to see. I mean, they definitely could just get rid of Bradbury. I would argue both Cooper DeJean and... Yeah, it was the Saints.
Yeah.
It was the Saints, Kale. I think the Seahawks may have traded down from that pick, but it was the Saints that took Rattler. Thanks for checking that, though. But, yeah, I could see it. The Eagles just move on from Bradbury, and I don't even know how much of a market there is for Bradbury. He really struggled. He's on the other side of 30. What's going on? Oh, take the grade off. On the other side of 30, regressing. He might just be entering the backup range. But we'll see. We'll see. I could see it. Yeah, so Dominique Hampton just went to Washington. Good pick. He was my safety number 10. The value checks out. He's a very balanced player. He's going to fill out that room. They have a safety depth problem. We talked about this earlier. I liked the Sainristil pick because I think to me that screams we're going to move Quan Martin, who was a second-round pick last year, back to safety where I like him better. So you got Forrest and Martin back there. But Hampton is a really balanced player. They needed someone in that depth chart, special teams, backup. I don't know if he's got starter traits. I don't think he's a physical enough player to be a strong safety. I don't think he's a fast enough player to be a great coverage safety, but just good balanced tape, little bit of everything. Definitely worthy of an NFL roster spot, and they had a hole there, so makes sense. Couple more super chats. What are my thoughts on John Franklin Myers to Denver? Did that happen, or is that hypothetical? I need to confirm that, but we'll check. We'll look into that. John Franklin Meyer.
I don't remember that name.
I feel like that would have been on the broadcast if that happened, because that's a pretty big name player. If they did that, I think that's a great move for Denver. He's a heck of a player. Too fast for yo. Thanks for coming back for day 3, my friend. But Hard Knocks needs to follow Storm Duck. The world must know. Yeah, that's how they should decide who the Hard Knocks team is going to be, is whichever team Storm Duck signs with, probably as an undrafted free agent. From Nathaniel, what do I think of Omar Khan's first 2 off seasons? Oh, he's killing it, man. He's building a heck of a roster in Pittsburgh. Very curious to see how the Russell Wilson, Justin Fields debacle quarterback situation plays out, but I like how they're playing it. Let the guys compete. I mean, it was a good risk. I'm obviously not a huge Fields guy, but for a 5th round pick, yeah, I'm going to take that type of gamble. Okay, Arizona, Christian Jones in the 5th round, another guy we were just talking about. This one's going to be a certified steal. Christian Jones was a tackle that I think would have been easily a top 10 tackle in most draft classes that we've done on this channel. But this tackle class just happened to be insane. I don't want to overhype all of these 5th round picks, but I do think Christian Jones could be a long-term replacement at right tackle for Jonah Williams, who they just signed for a 2-year contract. Smooth player, just kind of looks the part. I'm trying to remember if my issue on him was, his footwork. He gave up a lot of inside moves, but he's really good with his hands. He's got good length, athletic player, can block their wide zone system. He's actually very similar in a lot of ways to Jonah Williams. So that's a certified steal in my opinion. To me, Patriots taking Caden Wallace, Washington taking Brandon Coleman. 2 examples of players that went ahead of Christian Jones, way ahead of Christian Jones, that I think were mistakes for young quarterbacks that needed those tackles. So I definitely think that's one of the steals we've seen here in this round. So another person has said John Franklin Myers to the Broncos for a 6th round pick.
Yeah, it's not official.
Okay, it's not official yet. I mean, I as a closet Jets fan, I don't like that. They don't really. I mean, I guess they have some pieces that can play that role, but we'll see. I mean, I'm sure if multiple people are.
It sounds like it's
going to happen. I mean, yeah.
I couldn't find that it was.
Okay.
Anyways.
Yeah, I mean, great move for Denver. They need some interior pass rush help, to say the least. They really don't have anybody in there. And, hey, the Packers moved up. We're doing something. But, yeah, it's interesting for the Jets. I wonder if they see the Clemens as a John Franklin Myers type. I mean, they have so many bodies on that D-line. It does open the door a little bit more for their 1st round pick last year, Will Anderson, to see a little bit, not Will Anderson, Will McDonald, to see a little bit more time. So I like that side of things, but I think Franklin Myers is a good piece for them. And they did sign Kinlaw. I mean, if they really like what they're seeing from Kinlaw, maybe they're willing to move on from Myers. But that's clearly just to clear up cap space for the Jets. You know what? That actually kind of makes me wonder is, are they a Brandon Ayuk? Are they clearing cap space for Brandon Ayuk, who I know Aaron Rodgers loved in that draft class? He was literally on McAfee like the next day or whatever and was like, I mean, I like Brandon Ayuk, but we couldn't get him, so I guess we have Jordan Love now. That's kind of my theory there, is they're making moves. Something to keep an eye on. I mean, that'd be nuts. And that would fit in perfectly with Ayuk, Garrett Wilson, Mike Williams, Malachi Corley. Wow, that'd be fun. Just speculation. I do think with the Niners, like, the moves they're making, you put 2 and 2 together, all the receivers they're drafting, like, they're anticipating a move there, whether that's Debo or Ayuk. Javon says, just woke up. Spencer Rattler. Who dat? Send Carr to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, I love it. Hey, I'm game, man. All right, Jacob Monk is the guy the Packers had to get, I guess. All right, well, I didn't watch Jacob Monk. Wasn't even on my radar. I watched 26 interior linemen. I kind of did watch Jacob Monk, actually. Man, Green Bay. Driving me nuts today. When I watched Jacob Monk was yesterday when we were playing Graham Barton highlights, talking about how he's a center. As I was talking, I was watching my own highlight cut up of him watching Jacob Monk play center for Duke. And in the back of my mind, while I'm talking, I'm like, wait, that guy did not look good on that block. What are we what are we doing saying he's this great move blocker? That would have been Jacob Monk that we were watching in those cut ups. So let's actually do that. Let's do some live Jacob Monk analysis, because we have the cut up of Graham Barton. And let's see what he looks like, because I watched 26 interior linemen and certified steal. Yeah, take that down. But so I watched 26 interior linemen, and then I had another 10 names on my watch list, and he wasn't on there. So here we go. Let's see what Green Bay sees in Jacob Monk. In Barton. So number 70 here. Okay, he gets bull rushed back. Quarterback has to throw it while he's getting hit. Okay. That was nice, guy coming across your face. That's fine. Reach block looks slow and clunky, not a good athlete. Okay, double team. Guy crossed his face, would have been beat if the quarterback didn't get rid of it. No drive off the ball. Still waiting to see something good here. That was a different player, so Monk wasn't in. There he is. Okay, good anchor. He's built like Josh Myers, just on film. He looks very Josh Myers-y to me. Okay, he lunged on that block. Got completely beat and held. Is this the right guy? Is he number 70? Because number 70 looks garbage. I don't think it's is it? I can't really tell. Hopefully this isn't him. I don't know that that's him.
I don't think that's him.
Okay, Monk is
it might be.
Monk is 63.
Okay.
Oh, we were watching the wrong guy, you guys. All right. Do we do it again? Do we have another pick, or do we have time to do it again?
That's right.
All right, we're doing it again, you guys. We were watching the wrong guys. Okay, 63. Okay, I mean that'll happen. It's interior line tape. 70 definitely sucks. Okay, that actually looked like he was going to anchor, but he got pushed over by a center. Whatever. Fine enough. Not really seeing anything too much so far. So that's him at center. That was a pretty decent first step. Good anchor on that play. I mean, you got to stay on him, though. Decent enough first step. Now he's at tackle, so you're seeing that positional flexibility. All right. That was the first time I watched him, so we'll see, man. You do trust Green Bay's eye, but he was literally on nobody's radar, so why are we trading up for that player? What was the point of trading down?
We just roasted number 70 for no reason.
Yeah, poor number 70, just catching strays. What if he's watching the stream like, bro, what the fuck?
Not going to the NFL and also getting roasted. Okay, Jalen Simpson.
No, I need to continue roasting Green Bay for a second because I just do not understand. They moved down with the idea of like, okay, but now we got all these picks to navigate. And then they're just trading up for dudes that nobody was going to frickin' take. No one was taking Evan Williams. And if they did, who the hell cares? No one was taking Evan Monk. If they did, who the hell cares? Their day 3 process drives me up a wall. I love what they did on day 2. Day 1 wasn't bad. But can we please take day 3 out of Brian Gutekunst's control? It's brutal. All right. Jalen Simpson to the Colts. Really rangy safety. Fine enough pick here. Definitely around the range I saw him going. He's I don't know that he can I don't really see where he would be a starter. That's the problem with him because he's really skinny, not a good tackler, so I don't love him near the box. I don't love him as a slot corner. As a free safety that's like as a dime safety that's in your coverage personnel, I think he can be a playmaker. They needed someone else in the room. He's got speed to cover kicks. So fine enough to fill out the safety room. Got some super chats. All right. Ravens just took Rasheen Ali. It's a fun pick. I would have gone a different direction. So Rasheen Ali for the Ravens. I just think there's better backs available in my opinion, especially Kamani Vidal. But I did like what we saw from Ali. He's got speed. He kind of glides a little bit. My pro comp on him is Darrington Evans, who's hung around the league. Good long striding speed. I said my tape estimated 40 time on him is about 4.44, and he did not run the 40. Never fumbles. Has a nice one-cut juke move. Just kidding. I misread. Wow, I totally misread that. He actually, my biggest weakness on him is he holds the ball high with 11 total fumbles in his 2 seasons as a starter. So you got to clean that up. Totally misspoke on that. Limited power, lacks contact balance, and injuries are starting to stack up. But he's a good slasher. I don't want to say he's like a home run hitter, but he's got a little bit of that juice. But I definitely don't see him as a starter. I think it's fine. Kamani Vidal in Baltimore would really get me excited. So I think they passed on a lot of better players. Even like Tyrone Tracy, Blake Watson. Definitely other guys I liked more, but it's not a huge reach. Let's go to the super chats. So from just Dave, just showing some support. Thank you, Dave. And then Rufus. I love you, TFG, but when Green Bay does this, it's highly entertaining. Like watching a bomb try not to explode. Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating, man. It is frustrating. It's hard to complain too much because last year's draft was phenomenal, and I will happily hold my hand up and be like, I was so freaking wrong about Dontavion Wicks. They nailed that one. But there's been a lot more picks for Green Bay that I've been very critical of that I think my criticism has very strongly held up. I think if you're a Packers fan in the chat, you can let me know if you agree with that statement or not. Typically, my criticism, I think, on Green Bay has been pretty on the money. And the picks I love have also been on the money. I'm actually pretty proud of my Packers draft analysis. I think it's held up very well. So the Giants pick is in. We're all caught up on super chats. We're caught up on picks. That's a good opportunity to take a quick second here. Today's draft stream is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. As a diehard NFL fan, I get it. The summer months can get a little bit long with our professional sports as we wait for our football to come back. But thanks to Underdog Fantasy Pick'em contests, they can help you spice up your interest in MLB, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs with their Pick'em contests, where you can string together stats on anywhere from 2 to 5 players, and you can cross sports too. You can go Shohei Ohtani home runs mixed with Anthony Edwards points, you name it, all the way up to 5 players with the chance from small entries to win massive payouts. My wife and I are huge Twins fans. We have season tickets, and Underdog Fantasy keeps me glued to the edge of my seat, waiting to see if our starting pitcher is going to, get his 30-something fantasy points, or if we're going to get that 7th inning home run I'm waiting on. Even when your lineup doesn't hit, it can feel like you're winning because it just ramps up your interest in every single game. I love Underdog Fantasy. I know you guys will too. And of course, they have NFL when it picks back up, including their best ball tournaments as well. And most of all, if you sign up right now using promo code TFG, they will match up to $100 on your first deposit. That's plenty to participate in all your other sports over the summer. And then you got a stash waiting for you for football in the fall. So that's promo code TFG at Underdog Fantasy. Thank you to Underdog for sponsoring today's stream. And let's get back to the draft. Today's draft. Okay, Tyrone Tracy off the board. This is a really fun spot for him because he's going to have an opportunity to compete for a starting job. They brought in Devin Singletary. So Tracy is one of the more fascinating kind of backstories. A lot of fans of Tyrone Tracy's game. A lot of, scouts in the media that I really respect their opinion, loved what they saw in him. I was a little bit more hesitant on his game, but at this point, I absolutely love the upside. He would have been one of my best running backs available. But definitely draftable at this point. And so what's interesting about Tyrone Tracy is he was a wide receiver at Iowa, was mid, was in a rotation, had some big games, transfers to Purdue, still as a wide receiver, doesn't do much. And then they just moved him to running back, and he kind of had like a monster season. Now, when you're scouting like the vision and the kind of running style, like he still kind of runs a little upright like a wide receiver. So I was just a little bit less comfortable with him making that immediate transition to running back. But he runs through arm tackles. He has a ton of explosive runs. I think he's still kind of reshaping his body a little bit to get a little bit more power in his lower half. To be more of a between the tackles power runner, but definitely a good risk at this point for the Giants, who don't really have any juice in that running back room. You've got a safe, secure Devin Singletary. I like the risk on a guy like Tracy, who could also just, with those wide receiver chops, he could end up being a really dynamic receiving back. My pro comp on him is Ty Montgomery. Kind of built the same, similar athlete. And Jags, man. The Jags are another front office like Green Bay, where it's like they don't really ever do, maybe there's the occasional pick, but they very rarely do anything in the third round or even the second round that really gets me stoked. So Keelan Robinson, he's a scat back who was kind of forever in the mix at Texas, buried behind Bijan, buried behind Roschon this year, buried behind Brooks. 5'8", 191, fifth-year player, good athletic measurables. Why? What? I mean, what's he going to do for the Jags in the 5th round? You have multiple good receiving backs. Got ETN. I just take Kamani Vidal. Take the better running back. Take, Frank Gore Jr. Give me Kendall Milton. Blake Watson, I think, was a much more dynamic version of what you're looking for here. I'm actually going to question it. I don't know. I mean, maybe he's got this hidden superstar potential that just was buried behind a bunch of talent, but I'd rather take the guy that's actually done it. So I don't know. Not a fan of that one. From Worded Tarantula, thank you for the coverage. How have the Falcons done today? Just got off work. Haven't been able to see any of today's picks. They took Brandon Dorlus. Really like how he plugs into that pass rush. And then I think that's the only pick they've made. I think it was just Brandon Dorlus, unless I'm forgetting someone. But between Braylon Trice and Brandon Dorlus, they've done something for that defensive line. I wish they could have done a little more, but those are good players where they took them, so they've earned a little bit of love back. I think we are. I think we are all caught up on the super chats. I can double check. Bill's pick will be coming in any second. We did get one from Beast saying don't be overly negative on Goot. I don't know. I have my rant about when I'm negative on it, really outside of Dontavion Wicks. I think I saw someone in the chat bringing up that I slammed them for the Royce Newman pick, and that was not just a bad pick. He was an active liability that hurt their chances at a Super Bowl because they took him so high that they felt like they needed to play him, and he was so garbage that he was, getting beat in critical situations in big games. So, no, I am going to be critical of Goot when he's a guy that he strays off the course. He ignores the consensus. And I think that's a huge mistake. That's what got John Gruden in trouble. That's what got the Seahawks dynasty in trouble, was they got so full of themselves that they ignored what hundreds and hundreds of people think. And you're so smart that you're just outsmarting all these people. It's like, what's going on here? It's okay to, go around over and navigate occasionally for your guys, but when you're constantly doing that every draft, you get yourself in trouble. Bills have taken Javon Solomon. Finally got him written up today. A lot of people have been asking me about Solomon. I just I got to him kind of last second this morning, but he is fun. I definitely think it's a good value at this point. Where the Bills need some juice off the edge. And Solomon, I don't think will ever be a starter in the league. He's 6'1.5", like 245 pounds. And just, he's not going to be a great run defender in the league. I don't think he has like starting edge tools really, but as that third guy off the bench, your designated pass rusher type, I really like the bend he brings. He's got that unique combo of when you're short but long arms, which he's got like almost 34-inch arms. You're constantly winning the leverage battle. He's good with those arms. He's got swipes and a good finesse profile. I think he's a guy that can, like, you're looking for that 10% pressure rate. There's a little bit of like Bryce Huff in him, not exactly the same guy, but I see some parallels in how they win. And wouldn't be surprised if he's a guy that comes in, rushes the passer 300 times throughout the year, and you're looking for that. Anything north of a 10% pressure rate is like a quality pass rusher in the league. Wouldn't be surprised if he comes in, rushes the passer 30 times, gets you 30 pressures, maybe 5 sacks, and that as a 5th-round pick is a really good use of draft capital, especially when that pass rush has been so underwhelming. All right, Packers take Keaton Oladapo. That's a fun pick. I thought he was all right. Lengthy profile, kind of that sort of J-Ron Curse style of safety where he doesn't really have the range to play deep. Probably not a good enough run defender to be like a starting strong safety, but as a dime back, a matchup problem on tight ends, someone that can come down and play like a buzz zone, use his length, his ball skills. Kind of I can't quite go there, but really, really poor man's Kyle Hamilton just in terms of skill set. doesn't quite have the twitch and instincts of a Hamilton, so he's not going to be that good of a player. But could he be J-Ron Curse? I think so. So it's a good pick. I like it. I think I had a 5th round grade on him. So kind of on the ball there for that one. I had a day 3 grade on him. He was my 14th ranked safety and was the 2nd best safety left available for me behind Trey Taylor out of Air Force. So solid pick. They really like their cornerback room in Green Bay. That is, honestly, that could make or break their season. And I'm actually kind of excited that they like their cornerback room as much as they do, because I love Jair. Like, this definitely tells you Jair is locked and loaded, not going anywhere. They have resolved those conflicts. It tells you they're confident in Eric Stokes coming back, and then it tells you that they really like one of my biggest my guys last year was Carrington Valentine. You can't say I'm overly critical on Goot. I was out here literally 365 days ago about this time when Carrington Valentine went in the 7th round. I'm like, yes, I think they may have gotten a sleeper, like potential starter. So that matters. They did it last year. But man, I would love to see them gamble on one more corner in there, like a Kalen Carson. I don't know why he hasn't been picked yet. From Brendo, why do I think Malik Washington is falling? I don't know that that's a huge fall for Malik Washington. He should come off the board soon. He's a good player. I like Malik Washington. But you still got Jaquan Jackson, I think is falling. The biggest fall is Johnny Wilson. I really want to see Johnny Wilson come off the board. But I'm ready for Malik Washington to get picked. I had him as like a 4th round guy, so really good run after catch skills. Could wonder if like medicals, Washington was a 5th year breakout that kind of got peppered with targets and had a big year.
You got Bub to talk about.
Bub memes. You said you wanted better names.
I love it.
Yeah, he's interesting. He's really big, long, fast, kind of a late career breakout type, and has potential as a vertical threat for the Saints. He'll be a really good special teamer for them. I do believe that. I like it. I got to him late in the process, but he's not going to be an impact player for them right away, but he has developmental potential down the road. From Beast, CV and CB were good. Oh, so you're talking about Carrington Valentine and Corey Ballantyne. So Green Bay definitely likes their cornerback room, that's for sure. Carp says, why is Brendan Rice falling? Well, for me, this is definitely not a fall for Brendan Rice. In fact, if Brendan Rice went now, I would still consider that a reach. I definitely didn't like his tape. Unfortunately, he's Jerry Rice's son. That's exciting, right? He played with Caleb Williams. That's exciting. The tape ain't good, man. He doesn't get open. He doesn't catch contested balls. So I had him as 6th round guy. His best trait was he was really smart in scramble drill to go find Caleb Williams. But for me, this is not a fall for Brendan Rice. He was my 34th ranked wide receiver. I have a good 10 guys ranked ahead of him, so I thought he was very overhyped. He runs like he's stuck in mud. It's like he's missing a gear in his lower half. He just doesn't have twitch. He eventually builds up long speed, but the problem is guys will touch him with an arm or a hand, and he loses all of his speed and just gets stuck on guys. And he does not have the dominant ball skills to compensate and be this dominant contested catch guy. Jordan Travis to the Jets. That's a really fun pick. I'm happy for Jordan Travis. That is a dream of a landing spot for him. Seems like a really good guy. and just gutted for. I mean, those that have been around for a while, you remember me ripping the Florida State program like 4 years ago, just for how big of the fall off and how big of a joke that just program had been. Jordan Travis was probably the most integral part in their revival. They get all the way back. They're in the national championship picture. And 2 weeks before they get there, he tears his ACL or whatever it was, broken leg, gruesome injury, and doesn't get to see it through. So now that he's looking to the NFL, there couldn't have been a better landing spot for Jordan Travis. I know it's crazy to say this, than the New York Jets, who never draft a quarterback and hit on it. But he is not just behind Aaron Rodgers, but Tyrod Taylor is the backup quarterback, is an outstanding mentor. Tyrod is known around the league as like elite, first one in, first one out. When he was on Hard Knocks, they were highlighting him like walking into the building. I think it was for the Browns after they drafted Baker, highlighting him like coming into the building at like 3:30 in the morning. A guy that came into the league undrafted has carved out a great career. So that could be a path for Jordan Travis, but he's got tools. He's got the work ethic. You've got a path where, Rodgers could be out the door in a year or two. If you were going to pick any scenario for Jordan Travis to actually reach a starting upside, it might be right here. So that's a really good spot for Travis, and obviously a good pick for the Jets. Just a little mini investment in the future. You're not going to tick off Aaron Rodgers drafting a backup in the 5th round. So really like that pick for the Jets. Super happy for Travis. From the Pocket, Giants fan, what do I think about Dante Miller? Dante Miller wasn't on my radar. Let's see. South Carolina, Dante Miller, running back. Yeah, I didn't watch him. I'm sorry. He's also not in the 7 players I wrote down for a watch list either. So if he gets drafted, we'll definitely get you some Dante Miller takes. Producer Anna has a question.
Can we take a break so I can bring my plants inside?
Yes, we can take a break. Wow, we're in a commercial break, so we will. We don't need another underdog.
Yeah. Put on the Teddy cam.
I'll play some. What do we? Jordan Travis. We got Jordan Travis highlights. We'll put that up. Oh no. Hang on. Let me put these Jordan Travis highlights in here, and then we'll take the break. Jordan Travis has earned this moment to get spotlighted on a YouTube stream. Hang on, babe. I need that for 1 second. All right, we will be right back. We got to get the plants inside. Is it going to rain or something? Is that they've been out there for too long? All right. Okay. We are back. Trevor Keegan, good player, mauler, will be in the wings in development. Wouldn't even be like blown away if you ever beat out Tyler Steen. Two good guard options on the team. Keegan was, I think, let's see, what did I have? 3rd to a 4th round grade on him. He was guard number 13, 4th to a 5th round grade. I definitely saw him as a little bit developmental. He's another one of these guards that's got like there's a lot of guards in this class that are built like refrigerators, where they've got a thin lower half, but these massive shoulders and just get them on the move. They just dominate guys on the fly, but play it because they're thinner in their lower half. They lack some of that balance, some of that anchor, leg drive, a little bit missing. But Keegan's a very solid prospect, and definitely a value here towards the end of the 5th round. We got super chat from Tanner that Travis reminds you of a poor man's Jordan Love coming out. I guess I could see it. Some of the playmaking instincts in there. From Brendo, Tyrod went in the 6th round of the Ravens. Okay, not undrafted, so good call by you, Brendo. And now the Jets have taken another running back, Isaiah Davis, out of South Dakota State, I believe.
That's an S. What did it say? SDST?
SDST. Yeah, that would be South Dakota State. Isaiah Davis is a very solid running back. Good vision, ran for a bazillion yards against his level of competition behind, honestly, an offensive line that would be a good starting line in like the SEC. Like they had 3 legit NFL players on that O-line, especially to the left side. So he had great run blocking. He's got good vision. I wanted to like him a lot more because I liked a lot of those South Dakota State players, but I just didn't see the juice. So I don't know. I think he's an RB4 for them. If you had to go running back, which they certainly didn't. I mean, to me, it feels like they hate Izzy Abanikanda, who they took late last year. Super young guy, 20 years old, super explosive. But they did everything they could to not give him the ball last year, and now they're drafting 2 more backs ahead of him. It feels to me like they really don't like Abanikanda. But they definitely have a pair of like no-nonsense runners now in Davis and Braylon Allen. But I didn't see a ton of juice. I didn't see really a starter in him. Let's see. We got a super chat from ZEZ. You've been awesome this weekend, ZEZ. Thanks for another super chat. He's shouting out the producer working hard over here.
Thank you.
Shane says James Robinson like on Isaiah Davis. The thing with James Robinson is depends which James Robinson you're talking about, because when James Robinson went to the Jags, he didn't have long speed, but you're looking for that juice, that acceleration into the hole. James Robinson at first, before he got broken down, he had a ton of explosiveness through the hole. I didn't see that with Davis. He was just kind of a big smooth at the running back position. But once, because Robinson had 1 million yards in college, which I'm sure is why you're referencing that. He came into the league with like 1,000 carries already. Then Jacksonville ran him into the ground, and then he had a bad injury, and it was just done. After that, he couldn't really move. It was like stuck in quicksand. You took that burst away from him, and just couldn't really go anywhere. Yeah, come here, bud. need to go eat? You don't even want to wave for the camera?
Not feeling social right now. All right, let's see. We're at pick 173 here.
6th round is just around the corner. Halfway there.
Only, what, 80 picks? Is that right?
Yeah. I still have this tequila shot sitting here from yesterday.
Might as
I'll
well.
loosen up a little bit. Or, well, I was going to say if Green Bay is coming up, I might need it before the next pick, but somehow we got to wait again forever for a Green Bay pick. I literally don't know where all their picks went. They must be spending them to trade up for these mediocre players.
How was that?
Nice warm day old leftover tequila shot. Better than Evan Williams.
You need food?
I'm okay. Are you starving?
I'm hungry.
You're hungry? Do you want to go get something to eat? Like, do you want to go get something?
No, I was just gonna bring you snacks if you wanted.
No, I think I'll just wait till the stream's done to eat. People like to make fun of me when I eat on camera, so I'm gonna stay away from that this year.
That's a question for the chat. Where should we eat after this?
Yeah.
Or what should we order?
I want to get a show of comments in the chat of if we did a Minnesota meetup, how many would realistically make it for that? Because if we could even get like 10 people, that'd be sick.
Brandon McKinney came in.
Just in time. Yeah, Brandon, you better be there.
He said,
we'll
shout
drive
out to Teddy being forced to do all those Teddy cams. Brandon, you know he loves it. Okay, back to your question.
So Brandon is Teddy's best friend, by the way. Not Ducky. Bubbles says Broncos have drafted much better than I expected. Yeah, was definitely curious to see what this draft was going to look like from Sean Payton. We got one person says they could go. Obviously, we got another person says I'd consider it. We got another person. Yeah, it would be somewhere in the Minneapolis area.
Go to the most romantic place for dinner with only the most quality ingredients. Arby's.
No worries, Mohammed.
Oh, someone shout out from the Czech Republic.
Oh, you can make it. My dream is definitely someday to do like a Euro meetup. That would be incredible. There goes Kalen Carson for Dallas. There you go. So this was, to me, the best player available. This is going to be objectively, for me, a certified steal. There's something going on there. It could be medicals because I think it was a foot coming off of the season. It has to be medicals because he has day 2 tape. He has day 2 traits. So very Cowboys pick. They are one of those teams that sort of the off-field stuff, whether it's medicals or character concerns, the Cowboys are definitely a team that will gamble on something like that. But I mean, I just, maybe I'm being overconfident in the tape that I watched, and just maybe he is just a 5th round corner. But I mean, he's 6 foot. He's good in press. He's good in zone. Yeah, Chris wants me to ring the bell. I don't know that I can ring the bell for this one. This is actually probably one of my L's in terms of my takes, because he's going here in the 5th round. But I do think they needed another corner. Teron Bland can play from the slot. If Kalen Carson is the player I think he is, I think he can be a starter. He's a great fit for that defense. The knock on him is going to be that he's a little bit grabby, a very Deonte Banks-like in this way, in that, you know, Banks was a little more athletic, a little bit more juiced up, better overall tape, but Carson's very similar style, very similar size. My big knock on Deonte Banks was, for some reason, when the ball's in the air, he doesn't know how to find it. So you're going to get some flags, not trusting his technique, shoving the receiver at the catch point. You're going to get some of those flags. And then you're just not going to get a lot of ball production because he's just not able to find the football too much. He has picks from zone when he's facing the quarterback, but once his back is turned, he kind of loses control a little bit, which is very normal for rookie corners. But yeah, I would love to hear what it was there. To me, it has to be medicals, and it makes sense because he didn't participate in the Senior Bowl. He missed, I think, the very back end of the season, so that would explain it to me. But definitely a steal for me if he's healthy. So Dallas has had a nice day too, I think, with some of these picks. Have they taken a running back yet? Dallas, do you remember?
Do I remember?
Yeah, you're the one with the clicky clacky. You know.
Do you know how many names are going through my head right now? I don't know who took who.
I would love to see Dallas get a running back because they don't have anybody.
Dallas is drafted. I'll look it up for you while you respond to some super chats there.
Got some super chats? All right. Any idea why Christian Mahogany is falling? I think he'll go soon. You know, I had a late 3, early 4 on him. I don't have a great answer for you. He was potentially more of a media hype guy, like I don't want to say a media creation because I trust everybody's analysis. But it's certainly possible that the NFL just wasn't quite as high on him. He didn't have a lot of buzz until like late draft process, but I think he'll go soon. I mean, he's a very balanced offensive line option. Sure.
They have not taken a running back.
Just the day 3.
They have taken in day 3 Cooper Beebe,
which was round 3, right?
Oh, sorry, round 3.
You're good.
Round 5, they took Kalen Carson. That's the only.
Oh, so just Kalen Carson.
Just Kalen Carson today.
Well, I like the BB pick a lot. So.
And they took Maris.
What's?
Yesterday, Maris.
Oh, the Lufau. Yeah.
That one. They're
one of those drafts where if you reorder some of the picks, I like it a lot better. Because round 2 they grabbed. Well, I mean, they got Nealon. They're getting good players. It's just they're kind of like not really drafting impact players for this year. That's kind of I don't even know if you say it's the knock on Dallas's draft. It's just kind of the analysis is like they're kind of restocking for the future a little bit, which is very interesting with the Dak dilemma and Trey Lance in the building. I'm super fascinated to see how the next year goes for Dallas. So Jalen Ford to the Saints. I felt like Jalen Ford was a really safe, day 3 backup linebacker. I don't see a great athlete, someone that's going to be much of an impact. But to fill out your depth chart, play special teams. If a Demario, he's got the size that they like. If a Demario Davis goes down, if a Pete Werner goes down, I think he can step in. I would say if you're ranking the floor, if I just sort by my floor grade, that impact grade for linebackers in the draft, Jalen Ford comes up to tied for my 8th highest floor linebacker in the draft. So makes sense to fill out the depth chart. But I don't know that he has the traits of a starter in the league. 4.7 40, a little tighter hips, sideline to sideline can be a little bit more lumbering at times, but he's smart. He's got good zone feel as well. Like that about him. Kind of knows what he's doing. His body can just let him down sometimes.
Somebody wants to join you for a little bit.
Oh, okay, Ducky. Yeah, you probably got to go outside, huh? Next commercial break, we'll take you out, okay? Don't pee on me like you did yesterday.
He peed on you.
He peed on me last night, yeah. Which is funny because I remember Daniel Jeremiah, it might have been in his interview with Bootleg or something. I heard him somewhere say that he got peed on national TV yesterday because they had like a puppy segment. There was like a charity for puppies type of segment. And he said, my main goal for the draft broadcast this weekend or this year is to not get peed on. And I guess I've made it. I've made it like Daniel Jeremiah if I've got dogs peeing on me. We got a couple super chats. So, waffles or pancakes, cats or dogs, Xbox or PlayStation.
I'm gonna answer for you.
You're gonna answer for me?
Yeah.
You're gonna nail this.
Waffles.
Yep.
Dogs.
Yep.
What was the last one?
Xbox or PlayStation.
Oh, Xbox.
Yeah. I used to be like diehard, like gotta be Xbox over PlayStation. I mean, they both serve their purpose. I've owned both now for a long time. Just because PlayStation has exclusives that you got to get, right? I'm a big Horizon Zero, just the Horizon series, big fan of that. You got your Naughty Dog games. Still gotta play God of War. I think they're both essentials if you're a big gamer. But I do think for multiplayer interactivity, still got to go Xbox. And I'm definitely waffles over pancakes. I feel pretty strong about that one. And I'm definitely dogs over cats.
Or dogs that look like cats.
Yeah, or dogs that look and or sound or act like cats. CDMac, thank you for the super chat from Canada, it looks like. And then from Odin, how do I feel about the Jags defense with Darnell Savage in the slot, Antonio Johnson at strong safety? Also, how do I feel about the Jags D-line? Yeah, the slot corner position in Jacksonville will definitely be interesting. It's a giant gaping hole. As a Packers fan, I was just begging for them to move Darnell Savage to slot corner. And I mean, my thoughts on Joe Barry are pretty well documented at this point. I think they really dropped the ball on the potential to do that. So I'm excited for him to potentially get that opportunity in Jacksonville. I think that fits his skill set really well. And then Antonio Johnson's interesting too, because he played that. Yeah, Ducky's trying to tell me. He's like, dude, I'm going to pee on you again if you don't let me out. Like, we better hurry. All right, fine. I'm just going to drop you outside real quick. Thanks for warning me at least. Teddy, you want to go out? Come on. Yeah, I got a little pee on my hand. Hey, and Quantez Stiggers just went. He's the CFL guy. But let's finish up our thoughts on that question. Antonio Johnson played a lot of slot corner at Texas A&M, young player. They played him in some of that slot corner, kind of slot safety type of stuff last year. So he's another option in that role. I definitely agree. Like, Antonio Johnson as a strong safety is my favorite projection for him. They also have Andrew Wingard, Daniel Thomas. Like, they have other guys that could play that. So it'll be something interesting to follow, but I definitely see Savage as the nickel corner, and he's got a lot of potential there. I like the idea of it. As far as the D-line goes, it's looking nice. Love the Armstead signing. I think Walker in a 4, even front 4. I hate saying 4-3 nowadays because that just doesn't exist. It's in a 4-2 front or just a hand in the dirt front, as an even front guy. Like him much better than playing that stand-up outside backer stuff that they've been doing with him. So hopefully he can take a step up. Obviously, Josh Allen's one of the seriously like premium, dare I say, elite edge rushers. He's he's one more high. If he repeats what he did last year, he is in the mix with Micah Parsons, with Nick Bosa. Like, he produced like that last year. So if he can repeat, we're there with Josh Allen. And all he's done is get better every year. Yeah, so we're a couple picks behind. So Quantez Stiggers, can't really comment on his game. I didn't have a lot of CFL tape sitting around, so I know he's got hype. Love that the Jets took him. I think that's fun. Like, that staff. I think another cornerback kind of in the wings. Their depth was starting to loosen out there, so he's going to be a really fun name to monitor. And that's really all I can really say is that I get there's hype on him because it's exciting. A guy that was, I think he won the CFL Defensive Rookie of the Year, and then declared for the NFL draft. So that's fun. And then Walter Rouse is a good pick for the Vikes. He's one of those great day 3 picks where he's probably never going to be a starter, not a great movement guy, not some crazy athleticism or anything like that. But to put this in perspective, I had Walter Rouse and Caden Wallace, who the Patriots took at the top of the 3rd round. I had those guys literally identically graded as big, stiffer tackles that could be guards for you. Probably never going to be starters, but if a guy goes down, gives you potential 4-position flexibility off the bench. To get that guy now in the 6th round, I would say love it for the Vikings. And I love the Stiggers pick as well, by the way. I think it's a lot of fun. Steelers took Logan Lee. We're cooking now, flying through these picks. Total Steelers pick, Iowa defensive tackle. Perfect fit for their odd front where they have room for these lighter 3 techs. They've been giving way too many snaps to Loudermilk. Isaiah Loudermilk, I think is his name, for the Steelers, right? Isaiah Loudermilk was a 5th-round pick in 2021. To me, Logan Lee is just an actually good version of that player, that guy off the bench that plays a little 4-eye, a little 5-tech, that undersized, quick guard, high intensity dude, good instincts, but he's a tweener. It's not a great home for him, but I think he's going to be a useful player for the Steelers on the course of their rookie contract. So we're all caught up now. I'm going to let the dogs in real quick. I'm going to throw and by the way, I'm going to go as far as loving it on the Steelers because there's not a lot of interior defensive linemen that I like at this point in the draft. And he was the guy I pegged in my interview with EJ as like the day 3 D tackle that I would want. We might as well react to Satal Lumea as well out of for Seattle that just went. Fine enough pick. Hugely developmental piece. Very raw, poor pad level, poor hand usage. But, good athletic profile. Get him in the building. Classic day 3 developmental offensive line piece. Has guard and tackle flexibility, so that's nice. I'm going to throw a YouTube ad at you guys for a second, and I'll be back in a split second. Okay, so I believe we got to react to the Marcellus Dial pick. Would be our next one here. we mentioned him. The Jags took a developmental, speedy SEC corner last round. We mentioned that with Deontay Prince. Marcellus Dial was the guy that I called out as the kind of freaky athlete that I'd rather invest in than Deontay Prince. Same kind of idea. Really not ready, but, good enough value here in the 6th round. Sound process. See if he can come along with his development. If not, should be a good special team for you. They had a little success with a South Carolina corner named Stephon Gilmore, so maybe they can strike gold there. But super chats, you guys, thank you. We've got Lead Siege joining the membership group. That was potentially gifted by Tanner. I don't know if... So it says Tanner gifted a membership. So Tanner, thank you for sharing the membership love. Then we got Benji. Agreed with you, Benji. The Johnny Wilson fall is crazy. You think he's a top 10 wide receiver in this class. How about my Broncos? I mean, yeah, for that big slot Sean Payton role, absolutely for Johnny Wilson. I mean, I'm totally with you. I understand, even like first 2 days of the draft, if you're like, yeah, I don't know, the size profile scares me. He had some frustrating drops. The second we got to the 4th round, oh my God, the Chargers just made a great pick with Kamani Vidal, so we're going to jump right to that. But yeah, Johnny Wilson's got to go soon, man, and I hope he can kind of defy the odds as a 6th-round pick at this point, because as you know, those opportunities don't always come once you fall this far in the draft, but I definitely think he should have gone by now, 100%. My best wide receiver on the board. But okay, Kamani Vidal to the Chargers. Ooh, baby. Look out, Gus Edwards. You might be losing that job this year. This is a certified steal. Kamani Vidal was my 5th-ranked running back in this draft with a day 2 grade, or a 3rd to a 4th-round grade. But if he went in the 3rd, I wouldn't have blinked an eye. He's that vintage, like, bowling ball full of needles style runner. He's short, but powerful. You got him. Yeah. Thanks. Short but powerful. He ran a 4.45. He catches the ball to the backfield. Great contact balance. What did I have for my pro comp on Vidal? Doug Martin, the muscle hamster, right? That's Kamani Vidal. I don't get what the NFL doesn't like in him. He was a Senior Bowl player. He got the invite. Was really good at the Senior Bowl. So, here, Teddy. There you go, bud. I don't get the fall, personally, and I really think he's going to compete for the starting running back job. So, if you're doing your underdog best ball drafts, if you're signing up when this draft's done, promo code TFG, get that $100 match. Kamani Vidal is 100% that, like, potential league winner that's going to win you thousands of bucks in your best ball league because you took him in the last round. No one really knew about Kamani Vidal, but he comes in, if, God forbid Gus Edwards gets hurt, which he has had injuries, that room is all Kamani Vidal. All Vidal in LA. They're going to love him too, the physical running style. He's a huge fantasy football target for all you guys out there. Oh, you just wrote it down?
I don't want to forget when it comes to draft time.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're sitting here, you're getting the analysis. You might as well. Yeah.
Shout out again.
One of the better day 3 picks right there. I love that. Okay, so another good one right here, Jaquan Jackson. Very swift wide receiver. Love him in Tennessee. I mean, he doesn't need to play right away. They got some vets there, but good route runner. I thought he really impressed at the Senior Bowl. Just kept working those DBs, a bunch of good routes. He's got speed, run after catch, just a lot to like. I think he's a potential starter in the league. You writing that name down too?
Who is it?
Ducky. Be in trouble.
Take that away.
Give Teddy his bed.
Give Teddy his bed.
All right. 1 second, guys. We got a dog pause for 10 seconds. All right. So Darius Mossau just went, which he's what, linebacker? Linebacker from UCLA? Gosh, you're trouble. Just throw him upstairs. No? Okay. He's been so good all weekend. He's finally like, nope, I'm done. I'm tired of sitting still. Time to be a puppy again. Mossau was fine. Where did he go? Giants? I mean, that'd be a fine pick. He's on the board. Would have actually been my next. Okay. Looking at my draft rankings, he actually was my next ranked linebacker. So it's a good pick. A little shorter, not as fast, but instinctive. A lot of experience. He's played over 3,600 snaps. So in terms of special teams, being a good backup right away, can fit the mold there as a 6th-round pick. Just, depends on your expectations, right? And there goes Malik Washington to Miami. Okay. Miami's not messing around with getting more athletes into their depth. Malik Washington is a great piece for them to have. If anything, if they're down Jalen Waddle a week or down Tyreek Hill a week, it's not that he has the long speed to do like the vertical stuff, but in terms of exploding into those routes, you think of the Dolphins offense being play action, Tua gets his head around and he turns around and those receivers have opened up into the middle of the zone. Those quick hitting routes off coverage, like Malik Washington's first step acceleration into his routes is phenomenal. He tops out in terms of his long speed a lot quicker than Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, so he's not going to really have the like verticality aspect, but as a backup receiver and a third wide receiver as well to do some of the underneath stuff, great fit there in Miami. You can see everything they like in him. So I had him as a late 3, early 4, great value here in the 6th. Got some super chats here from William. Dogs over cats. I have a Lab Bernese, which is a Lab Bernese Mountain Dog hybrid that you named after the best guard in the NFL, Shaq Mason. That's a good solid dog name. Fun player to name your dog after, too. You're a diehard NFL fan if you're naming your dog after an offensive guard. I love it. From Jonah, I know it depends on the day and what you're craving, but if you had to choose out of Culver's or Canes, what would you go with? Oh, dude, yeah, you're so spot on. It just depends on the day because sometimes you're craving chicken, sometimes you want a burger. I think you got to go Culver's for the versatility. You can get, they got fish, they got chicken, they got cheese curds, they got pretzel bites, they got ice cream. I already kind of broke it down. If you want to just wait till the next one, that's okay. If you gotta eliminate one, you gotta eliminate Cane's, but I would say a good Cane's meal I would have to put over a good Culver's meal. So it's a tough call. Do you want the versatility or do you want the high ceiling option? That's tough. From Lead, who in your opinion was the biggest reach in round 1? Can I for me? I know not for consensus, but for me, I would say J.C. Latham. It was just so early. There's so many tackles in this draft. They could have traded down. They could have done so many other things. So I might go with Latham. There weren't a lot of there weren't really any picks where I was like, oh my God, how did he go in the first round? Tyler Guyton was a little early for me, but still understand it. Darius Robinson's the other name that came to my mind. And the Eagles take Johnny Wilson. Why is the NFL so dumb? I'm so angry at Eagles fans out of pure jealousy.
No wonder Ducky was getting excited. He knew a good pick was coming for his team.
It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Being an Eagles fan must be the most fun freaking thing ever. They just do fun stuff and they win football games. All right. So, you're putting Johnny Wilson in there? I was just curious if you were doing that or the last one. Okay. Certified steal. I have a 3rd round grade on Johnny Wilson. We talked earlier, I'm trying to find the highlights, the Johnny Wilson highlights. We talked earlier about how they will have a wide receiver 3 by committee approach. So you took a tiny slot gadget player, if you want that out there with Devonta Smith and A.J. Brown, and now they took a 6'6" monster that is incredibly underrated in terms of athleticism, separation ability. He can make incredible catches. He just needs to do it more consistently. So Wilson for me is certified steal. I love the idea that at least for now, you're gonna basically be able to pick your poison in terms of, do we want the big guy out there with all these guys? Do we want the gadgety playmaker? Very fun pick. Curious to see how he fits. Can be kind of a big quasi tight end, slot wide receiver type. But then did the Falcons just go back to back real quick?
So they got Jason McClellan, the running back from Alabama, and then Casey Washington, which is wide receiver from Illinois.
Okay. Casey Washington, I thought, was the second best receiver on Illinois' anemic passing game. He's a tradesy guy. He's built 6 foot, 201, ran a 4.46. Just a real good tester. But just doesn't really separate and produce a whole lot. So kind of a project, I suppose. And then they took McClellan, the running back out of Alabama, got some juice. I didn't like his vision, adequate shiftiness, but a guy a lot of people asked about, Alabama running back, but I didn't see a whole lot of skill there, just kind of a raw athlete. So kind of back-to-back athletes for the Falcons. It's fine. Nothing I'm going to rave about. I don't think there's a whole lot in those guys. Carter says he sees a lot of Bojangles in our future movie. Yeah.
Love Bojangles.
Bojangles is very good.
There's already been a lot of Bojangles in our life.
I love that they sell Bojangles at the Panthers games.
Is there a Bojangles at my hospital?
I think you said there was. Or you said Chick-fil-A.
Oh.
I think you said Chick-fil-A and Panera. I want to see if we got any other super chats to catch up on. So, yeah, we did the biggest reach in round 1. From Henro, Zay Flowers or Tank Dell for Dynasty. I think you got to go Zay with Stephon Diggs coming in and Tank Dell coming off the injury. Both good options, but I do think Tank's going to have a drop-off with Diggs coming in. Zay Flowers should only be trending up. So that one's pretty easy, in my opinion, actually. And then from Gooby, Where does Dallas go from here at running back with pick 216? So there's still some options. I mean, Frank Gore Jr. would be fun. Kendall Milton is the best option if you want anybody that could maybe tote the rock 15, 20 times a game. But at this point, you're probably looking towards the market. Is there a Zeke reunion in Dallas this year? That seems, with the way they've gone in the draft, that seems almost guaranteed. And to be honest, I was a little impressed by Zeke. Not going to go over the top and say he's back or whatever, but I thought he was pretty solid for the Patriots last year. I would actually like to see him back in Dallas. Come full circle on it. I think it'd be fun. But you're probably not drafting a starting running back at this point. You're probably more looking towards the market. There's got to be guys out there too that could play for you. Like I think Alexander Madison's still out there. I know he wasn't great for the Vikes, but he's probably better than anybody you're getting here. So ZEC says, according to Tom Pelissero, Kamani Vidal is the great nephew of Hank Aaron.
Say that one again?
Wow. So Kamani Vidal is the great nephew of Hank Aaron.
Interesting.
Wow.
It's a good bloodline.
Yeah. They don't call him a home run hitting threat for nothing at the running back position, apparently. I don't think he's going to hit. If a home run is a touchdown run, I don't think he's going to come close to the 700. Let's see. I'm going to test my baseball knowledge again. Either the chat can check me on this or you can check me on this, Anna. I don't think Kamani Vidal is going to hit the 716 home runs that Hank Aaron hit in his career. My dad and I did win trivia at the Baseball Hall of Fame when I was 10. We have little.
Cool. How many did you say?
I said 716.
Higher, but very close.
So was he 753?
755.
755. And he's number one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's number one. So is Babe Ruth 716?
In RBI.
No, he's got way more than that in RBIs.
No. Number one in RBIs.
Okay, so he's not. Barry Bonds is number one in home runs? Just do all-time MLB home run leaders. And I'm okay doing this.
You're a lot from me right now.
It's fine. Don't.
It's Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds, then Hank Aaron, then Babe Ruth.
Barry Bonds, then Hank Aaron. Then okay.
Now I gotta.
So Jamal Hill. I didn't get to Jamal Hill. I didn't watch him. Let's see if I have his details in here or not. Yep, way down at the bottom of my watch list. Okay. He makes sense for the Texans because he's kind of that quasi safety. He's not really a linebacker, but maybe they can get him to bulk up and develop. But as a special teamer, and the Texans, if they want to get to a base defense, they might have room for that super athletic, he's a weak side linebacker, but he's really a strong safety type of role. I think they probably like Christian Harris in that role as well, but we're talking about a 6th-round pick here. So he's 6'1", 215, ran 4.45, that type of a linebacker pick. So I like it. Any type of linebacker that D'Amico Ryans picks, I'm going to trust it, especially this late. So I think you can trust in D'Amico Ryans on that one. We are potentially going to see a large run on special teams players. Mekhi Wingo just went to Detroit. It's a phenomenal pick. In the 6th round, Mekhi Wingo is like a steal almost, I would say. Because I had Wingo as a late 3, early 4 type, and at that position group, I had a true 4th on him. But I think I will go steal. That's a really good fit for Wingo. So we are going certified steal on Wingo. Just wait. It's not your fault. I can hear the computer talking to you. It's like, nope, not doing it. Not doing it. Okay, is it up now?
It should be up, yes.
All right. Yeah, so Wingo is, I understand why he fell, because he's tiny. He's 280 something pounds. He's 6 foot. He's not really ever going to be a starter. He should have been drafted by now, though, because he can be a very useful player for a creative defense that moves their D-line around, loves guys that fly off the ball, can be a penetrator, be disruptive. He will come in a lot of their packages, whether it's early downs or later downs, shoot gaps. I think he can be a useful pass rusher, which is something they still need, like 100%. So I think he'll be in the mix. He'll probably give them 150, 200 snaps and have some splash plays. I think Lions fans are going to really like this player. Now, again, he's capped out in terms of like long-term upside, but that's fine. You're not drafting a bunch of starters in the 6th round. If you can find useful role players, you're killing it. Cameron asked, do you think the Vikes can have a top 10 defense considering the free agent signings and the draft picks? I'm never going to say no on a Brian Flores roster. I do think as the year went on, teams started to adjust. Like, they really got crazy, right, with their scheme, where they were showing blitz every play. Sometimes they're dropping, sometimes they're not. I do think the league started to adjust as the year went on. And now Brian Flores is going to have to come back with a counterpunch. So there's going to be some meeting of the middle in terms of like what they were to start last year versus how they finished. They lost to Danielle Hunter. That still matters. I like what they did. I think they neutralized it well, but I don't think they necessarily improved the pass rush necessarily. Then, Jordan Hicks was good for them. I like the Blake Cashman signing, but I don't know that. I mean, I think it's an upgrade, but I don't think it's like a massive upgrade. So you know what I'm getting at? Like, I think that I don't know that top 10 is realistic to say for the Vikings. I'm never gonna write Brian Flores off in year 2 of making that happen, but it does seem a little ambitious. I think top 16 to top 20, though, for the Vikes is still very reasonable for them. The Dallas Turner pick is really exciting, but he's not Danielle Hunter yet. You're hoping he can be Danielle Hunter down the road, but he's very raw. Don't think you're getting a crazy impact from him out the gate. Grim says, thought on the GOAT restaurant Portillo's. We love, or am I getting confused? That's the Chicago. Yeah. And I was second guessing it for a second. I was thinking for a second of Pancheros, which is like an Iowa Chipotle. But yeah, we love Portillo's. Portillo's.
Man, you're getting...
We love. I'm all over the place. We love the Italian beef, the cake shake, cheesy fries. Portillo's rocks.
All right, Dylan
McMahon got a lot of hype from some people for the Eagles. It's a good pick. He's an athletic center, a good backup for you just lost Kelsey, so you're replenishing that room with a good athlete. It makes a ton of sense. I definitely, if I'm the Eagles, would be moving. It took him a couple years ago. Oh, from Nebraska. I want to say Jensen, but that's not right. It's Juergens. Yeah, Juergens. Cam Juergens. I've been moving him to center, but I think McMahon can be a good backup right away and see where it goes from there. Fits their type. Makes a lot of sense to me. So I like it. Thoughts on the reports that the Saints, Seahawks, and Raiders all wanted to trade up for Michael Penix. Yeah, I mean, he was the best kept secret in the league, that's for sure. I mean, I kind of get it. Like, he's got the arm, he had a huge season, high character guy. I understand why the league liked him. It makes you stomach the Falcons pick a little bit more. It's a little bit of a surprise to me. I think the lack of playmaking and, ability to kind of utilize the pocket. He might. I'm gonna get into this for a minute because I think it's interesting. I think you guys watching a 6-round draft stream will find this interesting. So a lot of you are familiar with my definition of pocket presence being how well you sense pressure, and not just how well do you sense pressure when it's there, but how well do you sense pressure when it's not there being such a critical part. Like, I think Michael Penix is great at sensing pressure when it gets in. His sack avoidance is super high. He gets the ball out. But what bothered me about Penix's pocket presence, say that 5 times fast, was the lack of ability to utilize a clean pocket. He kind of felt like he had a clock in his head, didn't always extend plays, know when and how to get out, how to step up, avoid the rush when the pocket was collapsing, as opposed to like, okay, blitzer got in, left tackle lost, or a linebacker got in free on a blitz. He's exceptional in that side of pocket presence. So what I'm getting at here before we get to the Cardinals pick, which I didn't watch Tajon Palmer, so we can take a little extra time here. But next year, I think what I will have is 2 separate terms for sense, like the pressure sense in terms of when pressure is there, how do you manage it? And then like pocket sense as 2 separate traits for quarterbacks. Because I think there's a big difference there. And like there's other quarterbacks that I've had to split the difference there. Like Justin Herbert is a great example of a guy, when the pressure gets in, he'll extend plays, he'll get out of that sack. Like, he avoids sacks really well, but he does not manage the space that is the pocket in the way that some of these great quarterbacks do. So that was a little bit of a dive, but it's going to be an update to my scouting lingo moving forward after this draft. I don't really have a grade on the Cardinals pick. They took Dejuan Taylor, I think it was. Palmer. Out of UAB, 6-year player. He's got some size, ran a 4.45. It was on my watch list. Didn't get to him. Moving along to Seahawks take DJ James. It's a good value at this point for DJ James. I understand why he fell. A lot of people really liked him. I had him as a 3rd to a 4th round grade, so I liked him. He's tiny. He's 174 pounds, under 6 feet. He's sticky in coverage, though. He moves really well in space. And I think for DJ James, for Seattle, the expectations at this point should be dime back, matchup corner. If you have to deal with really quick, like, let's just take Ricky Pearsall in San Francisco. If he's their wide receiver 3 and you need a matchup corner, you know, maybe you're putting wasn't that the last pick? We're good. I like it. Okay. I love it. He's a good, we'll go love it on DJ James. Good value in the 6th, but you know, you need a quick corner that can go up on Ricky Pearsall right away and just kind of match the quickness, be a sticky cover player. I like that for him. When it comes to like run defense or being a starting slot or having the size to play outside, it's a little harder to see him carving out a starting role in the league. So I could see that kind of being why he fell. And then Joe Milton off the board of the Patriots. So to me, this is a developmental tight end in New England. You know, he's not someone that's a threat to Drake May or anything like that. I mean, if it goes that way, that's great. But for me, he's already 24 years old. He was outside my top 10 quarterbacks. Someone people are extremely fascinated with because he's big, he's fast, one of the best just raw athletes in the league. I think the picks will slow down in a second, so I do want to spend time on Joe Milton because it's a big one. A lot of people were asking about him, right? Played at Michigan, highly recruited dude. He was announced as a quarterback, so the second he got drafted 2 minutes ago, he is one of the 3 strongest arms in the league, period. Hand downs, full stop. Like, sorry, Patrick Mahomes, you're out. Sorry, Matthew Stafford, you're out. Rodgers, you're out. I think Herbert, Josh Allen, Joe Milton, that's your debate for who has the strongest arm in the National Football League. Joe Milton, congratulations. You're in the top 3. That's all he is. He's that and a runner. Some of the worst accuracy you'll ever see from a draftable quarterback prospect. And again, he is a 6th-year player. So he's been working at this, and it still is not working. When he was in Michigan's pro-style system, it was like the gap from him to J.J. McCarthy was astronomical in terms of running the offense, making the right reads. So he goes to Tennessee, where they run this college-y stack spread offense. They have like 15 plays in the playbook. They're reading half the field. He's allowed to just stand in the pocket, read 2 receivers. It's overly simplified. It's not translatable to the NFL. So yeah, his production in that system was fine. It still wasn't as good as it could have been. Again, he wasn't in my top 10 quarterbacks in this draft. For me, he's 24 years old. He's built like a tight end. He moves like a tight end. He's great with the ball in his hands. Let's get the ball going here. Why are we still messing around with Joe Milton as a quarterback prospect? That's where I'm at on him. So I'm curious to see which direction they go with him. And it's not like that we haven't seen that. Like Logan Thomas did that out of Virginia Tech. Tyree Wilson tried it. It didn't work out with him. There's Bell is still playing in the NFL as a tight end. He was coming out of Oklahoma. So it's not like this is an unheard of transition. Taysom Hill has done some of that stuff. So it's not crazy to say those things. And then we had Tanner McLachlan went to Bengals. I love the day 2 double dip investments that the Bengals are making at tight end. Tanner McLachlan was, I think, my tight end 5. So to get him at 6 is like actually kind of a steal. Adam is a late third, early 4th round guy. And you know, he's going to come in, compete with Eric All. I'm just a big fan of the double dip strategy because guys come in together. They have that extra motivation. Competition breeds excellence. You've got Mike Gesicki in there as well. It's going to motivate him to beat those guys out. And I think all those guys are good fits for their system. McLachlan is a really smooth receiver. He's a really good athlete for the tight end spot. Need to see him bulk up a little bit more, get a little bit better at blocking, but I think he's got a lot of talent. So bring him in as a 6th-round pick. I think it works just fine. And then we got Ryan Watts going to the Steelers, announced as a cornerback. Do I need to put my grade up for the McLachlan pick? Okay. I'll take down the certified steal on Ryan Watts. I like this for the Steelers. I'm curious that he was announced as a corner because to me, he has to move to safety. His corner tape was just so massively underwhelming. He tested really well, but he doesn't really move in space, doesn't really play as fast as he tested. He's huge. He's like 6'3", great length. He's a good tackler, really projects as a safety. And I think for Pittsburgh, it's a good coaching staff to bring him in and can kind of begin that safety to corner conversion. Wouldn't be surprised if Watts ends up on the practice squad in his first year if they go with that conversion route because he's just so raw. But he's got the moldable traits to eventually become even a starting safety if everything goes right. So I like the pick there. Worth the risk. We've got Super Chat from Brendo. As a Gophers fan, what happened to Brevin Spanford between 2022 and 2023? Well, as a Gophers fan, we lost a certain quarterback named Tanner Morgan. And I know it doesn't sound much like to you regular college football fans, but for us Gophers fans, when you have a guy that's like at the Shrine Bowl and like has NFL players, NFL scouts looking at you, it's a big deal. And Morgan was a very capable college quarterback, threw a really nice ball down in the red zone, was able to utilize the catch radius that a guy like Spanford has because he's like 6'7". But they go to Snuffleupagus or whatever that guy. That was extremely disrespectful. It's like Carla Pocus or Kalamanokis or something like that. I'm butchering it so bad. But he was busy, getting benched, getting pulled in and out of the lineup, blowing games, back to good old Gophers quarterback football. But, when Brevin Spanford had an adequate college quarterback, his size was a useful target. He's just not a very great athlete. I still think he'll get drafted here. I had him as a 7th round grade, basically. He's a useful, tight end 2, red zone threat blocking type. There you go, Mr. Narwhal. Calic Manis is the quarterback that stepped in. So that's kind of what happened, was he just lost any semblance of competent quarterback play. And then Echo back for day 3. Thank you, Echo. Just so generous this weekend. We can't thank you enough. But what would you prefer? A linebacker with athleticism and no clue what he's doing, or a linebacker who's lacking in athleticism but was a multi-year starter? It really just depends what I'm looking for, right? I think my ideal linebacker room is 2 middlingly, unless I can get a Roquan or get a, those 5 or 6 guys that are truly elite linebackers. That's ideal. If you get that, pay them. That's great. There's a lot of value. It's like drafting a tight end in fantasy. You have something that other teams don't have. If I don't have that, I want a couple starters that are veterans with experience that have proven themselves out, paid at a decent rate, but, fluid contracts and get out of at any point. And then you have, I just saw Gooby's comment that he can't stop laughing about number 70 for Duke just getting shredded for no reason. So good. But I want those 2 starters that I can be fluid to move on from. And then as my depth, I want that speedy developmental guy, your Trevin Wallace or whatever that guy might be, your the guy Washington took this year, where is he? Jordan McGee for Washington. I want that guy, and then I also want my JT Bertrand, my Tommy Eichenberg, or the league minimum veteran that's safe. I want someone that can step in if I have an injury and not get lost. And then I want the guy that's flying around on special teams that wants to be great, that just has a long way to go. If that can be my 4-man linebacker room, that's kind of, I think, playing the modern game of team building well. Again, unless you can get one of those premium guys. So that's my team strategy for the Eagles. I would love to do that for the Eagles. That's where my mind was going, because they're the team that's completely neglected that position. But great question.
They fired out all those picks, and then they've been spending 5 minutes getting this one out.
We're, I think, all caught up.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take a second, put a little YouTube ad in here. I don't know if I was just on camera, but I was just laughing because they keep showing Cade Stover massaging a cow's back. They've shown it 5 times. Okay, Tyler Davis to the Rams, sure. Fine enough player at this stage in the draft. He's a kind of a, high energy, total Rams type. He's not quite what they found in Kobe Turner out of the ACC last year, but their type. They took Braden Fisk earlier. That they like these quick move interior guys. Tyler Davis he's undersized. The Falcons just took my worst graded player in the entire draft in Zion Logue. But I think Tyler Davis is at a good home for the Rams to be he can take the job of some of those other guys they drafted a couple years ago that haven't really risen up, more undersized interior linemen that they took on day 3, guys like Dejuan Johnson they took last year. Most of those guys are actually out now, but Laryl Murchison's in there, Corey Durden. I think he can come in and be better than the depth that they have for what they're looking for. And then Zion Logue, I'm going to question it just because I wasn't sure he was draftable. Honestly, you watch a Georgia defensive player and you expect a certain something. And with Logue, I was just waiting for, I did Georgia's defense all together, and I did 3 Georgia defensive games because I wanted to get a good full eval on, Tyke Smith, who I was falling in love with. So I'm doing play-by-play, evaluating all of the Georgia players at the same time. And, halfway through the 3rd game, I just stopped watching Zion Logue because I was like, I get it. There's not really anything there. He's not athletic. He plays with poor pad level. He doesn't have good play strength. There's no pass rushing profile. So he ended up basically tied for the lowest graded player that I watched this year. So Falcons, to me, just not a good draft, my man. Dolphins take Patrick McMorris. That's his name, McMorris?
That's his name.
All right, Patrick McMorris. Didn't get to him. Don't have him on my watch list. So let's pull up the Beast from Dane Brugler. See what he had on Patrick McMorris. If I spelled that right. I think maybe just one C. Spelled correctly on your screen there. Oh, here we go. It looks like Patrick Mahomes at first glance. All right, so Dane Brugler had him as safety 28. I got to 22 safeties this year, but didn't run his 40. He had 6 interceptions in his career at was at San Diego State until this most recent season. He's a 5th-year senior that transferred with a grad transfer. So he has 6 interceptions. Pretty below average testing numbers. So they must have just really liked his tape, I guess. They had a scout that was really sticking his neck out for Patrick McMorris, I think. Wish I had further analysis on him, but didn't quite get to him. Dude, the NFL Network is obsessing over Cade Stover's farm highlights. I mean, it's entertaining to see out of the corner of my eye, but if I was actually watching NFL Network, I'd be like, can we chill it on Cade Stover running his farm? I mean, he's got a whole highlight reel. I get why they're having fun with it. Ooh, Saints taking Christian Boyd. I kind of love this pick for the Saints. Christian Boyd out of Northern Iowa talk about the farm highlights. He's a I can't say he's a load of beef. But he is. He's he's a load of beef. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't. That's what he is, though. He is a brick wall of he can play the nose. That's what I like about him. I think it was asked after I did my Patreon mailbag episode of the Fully Inflated Football podcast, which I do have a podcast if you want to go follow Fully Inflated. But someone asked me, is there anyone other than T'Vondre Sweat that can play the nose this year? And honestly, the only other guy I watched that I really feel like can be a nose tackle in the league is Christian Boyd. he benched like 40 reps, really hard to move. He can get a little bit of power in his bull rush, but he's not really an athlete. But he's built low to the earth. I think he's like 6'1", 330. I think is what his final. Yeah, 6'2", 320. So I was a little off there, but I had a 4th to a 5th round grade on him. I love this pick for them. Borderline certified steal, but I just don't. Certified steal, I want to put like, okay, this guy could be a starter. Like, this could be something you found in the 6th round. You're looking back on it in years. You're like, how the hell was that guy there? You understand why Christian Boyd was there. He's one-dimensional. But the modern nose tackle, it's like, okay, can you give us 10 snaps a game if we want to get into an odd front, which the Saints do like to do. They're more of a 4-3 team, but they'll walk that third linebacker up on the ball and then ask someone to be the nose. So he brings something that their D-line doesn't really have, and I think he'll be useful for them because their depth, like their D-line depth is not anything special. You've got, I mean, after you've got Nathan Shepard, Colin Sanders, Brian Brzee. And then you have Jack Heflin and John Pennicini. So I think he's easily your 4th best defensive tackle in that room. So he's going to get playing time. I think it's a great pick for them.
B-Dog says he wanted him for the Vikings.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely would have fit for Brian Flores' defense. What did I say? He's a load of beef?
Load of beef. Certified Angus.
We need a what is there's the company that'll like send you the nice meats.
Oh, yeah.
We need a sponsorship.
We do.
And I won't say their company name until they sponsor. That's how this
right.
works. That's how this works. Y'all know what I'm talking about, but gotta sponsor the stream if you want the shout out. Culver's and Canes, you can get all the shouts in the world. That's fine, but
yeah,
I think it's
sponsored by either of those would be a problem.
Yes.
For your waist.
I would take up this entire screen. Hey, look, they got the dogs out on the NFL Network. Are you jealous, Teddy?
You want some Teddy Cam?
He literally poked his head up.
Turn him. Just in time for your Panthers pick.
Keep pounding. Oh, Moon God says he's looking for a new fan base to join after this Falcons draft. Oh. Jaden Krumetti. Just a little bit of a turn. There we go. We got him. Teddy's a Pomeranian, Max. Okay, Krumetti, there's only one Eddie in there. But I watched him, 6 to a priority free agent grade. Didn't see a ton in there. He's a developmental option. He is really athletic. We got to see some flashes from him at the Senior Bowl. That basically sums it up. That I just don't like. We're seeing a lot more of these with the COVID year. I'm really turned off by the 6th year project. If you're year 4 or even year 5 and you know, you've taken a while to kind of get there or whatever, like maybe you had a weird journey, you had a weird recruiting process because of the COVID year and all this stuff. It's like, I can see a route, like even like a Braden Fisk. Like I'm a little more, you want to just wait a second? Cause they're going to probably slow down. Oh, I'll go like it. I mean, it's fine, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you were at Mississippi State, which he was for 6 years, you're getting good coaching there, and nothing really ever clicked in 6 years. It's like, why should I gamble that that's going to happen moving forward? So there's definitely other guys, like a player that's still available that they must just really not like his off field. Is it the Gooby comment?
Yes, that just cracked me up.
Oh, Gooby, you win super chat comment of Boyd gets massaged by Stover in the offseason. The big pile of beef. They didn't go to the same team, right? No, that would have been too good.
I'm putting up the next player.
That's fine. So Micah Abraham out of Marshall, another guy I did not get to. I regret not doing more corners. I did 32 corners this year, which I know sounds like a lot, but definitely got to get at least into the 40s next year. But yeah, another guy's not on my radar. So let's go to Brugler's analysis. Shout out Dane Brugler. I feel bad, like, kind of using his hard work. So I do want to shout out, like, the Beast Draft Guide. All you need is an athletic subscription, and this thing it's called the Beast for a reason. You can get so much information on here. And he has evals in there, so it's like so nice. But typed in, there it is. So he had Micah Abraham as the 47th corner, way down the board. Doesn't have a ton of notes on him. Says he's undersized. Posted outstanding ball production. He had 12 career interceptions at Marshall. And he has the speed. So he's got speed. He's got ball production. There's worse things to gamble on. Okay, Packers go Travis Glover, Georgia State. I could get behind this in the 6th round. Travis Glover was fun at the Senior Bowl. I'm going to say I like this one. He's a good developmental option for the 6th round. They've had a good track record with these guys. So Glover's really interesting. Now, he does fall under that, I think, 6th-year project category that we were just talking about, but he is at least at a smaller school, unlike a guy that's at, like, Mississippi State. But and he's actually only a 5th-year player, not a 6th-year player out of Georgia State. But someone got hurt at the Senior Bowl, and when that happens, they usually have a short list, and agents are, like, staring at their phone waiting to see if their players are going to get invited out there. So Travis Glover was, like, the first guy cut from the Senior Bowl list. And Jim Nagy invited him out there, and he shows up day 2, and I'm like, who's the guy in the blue helmet? And this is why you guys are watching my stream, because NFL Network just showed a dog named Waffles on the screen, and they're talking about a dog named Waffles, and here we are breaking down 6th-round offensive tackles for the Green Bay Packers.
Showing a dog named Teddy right now.
Yeah, but we're also talking football here. So anyway, Glover shows up, and the Vikings just took a kicker. So
I have analysis on him.
You do? We got kicker analysis?
Yes, but finish your statement.
I like this guy too. I've seen him. He's phenomenal, actually. I feel like that's actually kind of a steal. He's like the all-time college football. Well, I'll let you. This is yours. This is all you, babe.
You want me to tell you about it?
Please go. We'll come back to Glover in a minute.
Mr. Reichert is 23 years old from Hoover, Alabama. He played at Alabama, and he's the all-time NCAA Division I FBS scoring leader. He's 194 pounds and 6'1", and he's a graduate student.
Fantastic. Wow.
Everything you ever wanted to know about Kicker Will.
So what's the grade?
Well, I'd say I love it.
Is he the number 1 kicker on the board?
He wasn't the number 1 kicker on my board.
Oh, so this is a reach.
Well,
you hate it.
I think I still love it.
Who was your number 1?
Well, I can't tell you.
Okay. Chat thinks you're taking my job.
You have been asking me for years to evaluate the kicker.
Yes, I think it's phenomenal. It's so good. I like that for the Vikes. Carlson's one of those hold your breath every time he kicks a PAT kind of guys. Kind of wish the Packers took him, to be honest, because I have seen this dude drilling kicks for Bama for a long time. Definitely a player that's been on the radar. My camera keeps resetting there, but I think you love the pick, right? That's a love it pick for the Vikes. But I do want to wrap up on Glover. He shows up at the Senior Bowl and had like his first 2 reps. He came out. He must have been fired up. He was so happy to be there. Georgia State. He's like, this is my chance. And he kicked ass the first couple snaps. Like everything came together. Hands inside, was just locking down high-end competition. The second day was not as good for him. It was actually kind of a bad day for him. So he's interesting. He's clearly got the length. He's massive. He moves well. I think it's a good pick for Green Bay. Certainly a good risk on day 3 of the draft.
Do you have a super chat, or am
I might have some super chats. Yeah, I think we do. We got a few. So Patrick says, "What's my overall thoughts on the Steelers draft?" So we will definitely be getting full draft grades videos coming over the next 3-4 days. So you'll get way better in-depth analysis there. But I definitely have liked what the Steelers have done. Address the O-line. They took a receiver in there, right? Wilson. Wilson fits in really well for what they want to do. It's been another good Omar Khan draft. And then from Kevin, where does the Niners wide receiver room rank if they keep everyone? Well, as a playmaking group, when you count McCaffrey and Kittle, I think it's in the top 3, right? I think top 4. There's like a tier that's tough to separate between Minnesota, Philadelphia, Miami, and San Francisco are kind of, in my mind, the 4 elite tier 1 like groups of weaponry as a whole. Yeah, Jack frustrated with the Falcons draft. I would be too. So the Bills pick Tylen Grable out of UCF. Another kind of developmental option. 6-year player out of UCF. Ran a 4.95 40. So this dude has the athletic levers. 36.5-inch broad jump. So kind of your vintage. Day 3 developmental risk. Hard to argue with that process for the Bills.
I'm sorry, they took away his name so fast. Who was
it? It was Tylen.
Tylen who?
Grable. Not Gable.
And what does he play?
He's a tackle.
They literally took his name off the screen immediately. Okay, go ahead.
Patrick, I'll come back to your super chat for a sec on the Steelers draft because I want to pull it up. Just remind myself. Very tough to remember the whole draft on the fly while we're going here. That's why we need the draft grades videos to really hit it home. But all right. Yeah, that's right. They went Frazier. Frazier's the one guy I'm like, I think will be good. That's like the absolute earliest I would have taken him. I'm off consensus on him. I understand that. But my take is that he's a little slow, and I don't know if Arthur Smith's going to love him. In fact, I had a higher grade on Mason McCormick, who they took in the 4th round. So if you flip those guys, I'm totally happy with that. But, yeah, Peyton Wilson at the end of the 3rd. Another guy I'm a little bit lower on, but definitely a value at the end of the 3rd. Excited to see what he can do with that coaching. Logan Lee made a ton of sense. He's going to be just a useful player, total Steelers type of kind of 3-tech, 4-eye, 5-tech. And then Ryan Watts is someone that, we'll look at him 2 or 3 years from now, he's either not going to be on the team or he could be like a quality safety. I like him as a safety convert. That's a tough question, Raging Crocodile. Where do I rank Seattle's D-line now? Still not super high, to be completely honest with you. Their edge room is one of the worst in the league, so that's just tough. But, I mean, interior, you got options. Still probably no elite presences on that D-line, so it's probably still in the bottom 12. Murphy was more of a long-term type of pick in terms of the overall impact, because it does get a little bit muddy when you have Leonard Williams and Draymond Jones in that group. Not saying he's not going to start and play right away, but unfortunately for Seattle, like I'm still not looking at that D line and like, oh my God, it's amazing. What is amazing is that you have Coach McDonald, who I think is going to elevate a lot of those guys, just as he did for the pieces in Baltimore. All right, Houston goes Jawar Jordan, running back out of Louisville. He's kind of a fine pick. He was the lesser talented of the two backs there. I think the most credit you can give to Jawar Jordan is he was skilled enough to keep Isaac Guerrero off the field a bunch. And that's saying a lot, because Guerrero's a total freak. He went 2 rounds ago. But he's 5'9", 193 pounds. He's not fast. He's going to be against the odds to really make it in the NFL. So he was my lowest ranked running back. I would actually go as far as questioning that the more I think about it. I think Frank Gore Jr., Jaden Sheridan would be more fun. Kendall Milton, Blake Watson. I think there were just other options that I would have drafted ahead of Jawar Jordan. And then, do we have another pick in there?
Nathaniel Watson.
Nathaniel Watson.
For the Browns.
To the Browns. Makes sense. They got a thin linebacker room in terms of depth. Watson was my next best linebacker available, so say I like it. Had a day 3 grade on him. 6-year senior out of Mississippi State. He's a really good blitzer, so he'll be useful in that term. And then he actually had pretty good run defense tape. He's one of the most consistent tacklers in this entire draft. So in terms of him being a good special teamer, you love that for them. But, I mean, there's not a lot of linebackers in this draft that missed. I think he missed like under 5% of his tackles his final year, which is like, I think Junior Colson was the only one close in terms of missed tackle rate. So you love that about him. He's just, not the most fully built guy, not truly the fastest. He was a solid prospect, definitely worth a 6th round pick. Probably more of a special teamer and a backup over time, but could surprise. Seahawks go with an offensive tackle. You're doing great work over there, keeping up with all this. What was the name on it? Did you see?
The Seahawks pick is Mike Terrell.
Mike Terrell.
From Finlay. I've never even heard of that.
Yeah. Wasn't on my radar. But let's pull up his testing numbers. I'm going to assume he's an athletic project type. Finlay.
No, his last name is Gerald. Jerrel.
Jerrel. RREL. Okay, 6-year senior out of Finlay. Yeah, there you go. There you have it. Ran a 4.94 40 at 6'4", 310, 34-inch arms. Yep, you're small school athlete. Get him in the building, see what happens. You're going to see a lot of picks just like that here in the 6th round. It's kind of the same analysis on all of them. ZEZ says, Georgia State alumni here. I'm just like stumbling all over my words. I'm just like
your mouth isn't working anymore.
I think my muscles are like.
You need a massage from.
I don't want Cade Stover to give me a meat massage. Oh my God. Off the rails.
Back to the super chat.
Says that Glover is a good one, and ZEZ is a Georgia State alum. So I'm happy to hear it, man. Happy to hear it. It's one of the day 3 picks that the Packers are apparently making today. Again, I don't know what happened to all those picks. Like, I'm actually super pissed that they were supposed to have 15 picks today. Where'd they all go? They've picked 4 players. They're not 15 picks today, but I think they had like 8 or 9 picks. So trading up twice for random players that no one was going to take, I can't be more critical of that process for Green Bay. Give yourself as many dart throws as you want, unless you're trading up for like someone that's actually going to go. So again, Gutekunst. Dylan Laub, good pick for the Raiders. I like it. He's a perfect complement to Zamir White. If there's a knock on Zamir White, who's like one of the biggest winners of the draft, by the way. So for your underdog, best balls, you name it, week 1 for your pick'em contests, for her fantasy team, Zamir White is a huge winner because the Raiders have told us we want to run the ball, we want to punch you in the mouth, play that physical brand of football, but they really haven't invested in running back. But the one guy they did invest in is a receiving back in Dylan Laub. That's the knock on Zamir White. He's not a great route runner or anything like that. So he'll come off the field in any sort of critical passing situation. And Dylan Laub is actually a really fun fit there. I like him in that role a lot. Small school dude that had like crazy production, good athlete, great routes, great hands. I think he's gonna play a good bit in his rookie year. That's a really nice pick for them. Just continuing to make things easier on their quarterback room. Should have a pretty good screen game there with him and Bowers and all that. So I love that pick, honestly.
All right, we got a kicker.
Oh, a kicker?
He was number 1 on my kicker board.
Okay, this is kicker 1. All right, yes. I'm turning up the mic.
Okay. Well, he's originally from Burlington, North Carolina. He's 207 pounds, 6'2". He's a senior at Stanford. He started for 3 years. He doesn't have many bowl appearances. His only bowl is the Senior Bowl, which, does that count? I don't know. And if you're wondering, he was a computer science major, so he's also very smart.
Wow. I'm so impressed. This is amazing.
I did this while doing the draft stream and putting your graphics up, too.
Unbelievable.
It's pretty good.
I'm so screwed, you guys. She's going to be doing this entire stream for all these players in like 3 years.
I would rather die.
Oh, my God. Detroit takes Christian Mahogany. That's annoying. As a Packers fan. Mahogany was my 10th ranked interior offensive line. And just a steal. Like, no way around it. We were talking about him earlier. I don't really know why he fell. But, I think he could be a starting guard for them. They have older players in there, so it's a great situation for him to kind of be eased into it. But if he's their starting guard next year, I really don't think that's a surprise. He's an excellent value. Loves to, hit, I guess would be the way I'd put it. Like, he's got that dickhead mentality you look for in an offensive lineman. So that's a steal for me to get Mahogany in the 6th. Chiefs picks coming in. Tony says, I heard because he fell because of health reasons. That would make sense. Brandon, also, thank you for the super chat. I don't have thoughts on Frank Crum. I do have the Beast Guide up here, though, so I can see who he is. From Wyoming. He is a tackle from Wyoming. Looks like another athletic, day 3 project. 6-year guy out of Wyoming. I didn't get to him, but he's 6'8". 34-inch arms, ran a 4.94. I mean, sounds like a good risk to take in the 6th round to me. The Kansas City Chiefs take Kamal Haddon. I watched him this morning, so perfect timing there. He's a really smart football player. I don't know where he's going to fit in the league. He doesn't have great long speed. He's got good length. So, I don't know if he's a man-to-man corner, but really good first step. Good, I thought for an off-zone, Fangio-style system, maybe he would be a really productive player. For the Chiefs, that's not really what they run, so, I mean, they have an incredible eye. When they take a DB in the 3rd round, you better pay attention. Clearly, they like his tape. I did too. I'm just curious in terms of the scheme fit, how he fits in. I do wonder if they see him as that kind of Mike Edwards role, where he's kind of a just lurking safety. Turn your mic down. Oh, geez, yeah, I turned that up for you, and now I'm probably just yelling at everybody. Good call. But, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they see him as the Mike Edwards ball hawk role, where he comes in dime packages, and it's we're not so much worried about you manning a guy up and taking a guy away. It's more we're putting you in a hook zone or rotating you too high or whatever. We're going to disguise you. No one's going to know where you're coming from, but read the quarterback's eyes, read out the route concepts, go make a play. Could see that being a good fit for him, because they're very much in Kansas City like a press man, in-your-face type of system with their corners. And I definitely didn't see that with Haddon. Not that he can't press, but I just don't know if he has the athleticism to stay tight with guys down the field. So I like him off, in zone, using his eyes. And did they bring Mike Edwards back in Kansas City? They did not. So they also have Shamari Connor. But I think Connor has a few more tools to maybe be the long-term starting safety. They took Jaden Hicks. Honestly, I think Jaden Hicks will compete with Brian Cook right away. I just haven't been the biggest Brian Cook fan. I think Jaden Hicks is actually a better prospect than Cook was coming in. So if you project out a year or two, maybe they lose Justin Reed. Jaden Hooks takes Brian Cook's job. Connor takes Jaden Reed's job. Hicks becomes the strong safety, and then you have behind those guys waiting to go. Maybe Haddon can be that kind of dime corner, or maybe I'm just dead wrong, and he's eventually a starting corner for them. I don't know. I just doesn't really seem to fit their type of cornerback, so I think it's interesting. Definitely one of those teams, though, when they drafted DB in the day 3 of the draft, you better pay attention because their hit rate there is immaculate. You working on a graphic right now?
I was just finishing up for the Jets.
Okay. You can have it back. Just want to check on the super chats.
Oh, I didn't get any analysis on this kicker.
Wait.
Cam Little.
Okay, so there was another kicker that just went to the Jags?
Yeah. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm letting you down right now. I'll be better next year.
How many kickers did you do?
I only did 4.
So
I've been asking you for weeks to send me the kickers' names, and you didn't. So I had to do this on the fly today.
Very impressed.
Next year. But he's not on my top 4 board, so he must
not
be that
screw him.
good.
He's
Forget
trash.
about him.
You hate the pick.
I hate it. Change it. It says like it. I hate it.
We got takes. We got takes out here. Cam Little. Poor Jags. Just they can't get any day 3 picks that we like out here. Even the kicker TFGF hates.
Hate it. Who's catching more strays, him or number 70?
No, definitely number 70 for Duke. We literally pulled up his tape and roasted him.
I feel so bad.
How amazing would that have been if he actually like followed the channel and like was watching like, bro, what was happening? This is awful. Oh. Man, we've had some highlight moments between that and the load of beef or whatever I called him. We've had some good moments today. Yeah, let's take a moment here before the next pick comes in. Today's draft stream is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. As a diehard NFL fan, I get it. The summer months can get a little bit long with our professional sports as we wait for our football to come back. But thanks to Underdog Fantasy Pick'em contests, they can help you spice up your interest in MLB, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs with their Pick'em contests, where you can string together stats on anywhere from 2 to 5 players, and you can cross sports too. You can go Shohei Ohtani home runs mixed with Anthony Edwards points, you name it, all the way up to 5 players with the chance from small entries to win massive payouts. My wife and I are huge Twins fans. We have season tickets, and Underdog Fantasy keeps me glued to the edge of my seat, waiting to see if our starting pitcher is going to, get his 30-something fantasy points, or if we're going to get that 7th inning home run I'm waiting on. Even when your lineup doesn't hit, it can feel like you're winning because it just ramps up your interest in every single game. I love Underdog Fantasy. I know you guys will too. And of course, they have NFL when it picks back up, including their best ball tournaments as well. And most of all, if you sign up right now using promo code TFG, they will match up to $100 on your first deposit. That's plenty to participate in all your other sports over the summer. And then you got a stash waiting for you for football in the fall. So that's promo code TFG at Underdog Fantasy. Thank you to Underdog for sponsoring today's stream. And let's get back to the draft. Try and get this camera to... Sometimes if you do that, it rethinks. There we go. Kevin O'Connell getting some screen time. That's who that is, right? On NFL Network.
Also, just so you know, Great Aunt Helen thinks you look very handsome today, Marcus.
Hi, Great Aunt Helen. Thanks for watching.
I said she better stay away from my man.
We had to get our nice Sunday attire on for... It's Saturday.
I know. I keep thinking
it does feel like Sunday. It feels like day 3 of the draft should be on Sunday, but it's okay.
When do they reveal the schedule?
Soon. It's, I think, like May 12th was the estimated date. That's the next calendar event for the NFL. They like to monetize every month of the calendar, except for June. Man, what is going on with the pacing here? They're just like...
Seriously, I could have done my whole analysis on Cam Little in the meantime.
What's stopping you? I will do that the next lull we have, because this pick just came in and it's a good one. Jordan Whittington. I'm gonna ring my bell on this one, you guys, because of the roll fit. I won't go too nuts on it, but for those that watched my show with EJ Snyder, I always want to say Schneider, but I think it's just Snyder. I had Jordan Whittington as like a day 3 guy that I would have been kind of pounding the table for, but it had to be in the right fit. My comparison on him is Jawan Jennings. So I wanted to see him go to a Shanahan style system that has that spot for that big slot wide receiver. Hell yes. Jordan Whittington is an upgrade to Ben Skoranek. He is Ben Skoranek who can actually peel away from guys, be a little better after the catch. Love this as a fit. Good value. Just never going to wow you with his routes or his speed or even, I mean, he makes some really good catches down the field, but he's not necessarily consistent with it. But he's just right in the mix now with all the talent they have. Like they have their type, and he is 100%. Like I totally get why they picked him. He's going to be a better player for the Rams than like a fantasy star. He's not going to be any sort of consistent production type of guy, but he's going to be a super useful guy. Like think of Alan Lazard if he was any good. Is like Jordan Whittington, basically. Loves to block, really good after the catch, big target, kind of a quasi tight end, slot wide receiver type. And a little bit of like Laviska Shenault in there too, in terms of like the run after catch. Like I might be selling him short in terms of his stiff arms, the break tackle ability. He's a good football player. I really like him on the Rams. He's going to have some weeks where you're like, okay, Jordan Whittington, I see it. Bengals pick just came in. Houday. Cedric Johnson, I watched him this morning. And definitely deserved to be drafted, probably a round earlier, honestly. I think he is well worth a 6th-round pick. He's got all the traits. He was relatively productive, kind of a steady, 6-sack player for Ole Miss over the last 3 years. Good first step. He's got some good hand usage, some bend. Still working on it. And I believe he's just, it's so funny that we talk about he's only a 4th-year player because all these guys are like 5th, 6th-year guys. But yeah, he's just a 4th-year player out of Ole Miss. So there's still a little bit of untapped potential there. Just a good balanced profile. I think long-term you're probably like, yeah, he could be a solid backup, do a little bit of everything for you. Was better as a pass rusher than he was as a run defender. So if that's who he's going to be, you want him to grow a little bit more as a run defender. But
people are asking what Teddy thinks about this pick for his team.
Let's see. Got anything to say? I'm holding him up to the mic if you can't tell.
No thoughts.
No thoughts. No thoughts, huh, Ted? Nothing? Nothing to say? Okay.
All right, well, moving on then, Teddy.
Yeah, geez, Teddy.
I think Jared...
Way to kill the room.
Yeah. Does Jarrett Kingston sound like a person?
Sounds...
49ers? They took his name away so
fast. He was at USC, correct? Kingston. He's I think he's the tackle out of USC that's really athletic. I'm searching my board. Yeah, it's a good pick, and it was to the Niners.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's local, out there in California. Had him as a late day 3 grade. He's really athletic, but he was a part of the problem at USC. Oh my God, Bo Limmer for the Rams. What a good pick. But you know, the Niners love guys that can move and block people out in space. Kingston can do that, no doubt. He did a lot of that at USC, but just has so much to learn in terms of pass protection. He was, again, just a part of the problem in terms of that O-line for Caleb Williams. We didn't talk enough about how much he had to deal with bad pass protection. And Kingston's anchor is a real problem. Like he's an athlete. He can definitely, move with NFL pass rushers, but he's out there getting driven back, and some of the blitz pickup and blitz recognition that was going on there was a huge problem. So they got to develop him. He's got to get a little stronger in the weight room, but there's potential in Jarrett Kingston, so it's a fine pick. But Bo Limmer for It wasn't Dallas, I don't think. You put up Dallas. I think it was.
I thought it was.
Is the Rams.
It was the Rams.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I'll fix it.
You want to fix it?
Yeah, I'll fix it.
Okay. And the Ravens pick's coming in if you want to just leave it. That's all right. But we will say it's for the Rams in the 6th round. So Bo Limmer was a 3rd round grade for me. I mean, he's just too good of a player for them to pass up this late. He's an awesome athlete. He had like a 36.5-inch vertical jump or something, which is crazy for his size. They've invested a bunch in that interior offensive line, but having depth is a huge luxury. He can block any system for them. He can play guard for them. I think if they needed him to in a pinch, he just crushes dudes. Like he is a really good run blocker. Pass protection was the question on him, the foot speed. But I thought Bo Limmer had a really good Senior Bowl. What?
I did miss Dallas to Ryan Florney.
Okay.
That was my fault.
So Ryan Florney went to Dallas. That's a good pick. Florney was definitely draftable. He's from Southeast Missouri, I believe.
Yes. That is
Yeah,
correct.
Southeast Missouri State. Sorry. I was so close. But he was at the Senior Bowl. Was a guy that everybody was like, what's that helmet? Like, where'd this guy come from? But people were drawn to him because he looks the part. He's out there and he kind of looks like, I mean, it's crazy, but like if you just put a Julio Jones jersey on him, you're like, oh, Julio's here. That's cool. Like he's built fully through a lot of play strength. He's got, 10-inch hands, just kind of has those NFL traits. He tested pretty well. I think he ran in the 4.4s, 6'1", 200 pounds, 39.5-inch vertical, 11-inch broad jump, 19 bench press reps. So, like, he's a gym rat. And, wow, Devin Leary over Michael Pratt for Baltimore? What's wrong with Pratt? I like Pratt. But, just a good investment and a good athlete. He's got to get better at, like, working back to the football, being more quarterback friendly. He's a little bit of a body catcher. He doesn't have drops, but he's got a really bad contested catch win rate because he's always letting the ball come to him, whether that's winning that body positioning by working back to the quarterback or letting the ball into his chest. He's got to just attack the ball. He's got this great play strength, but he doesn't utilize it to win contested catches. So if they can get that out of him, you can find a sleeper in a guy like Flournoy. And then, Devin Leary, another Kentucky player. We determined last night this is going to be a running bit. Where
to be fair, I know how to spell Kentucky. I just did it to be funny. But
well, I think it is funny, and I think you should keep doing it. I'm gonna question this pick because Michael Pratt's there, and it's not like they're taking. I mean, Leary might have tested better than I thought he would. I actually didn't write down quarterback testing numbers. But you'd think for Baltimore, okay, you're either going to take something like you had in Tyler Huntley, where he can be a part of the designed run game and do a lot of that stuff, or you're just going to take a good quarterback. And Leary, to me, is not like the Lamar Jackson backup where you're running read options and doing that sort of thing. I just don't get why you would pick him over Pratt. What's wrong with Pratt? Interesting pick. I didn't see much in Devin Leary. They think Teddy's high. He's just a little confused. All right, we got one more pick, then the 7th round. So Green Bay definitely just traded away all their picks. Because I thought it was going to be pick after pick for them today, and then nope. I wonder if he's like purring right now. I wonder if it's coming in on the microphone.
Okay, I have a question from the chat that a lot of them have been asking.
Okay.
And I'm very uninformed about this, so I have no idea. Rice. Why is he falling so much?
We talked about him earlier.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I don't think it's a fall. He's my 34th ranked wide receiver. I don't think he separates. I think he's missing a gear in his lower half. He doesn't win contested catches. I mean, there's two redeeming qualities for him. He's Jerry Rice's son, and he got to play with Caleb Williams. I just don't see a good wide receiver there. And personally, I just don't consider it a fall. I think there's still a large handful of wide receivers that are still better than Brendan Rice. I do think he's draftable, but like give me Jalen Colker out of Holy Cross over him. He is coming up on my draft grades. I have still above him. We've got Taj Washington, his teammate at USC, different type, slot receiver type. I have Marcus Rosemy-Jacksaint over him just because I think he moves better. I had Flournoy just above him. We've got Isaiah Williams from Illinois, another slot guy, Jalen Coker, and then Brendan Rice. So we're coming up on Brendan Rice territory for me. Daquan Hardy. I like that pick. Daquan Hardy screams Buffalo Bills, inside-out flexibility, really smart zone eyes, hyper quick. He's sort of reminiscent of Dane Jackson. Kind of think in that mold where he's hyper quick, really instinctive. He actually was my favorite watch of the Penn State corners. I had to have. Wait, was he the first one drafted? Yeah, he was. Okay, this is actually a ring the bell moment for me. We're going to break the bell out for a day 3 draft pick here. Consensus had Daquan Hardy as the third of the Penn State corners, where you had Johnny Dixon, you had Kalen King, and Daquan Hardy. So I did all those 3 players at the exact same time, watching their defense. And I felt pretty strongly that Daquan Hardy was actually the best of the 3. So he was on my draft board, the best of the 3, a day 3 grade. He's a frisky, probably slot corner, maybe a long-term Teron Johnson replacement. But I think in that system, he could actually step outside and play that kind of off-zone stuff. He's really good corner depth. He'll play special teams. I would even go as far as saying I love it. He's probably pretty close to my best corner available for them at this point. He was my 23rd corner in this draft. I had Dwight McGlothern above him. I did. I slapped Lovett on there. So I had, just Dwight McGlothern out of Arkansas is above him, and everybody else is gone. So he's my second best corner, and he's definitely their type. So that's a good pick. I like it. Similar vibes to when they took Dane Jackson years and years ago, and I was like, hey, I kind of like Dane Jackson. I don't know if we were streaming at the time, but he was one of my guys that year. Grim. Packers only traded 2 picks. They came in with 8 today. All the picks were at the end of each round, and we'll end with 6 picks if they keep the last 2. So they have 2 more 7th round picks. Okay. Still hate it.
Elijah Klein, third.
For the Bucs, Elijah Klein. I did not get to him. Wasn't on the board. Wasn't on the watch list. Let's see if we have him down the board on the watch list. Nope. So let's see what we can find on him. Pull up the beast. See if we got the testing numbers you look for. So also was not someone that Dane Brugler wrote up. So pretty far off the radar. Someone in that draft room was pounding the table for Elijah Klein. He's under 6'4", 300. So he's a little undersized. He ran a 5.32. Not a good workout. Does have good arm length. So someone in that building loved his tape. That's really all I can say, because he definitely didn't stand out in terms of the physical profile. I could check like a PFF grade on him, see if he crushed it there or something. Not that PFF grades are gospel or anything, but I mean, he had a 93.5 pass blocking grade for PFF last year. That's something. That's not just high 80s. That's like big time. That's got to be one of the best pass block grades in the nation. It takes a second to load. So he had literally the best pass blocking grade in all of college football last year. So something to keep an eye on. I mean, that definitely counts for something. The top 5 are him, Stephen Jones at Oregon, Patrick Paul at Houston, Joe Alt. UTEP was kicking some ass. Andrew Meyer at UTEP also was top 5. So those two guys together were doing something pretty special down there. So, hey, not the worst use of a 6th-round pick to take the guy that graded out as the best pass blocking player in college football. We do have a chat from Siradin. This might have been a little while ago, but it's funny being a Jags fan got me into loving the draft so much simply because it gives you hope, and yet I sit here year in, year out having to watch them shit the bed. Yeah, they're a very frustrating draft team. They really are.
No UFL game on right now. They're both tonight.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So we get to watch UFL and Twins tonight?
UFL and
Wow,
Twins.
we're in for a treat. If only there was an app where I could create pick'em lineups and win some money on a hybrid lineup with the Twins and the UFL. If only that existed, where I could string together a $2 entry and potentially win like $30
with promo code
with
TFG.
promo code TFG.
All right, we're in round 7.
Round 7, we're here. Let's ring the bell for round 7. Let's get lit. Yeah. Is that too much?
Too much.
Sorry.
Too much. Also, when you said Houday earlier, it reminded me of when that guy scared the ever-loving life out of me.
We were in Las Vegas, walking through the Venetian in that like shopping area. I'm sure a lot of people are familiar. And we were there for the NBA or the NFL playoffs. Anna had her Bengals jersey on. They were playing the Ravens that night, and this guy just walks right up behind Anna, right in her ear, and just goes, "Houday!" I was like, "Ah!" Like full on.
I almost peed my pants.
Yeah, a full on
I've ever been.
jump scare like situation. Wow, this is cool. Travis Clayton of the International Pathway Program. 6'7", 301 pounds, ran a 4.81. So this dude's your classic draft and develop. And they're able to stash him on an exclusive practice squad spot as well. There's a rule in the NFL. Not everyone... everyone might not know this, but you get like 10 practice squad spots, although it may have expanded since the new COVID rules. But I'm actually going to go as far as saying I love it. I mean, I just like the idea of this. We saw this with Jordan Mailata, worked out so well for the Eagles. Obviously, I didn't watch his tape, so I don't know how good he is, but that almost doesn't matter because that's not the point. You're taking the athlete and the person and seeing if you can turn them into something special. But so you have a bonus practice squad spot that you can use for players eligible from the International Pathway Program. So he will almost certainly go to that I don't even know how much football he's played. They listed him as the International Pathway Program, so I don't even know if he's played football yet. But I would imagine they spoke to him and his agent and had an agreement that, like, you're not going to leave us. Like, will you stay in Buffalo on the Pathway Program? Because he still would have to technically clear waivers if you're going to do that. So if you're going to draft him with that intention, I would imagine there was an agreement. Like, hey, you're not going to, if we spend this 7th round pick, you're not going to just go leave and go sign with Bill Callahan in Tennessee, right? Like, you're not going to betray us like that. So definitely will be a name to follow like 2 or 3 years down the road. I don't think he's playing anytime soon. All right, someone in the chat requested $40 vodka Red Bull as a callback to what we had to pay to get one in Cowboys Stadium. So here you go. So let's take a look at best players available. I think our whole top 100 is gone, which is always a goal for me every year, is to see the entire top 100 drafted. I think it has been. Yep. Tanner McLaughlin was actually the last guy that needed to be drafted for that to be true. Him and Bo Limmer. Everybody else is gone. So, as we go down the list here, we got... How far down do we have to go to say our top 100 was drafted? The top... Oh, Michael Pratt is probably where it's going to stop. So, top 125... actually, top 124. Jaheim Bell needs to be drafted. And I mean needs to be drafted. He's too good to let slide. Javonte Jean-Baptiste just went to Washington. But, yeah, Jaheim Bell would be a best player available. We got... was Dominique Puny drafted out of Kansas? I think he was. 3rd round. I think he got drafted somewhere. But yeah, we got Blake Watson on the list. Towards the top there. Dwight McLeather in the corner out of Arkansas. Taj Washington. And then Michael Pratt. Kendall Milton is a running back out of Georgia that I think is a big sleeper in this draft. We got Dallin Holker out of Colorado State. Leonard Taylor out of Miami.
Okay, Javonte Jean-Baptiste went to the Commanders, but I did not catch what position he played.
He's an edge. It's fine. I was severely underwhelmed by his tape. My description on him was Jean-Baptiste. He's a power rusher trapped in a speed rusher's body. He tries to win with the bull rush, and he tries to win with the rip to bend. And he doesn't have the power to do that consistently. He just consistently stalls out. I'm trying to find my mouse. You know when you can't find you got a couple screens, you can't find the mouse, just add that. All right. There's nothing wrong with Jean-Baptiste in the 7th round. I think he's a good run defender. He's a high-effort player. He spent 6 years in college football, started at Ohio State, couldn't really get on the field, went to Notre Dame, had a decent year. But at this point, I'm not counting on any sort of pass rush profile to develop from him. But I think as a part of a rotation, if he makes the team, they got a deep group in there right now. So I wouldn't be stunned if he ends up on the practice squad year 1, ends up as a part of a rotation by his 2nd year. But he's fine.
I think I missed a player. Puny went to the Niners.
I was asking when I was reading off my top 100 list. I was asking if he got drafted. So,
well, people are saying he went to the Niners.
Like it just happened? No, I think in general he went to the Niners, like rounds ago. I was just asking.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't think I missed something.
No, we're good. Yeah, because I was reading off like my best players available, and then we're good.
Also, I don't understand why they take these names off the screen so fast if they're just not going to put up another pick right away.
Yeah.
Like poor Javonte.
Give him his moment, right?
Give him his moment.
Yeah.
I couldn't even see what he played.
Yeah.
Also, I accidentally, instead of 222, I put 2012.
Oh boy. Can you imagine? I would love to meet the person that could make it all the way that deep. That's like the MLB draft, but I think they go a lot faster. But the MLB has I think the MLB just goes until teams stop picking. I think that's how they do it.
Yeah, no thanks.
And eventually you just opt out. Once you get to the 17th, 18th round, teams are like, "Yep, we're good. We got all our guys. We don't have anyone left on our board." I could be making that up, but so yeah, chat. What stadium do we have to go to this year? What's the consensus opinion on that? I would love to get to Las Vegas, who's on the clock right now. That would be definitely on my short list.
I feel like we'll do that, but I need another team besides Vegas.
Yeah. It just looks so cool in there. It looks like the Death Star in there. It's like every seat's black. I think it's cool looking.
We're far behind.
No, we aren't behind. I think NFL Network maybe ESPN's already revealed it or whatever, but NFL's in a commercial break right now.
We've been to Hard Rock.
Yep. Yeah, did we not say that? We might have missed that.
That we went to Miami?
Yeah. Which was cool. I love the patio that they have for the Miami Stadium.
Absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
Though, getting out of there.
Yeah. We had a great time from the moment we stepped in until the moment we left. But yeah, getting in and out of Hard Rock Stadium is a nightmare. I highly recommend, if you have someone that can sober cab, doing the rental car, because their parking situation's fine, but their Uber situation is an absolute nightmare, and it's way out of the city. So if you're staying downtown, it's not easy to get in and out of at all. We missed the whole afternoon slate. We went to a noon game and we were like, "Oh, great, we can go to a bar and watch the afternoon slate." There's no bars near, so you have to Uber out of there. It was tough. There isn't even a B-Dubs or a Applebee's or anything like that.
All right, we got a Legion, a couple Lumens.
Yeah, Seattle that's Lumen.
SoFi. I don't think you could get me to SoFi.
You're just not
That's last on my list, I think.
You're just not an LA.
I am not an LA kind of. Where's Highmark? What is that?
Is that the Bills?
I don't know, but I do want to go to a Bills game. That would be on my short list for this year. Heck, I even might let you take me to a Jets game this year.
Wow.
Let's see. Where's Highmark Stadium?
It'd be fun if there was like a Monday night game in Buffalo and a Sunday night game in New York. Just do like a bang trip.
Oh, it is the Bills.
Highmark is Bills?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be sick. I'm going to let Teddy out real quick. Oh, I know why they're taking so long.
Why?
Because, well, the chat kind of spoiled this one. It's fine. I think Brendan Rice is getting picked, so they're probably bringing Jerry out and like doing like some crazy ceremony for his son or something.
Oh, okay. All right. How do we spell it? I'm gonna get it prepped.
It's Brendan Rice.
Okay, just like regular.
Yeah.
A lot of people saying Indy too. I've never thought about going to Indy.
I'm gonna go to the combine next year.
You are?
I'm not participating in the combine, but I'm going
I
to
didn't know you were going.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Can
go.
I
I mean, if you want to come as an employee?
Yeah, on the TFT payroll.
I mean, you are. You've earned it this weekend. All right, well.
Should we go on to ESPN? Everyone's saying we're picks behind.
Yeah, NFL Network must just be dropping the ball because.
Okay, let me go on to ESPN here.
I don't know what's going on. Rich Eisen looks really.
They just took 223 Trey Taylor.
Rich Eisen looks sad about something. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Rice is a Charger. Rice is a Charger? To the Raiders?
Like, did someone... Oh, they're doing the Run Rich Run St. Jude Children's donation pitch. So, yeah, we're definitely behind.
Well, I don't know who was 222. Let's see what the draft tracker says.
Okay, they're going now. So they're gonna rip these off to catch up, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, I'm probably not gonna be able to keep up.
Okay, so Trey Taylor went to the Raiders.
Okay.
If you want
me to do that?
Yeah, let's just see where they go. I don't know.
Trey, in what position is he playing?
He's a safety from Air Force. So Trey Taylor's really fun. He's that kind of just playmaking safety that's really fun highlight reel. Loves to hit, gets picks, good ball skills. Got to root for an Air Force player, you know. We don't get one drafted every year, but fun fit for the Raiders. He'll play special teams, and then we'll see if he can grow in terms of like the coverage feel and all that. Then we had the Bengals take Dejan Anthony. And did I have a grade on him from Ole Miss? I did. Not a very memorable player based on what I can recall. 6-year transfer senior, tested decently well. Let's see what I wrote about him. He's a safety as well. So Dejan Anthony, good instincts, good shorter area burst, consistent tackling showed up in his final season. He had to really fight for his opportunity inside the SEC to kind of stick around, was a dog on special teams. So a bit of a tweener in terms of being a deep safety or a box safety is a weakness on him. A little tighter in terms of coverage. So definitely saw him as a special teamer, an option at the end of the draft. So that pick's fine.
Here we are, Brendan Rice.
And then Brendan Rice to the Chargers. So people were asking, why is Brendan Rice falling? I mean, in the 7th round, I like it. It's an option for them. I really can't emphasize enough how much I did not see it with Brendan Rice. He was my 34th wide receiver. I'm rooting for him. I mean, that'd be super fun if Jerry Rice's son became a thing in the league, but he doesn't separate. He doesn't win contested catches. it felt like he was missing a gear in his second half. Every time I watched him, it's like his left leg was like attached to the ground and he had to like dig himself out of the mud to get going. And it's like, if you can't get open, you're not winning contested catches. What are you? Really benefited from getting to play with Caleb Williams. He's got some long speed. He's got good instincts in scramble drill, but he can't really tap into his long speed because DBs are always slowing him down. The second he gets touched, he's got to reaccelerate. And I just talked about how big of a problem that is for him. So a lot of people are going to say it's a steal in the 7th round. I couldn't disagree more. I think this is exactly where he should be going at the end of the draft, and wish the best for him. Then we had one more pick in there, right? After the Chargers. You got the draft tracker up anyway?
Yeah, let me tell you. Sorry, hold on. Well, no, the Chargers were the last pick.
They were the last. They were. Well, there's 226 to the Cardinals. That pick came in on the screen there.
Yeah, Jaden Davis. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that. I'll put him in first.
Yeah, I mean, we knew this was going to happen after they took some.
I'm ready for him.
Okay, Jaden Davis was a corner. Safety? Sorry, guys.
He's a corner now.
The NFL Network, I mean, I can't say, I mean, they deserved to, get that message across because Rich does incredible stuff. So I can't complain, but definitely put us on the spot here to try to catch up with them because we're actually analyzing the picks. Okay. Sorry, Cardinals fans. We're kind of missing your pick there. Wasn't a player that I evaluated anyway, so.
I didn't even see who.
And then the Browns did make a pick I liked. I want to talk about that one. The Browns took the South Dakota corner, Miles Harden. Fun player, frisky guy. I think has slot corner potential, which they need. Will absolutely be a dog on special teams. He's going to fight for it from South Dakota. Lacks some of the traits. He's not the biggest guy. He's not the fastest guy, but he's got quick twitch athleticism. He had, I want to say, the best 3-cone in the draft for corners. He had a best shuttle, 3.98 shuttle. You get that shuttle time under a 4, and your ability to accelerate left and right is really exciting. So I liked him as an off-zone outside corner, which fittingly, that's what Arizona wants to do. So I definitely see what they like in him. It's a pick if we're trying to catch up with the graphics, but the Harden pick for the Cardinals in the 7th round's a really fun one. Someone to keep an eye on is like a maybe starter in the 7th round, but if nothing else, like that dude's gonna be a dog on special teams. So I like that. We had a Ravens pick in there.
We'll get back to all the ones we missed once there's
okay. Once we get caught up, once we get a lull, we'll make sure we circle back here. But let's go to the let's let Teddy in because he's barking. Come on in, bud. So Devonshire for Pittsburgh.
No, for the Raiders.
Or out of Pittsburgh for the Raiders. I like Devonshire. Balanced, kind of a callback to Dane Jackson a little bit as well, coming out of Pitt. That's like a best case scenario. Dane Jackson, I think, was a 7th round pick that was just kind of a balanced, smart player, can do a little bit of everything, lacks those sort of standout traits. But I liked his physicality. I kind of liked what I saw. He was, I think, probably my best corner left at this point. As cornerback 25. So, I mean, Dwight McLaughlin would be the only other guy I had above Devonshire. So that's a good pick for the Raiders. Again, similar to what we said about Miles Harden, who was just behind Devonshire. He would have been the next best guy available after Johnny Dixon from Penn State. But similar idea where, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he scraps his way up the depth chart over a couple years and made it work. But, if nothing else, he's going to be a really physical special teamer and carve out a good depth piece, someone that can step in if you have an injury and not be, a brutal liability for you.
Okay, so just going back, we had Trey Taylor, who went to the Raiders.
Yep, we got that one.
Deshaun Anthony to the Bengals. You talked about Brendan Rice to the Chargers. Jaden Davis to the Cardinals.
That was the one we missed. So what position is Jaden Davis?
DB.
Just DB. Yeah, I couldn't find him on my watch list.
He doesn't even have a picture on
the NFL
website. So
I have no idea who that is. Let's see what Brugler had. Can you spell it for me so I can search engine it?
Just Davis, Davis.
I think I might need more than that for the first.
Jaden is Jaden.
Okay. Yeah, this thing has so many names in it that if you punch Davis in, you're probably gonna get at least 10. Okay, so he was like in his best of the rest section. He didn't write up Jaden Davis, but it looks like a slot corner from Miami, under 5'10", ran a 4.44. That's all I got. That's all I got on Jaden Davis for the Cardinals fans.
Michael
Jurgens. That's another guy I didn't watch. So getting to be about that point. I got 260 write-ups done this year, so inevitably there's going to be some players now that... So another guy that Brugler didn't write up. So I don't feel as bad if Brugler didn't write him up because he did like 400 write-ups. So if these guys are getting drafted, it's like they were really kind of deep into the local scouts. The area scouts are really like, hey, Kwesi, like, I think this has to be our guy. And then if Michael Jurgens doesn't make the team, that scout loses his job. Like that kind of a pick where these guys are, area scouts are really sticking their neck out for these guys that no one's really looking at. Super chat from Ryan. Thoughts on
Ryan? That was super generous.
Yeah, very generous. Thoughts on Cincy's draft? I liked their earlier picks. I like the tight end investments. I think they might walk out with the double dip strategy with a tight end, like a starting tight end in the future after they probably let Gesicki go. I like those. And I loved the Mims pick. I'm trying to think back to their second round. I can flip it over here real quick. They haven't done a ton here on day 3 where I'm like, oh, yeah, great pick. Yeah, the McKinley Jackson pick I was not a fan of. I thought that was really early. Chris Jenkins is a solid pick.
Jermaine Burton.
Yeah, Jermaine Burton's that kind of like big boomer bust pick where he's got a ton of talent, but just off-field massive questions. So, we'll see where that goes. Can't deny the talent on Burton. He's got second-round talent, so... It's a pretty solid draft for Cincy. They're pretty generally kind of very solid in terms of looking at future needs, drafting best player available. They draft pretty similar to how I would be thinking. So I usually like their drafts. It's no different. Jaheim Bell was the best player left on my board. Just went to the New England Patriots, a pick that I love at this point, and he's a great fit. Gives them a little juice at tight end. They brought Hunter Henry back to be their Y tight end, but they're going to be a team that wants to run the ball, come out in 12 personnel. Jaheim Bell is your Jonnu Smith replacement here. Very similar skill sets. You've got the Cleveland kind of offense coming over. They're going to want to get into play action, play fakes, wide zone, that kind of stuff. And when you do that enough, you can get these Jaheim Bell types lined up on the wing. They can chip block a linebacker, and then you're, screaming back into the second part of the defense. So he's a great role for that scheme fit. And you can just line him up as a slot wide receiver. It's fun. He's a fun target. He's a good player. I think I had 3rd to a 4th round grade on Jaheim Bell. So definitely a value at this point, a pick that I would say is a certified steal. And then we got Levi Drake Rodriguez, a defensive tackle to the Vikings. No commentary on this one.
And
I didn't.
Jaden Davis.
Okay.
Cowboys.
Straight to Jaden Davis for the Cowboys, who's a wide receiver. Chat, what position does Jaden Davis play? As for the Vikings pick there, I didn't get to Levi Drake Rodriguez. Not familiar with his game. Never heard his name before. I do know who the Cowboys just took, Nathan Thomas out of Louisiana. They would have, had back-to-back, I think. But Nathan Thomas is coming from a school that has gotten a lot of attention ever since the Steelers took the guard that just got the bag out for the Rams. I struggle with his name sometimes. Kevin Dotson. So Nathan Thomas has a similar profile to what Kevin Dotson had. Played a little tackle. He's thick and powerful. He's a good gamble to make. I think his play strength's really good. His toughness is there. Good pick. I like that pick for Dallas. And then, Jaden Davis is a DB corner. Certainly, I don't think is someone I watched. It's such a no offense to Jaden Davis, but that's a generic name. He could just get blended in with all these guys, and if his tape didn't stand out to me, but no, I don't know who Jaden Davis is. I'll pull him. I'll search that on the. I don't know if it's an ADN or an AEDN.
It's ADEN.
So Jaden Davis was Wait, no,
You did him.
we did him. Yeah, that's why I'm so confused.
Why are you going back?
I don't know. Who did we say? I'm pulling up the draft tracker. We are so confused.
Here is the last few picks. Baltimore Ravens. People want you to talk about Nick Samac, by the way.
That might have been what we missed.
Yes. I think you got everybody else.
That's what we missed. Yes. Okay. We're good. Yeah, Nick Samac. Didn't get to him either.
Center from Michigan State. SA.
So let's look into Nick Samac. See if... Got it. See if Brugler had anything on him. So Nick Samac was the 14th ranked center with a priority free agent grade from Dane Brugler. He's a fifth-year senior. Always like gambling on a Big Ten offensive lineman. I will say that. But didn't test. Average size. So you're counting on the tape grade with him. We can do what we did and look at the PFF grade on Samac and see if there's a really good grading profile that we're missing out on there. But definitely pretty far down the board there.
Someone says Jaden Davis is an NPC.
It's kinda the NPC like default slot corner.
Jaden Davis.
There has to be at least one Jaden Davis in the NFL. Like I think I can picture one or two. He's an NPC. Yeah. Okay.
Are you proud that I know what that means?
I am proud, but I'm not surprised because you're such a big Sims person. Okay, so Nick Samac has 5 years of playing time. Around the COVID years, things got wonky. He played 410 snaps in 2020, less than that in 2021, but he's been starting since. Grading profile is very average, but a good run blocking grade. So I will just say I trust the Ravens' eye for offensive line. And a gamble on a Michigan State center is never a bad bet. So a fine enough pick. Not someone that was on my radar, but doesn't mean he's bad. Doesn't mean he's good. Doesn't mean he's bad. From outside interference, I'm very surprised Michael Pratt hasn't been drafted. Very surprised.
Did nobody show up to his birthday party?
That might be what happened. You're bringing all the good references. Man, this is my worst nightmare. We have a run of like 4 players that I did not watch. Jonah Loaulu out of Oklahoma. Looks like a tweener, 6'5", 292. Ran a 4.96, so they like these types of guys. They have like 2 or 3 of them. So maybe they stash them on the practice squad with longer term plans. You know, they have Lewis, who they brought back for the Colts. They have, and I would bet they see him as maybe more of a defensive tackle convert anyway at 295. Played in that. I mean, I know Oklahoma's defense. I wasn't watching Loaulu. I didn't know he was a draftable prospect, to be honest. But that's definitely the Colts type. They like these athletic kind of tweener types that they can play on the inside. They've churned out like 4 or 5 of them, so I see what they like in them. Even though I haven't watched them, I know the type out of Oklahoma. They have, you know, the athletic kind of 4-eye, 5-tech, 3-3-5, Big 12 defense kind of guy. I can picture him already. And then that last pick was, Vele for the Broncos. Vele is fascinating. He would have been close to he's wide receiver 39, so he's close to my best wide receiver available. At a 6th round to a priority free agent grade on him. Yeah, he's interesting because he's 6'4". He's got the frame. He ran 4.47. He makes some really nice catches. Just kind of big catch radius, a vertical threat. Took a while to sort of break out. He's a 5th-year player. I don't think he started at Utah. I don't have that in my notes. I think he transferred over. But he's an interesting kind of deep threat. I do feel like Denver's kind of overloading on deep threats a little bit because you have Tim Patrick, which is interesting because I think Tim Patrick played at Utah, kind of a similar comp. Kellen Johnson says Vele is 26. Yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot of old players in this draft. But I don't know. I feel like Denver's kind of overloading on this type at this point. You've got Tim Patrick, you have Mims, you have Troy Franklin. I'd rather they go more of the twitchy underneath guy than that. But I guess it's fine. It's not. It was a draftable prospect. The Jags would take Miles Cole. How did I not predict that, actually? I'm like legit mad at myself for not predicting Miles Cole to the Jags because he's the absolute freakiest of specimens, but he's horrible, dude. Like, this is such a Jags pick. Like, man, he's 24, 25 years old. He's got 37-inch arms, which is like unheard of for an edge rusher. He ran a 4.65. He's like 275 pounds. I mean, he's Trayvon Walker if Trayvon Walker was even worse, like a lot worse. I don't know, man. I get why they drafted him because that's what they want to do. It's why they took basically every D lineman they've ever drafted ever. But he's my last ranked edge rusher in the draft. I thought he was draftable just because of the length, but a 6-year player that just doesn't play football well at all at a small level. Like, you're at Texas Tech against Big 12 offensive linemen, and you have those traits, and you're soft and not winning pass rush reps, and you don't see the run. Like, you just aren't a football player, man. You probably should have been playing basketball or something else. Like, someone pointed you in the wrong direction. You just aren't in the right sport. But it makes sense why they took him. That's what they do. It's part of the frustration with the Jags. Matt Lee, Bengals center that got a lot of hype late in the process. I think it was Brandon Thorne liked Matt Lee a lot. I could be wrong on that. I saw some tweets from him. So I didn't quite get around to his tape just because the hype came in very late after I had already done my interior offensive lineman. But other people that I respect liked Matt Lee. I think EJ was talking about him too when he came on the show. So definitely a good enough words coming in on him that you can say it was a good pick.
Is there another Miami that I don't know about?
Miami, Ohio.
Because every time they put Miami up from the school, it says
Florida or Ohio. Yep.
Also, I totally understand you not knowing anything about those streak of players, because that's 100% why NFL Network just chose to make that really long break and then just throw them all in, because they probably didn't have any analysis on them either.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They were probably like,
I have nothing.
Know nothing.
Yeah, I have nothing to say.
Let's
so I don't
just get through them really quick.
I don't have it. Yeah. I don't have it. I don't have.
Now they're spaced out much better.
Yeah, that's a great point. Makes me feel a little better.
Ultimate Elite 11 said Matt Lee really impressed him when he watched his tape. Think he'll be a good backup who can start at some point.
Yeah. That seems to be the consensus opinion from people that get to him. So definitely a player I wish I had just like 2 more days to get in some extra, like, because there's these names that kind of trickle through the consensus discourse that people are like, pointing out their sleepers, and then the idea is that people like me see that and they're like, oh, let me go watch them. Let me see what I think of them. When a guy like Matt Lee, like it was literally like last week, I was like, I want to get to him, but we had all this content to crank out, so I didn't quite get to him, but definitely someone to keep an eye on. I know basically everybody I talked to that watched him would say it's a good pick, so I'll just echo those words and hope those guys are right, I guess.
A lot of people are asking about Coker and why he hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a surprise that he's still there. Out of Holy Cross, ran a 4.57, so small school wide receiver that didn't test great. Definitely not a surprise that he hasn't gone, but he is good. He catches everything. I had him 1 spot above Brendan Rice, so I'd like to see him go. Slight Adam Thielen vibes. He's not as good of a route runner yet, but that was Adam Thielen's thing, was he came in out of Mankato State, I think, and he just every time the ball was thrown in his area code, he just found a way to win positioning and catch the ball. So slight Adam Thielen vibes on him, but wouldn't be a stun. I mean, Adam Thielen wasn't drafted either, so.
Solomon Byrd to the Texans.
Solomon Byrd, I didn't watch him.
Again, the NFL Network just plowed through that.
Yep.
We're already on
6-year transfer senior out of USC. I think I made the conscious decision not to watch him, though, because when I'm getting towards like the end of the board, I'm like, okay, let's look at some of the testing numbers, some of the production, the age. So I was not intrigued by his profile. Who even took him? The Texans? Okay.
Yes.
So the reason I chose not to watch him, 6'3", 255, good arm length. So the size is fine. But again, he's a 6-year player that transferred to USC, whose defense was putrid, one of the worst defenses in the entire country. And then he ran a 5.01, a 7.52 3-cone. Like, he tested like garbage. So I was just not really interested when there were so many other guys to get to. But I do trust D'Amico Ryans. So if there was something going on that led to a bad workout, if his tape was better, maybe there's something hiding in there. But
and then we had Josiah
Ezram, yeah, developmental tackle. Just kind of needs a ground up rework, but that's what we're doing, right? We said there was going to be a handful of picks like this where you're just looking for the traits, looking for the coachable guys. So keep that like it grade up there for him.
And then Michael Barrett.
Carolina Panthers. Yep, Michael Barrett, solid backup linebacker. He gets the position, but just not a tratesy guy at all. I had him as a draftable player, 6th round, a priority free agent, but he's 5'11", 230. The size profile is tough. He ran a 4.72, but he's around the ball. He's smart. They had to kind of rotate him in and out of the lineup because they have another guy in the works next year. They had Junior Colson. But he was trying to make the most of his opportunity every time he was there. He's a 6-year player at Michigan that, kind of did a good job to hold on to his job despite all these 5 stars coming in, trying to take his job. Gritty, tough guy. He's going to fight for that roster spot. Definitely going to be an impact on special teams because he wouldn't have it any other way. But I would be very surprised if he ever became a starter for the Panthers. But this is what we talked about earlier with like, how are you building your linebacking core? The Panthers, right on par with what I'm saying. They took the super freak in the third round that has no idea what he's doing, who's a 21-year-old. They're going to put him in the woodworks. He'll be LB5 to say, okay, you got to respond to coaching. You got to play special teams. You got to listen to these veterans and develop. And then they grab Michael Barrett later, who's probably going to be ahead of Wallace out of, right? Yeah, Wallace out of Kentucky. He'll probably be ahead of him on the depth chart. I think that's smart because Barrett's a better linebacker right now than Wallace. Just understands the position a lot better. So that's what I want. I want the guy that will play special teams, can step in if you have injuries, and it's like he's not going to be in the wrong place. He's not going to blow his gap and lead to this 50-yard touchdown run. But he's just not going to be too much of a playmaker either. And then, yeah, get the Wallace guy. So I like the pick at the end of the day. It makes sense for what they needed. We got any super chats we're missing? Or we?
No, but Gary Falls says he's watching with his 2-year-old and he giggles anytime Marcus rings the bell. So I think he needs a special bell
All right.
shout out.
Bell ring for the 2-year-old. You let us know if he giggles. We did get a super chat from Rufus. Was I just way off? I like Dallin Holker a lot. No, you're not way off. And it shouldn't be surprising that he hasn't gone because he was a smaller school guy, 6-year player, undersized tight end that ran a 4.8. It's not a huge surprise that no one wants to gamble on him because the traits just aren't there. But no, he at this point, it might be better for him to come in as an undrafted player. And was that the dog? Oh. At this point, for a lot of these guys, especially scheme-specific players like that, because Holker's never going to be an inline Y tight end. Like, he's just not. He's too small. He's not fast enough. But as a complementary, rotational receiving threat, it's better for him to go undrafted, work with his agent to find the right home with an opportunity than it is to really be drafted. So there are situations where it can be a feel-good story there.
Taj Washington.
Miami. I mean, at this point, I don't like this for Miami. Well, it's the 7th round. Who cares, really? But it's tough because I like the players they took. You know, they've taken some speedy guys. They got their, Isaac Arendo. They took Washington out of Virginia. Now another kind of speedy gadget playmaker type. But it's like, we get the bit, Miami. We freaking get it. Who the hell is playing on the inside of your offensive line, Miami? You didn't want to take anybody in there. It's just like, I get it. You like speed. You like these gadgety playmakers. But how many do you need? I'm not saying there's necessarily guys that are like home run picks here, but don't you want to at least gamble on like an athlete? You got like a Javian Cohen close to home, right in Miami, 4th-year player, a lot of athletic traits. I just, you know what I'm saying? Is that fair criticism? I think it is. Like,
I don't know, you're TFG.
Like this. The speed thing's fun until you can't punch anybody in the mouth anymore. Like, it's just a gimmick that's a little over the top here, I think, for Miami.
Then you got James Williams, who went to the Titans.
James Williams. Sorry, I jumped the gun there. This is a good pick for Tennessee. Fun player. Announced as a safety. I do think he'll play linebacker as a project. He's 6'3", 230? He is a linebacker on my draft board. He is 6'4", 230 pounds. Very obvious, like, draft, stash, develop linebacker project, just as we've talked about. Make him earn it, make him learn the position. But yeah, ran a 4.65. He's putting on weight to play linebacker, so I do think that's what it'll be. And he's a 3rd-year he's a true junior coming out of Miami, played there next to Cam Kinchins in the secondary. He actually had good ball production and good coverage skills. That's kind of why I like him. I don't think you have to teach him too much in terms of coverage. There's definitely some advanced stuff that he'll learn throughout the years, but it's really just like drill the run defense linebacker stuff into him. I really like that for Tennessee. It's one of the last 10 picks, it's definitely one of my favorites. I'll just leave it at that. Okay, we're getting close.
We're getting to the nitty gritty. I'm kind of worried my kickers aren't going to come up.
Well, we've got 3 off the board, right?
No, only 2 of my 4.
2 of your 4, but there have been 3.
There has been 3 off them.
Well, I think Green Bay's got to take one.
Okay, you want me to predict? Yeah.
Please.
Or if I picked, although if I picked, I would pick Harrison Mevis.
Okay.
The other one is Jonah Dalmas, but I really think Harrison is the move.
So what was the scouting process?
I Googled what kickers are going to be drafted in 2024. And my 15 minutes of analysis got me this far.
All right. Hey, it's more time than I put into kickers in 4 months, so. Hey, Ted, you want to be on camera? He missed you guys. Raise the roof.
Again, we're just going to get a slew of people
now.
They had so great pacing on the first 2 days.
Yeah, now they're just getting sloppy. Okay, Joanne Briggs, didn't get to him. Out of Cincinnati.
Ooh, rivalry.
They're stealing the Cincinnati players for the Browns. Yeah, they're announcing a Cowboys pick already.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got to take a running back, right? There's talent out there in this running back class to take here. Doesn't need to be a starter necessarily, but Justin Rogers from Auburn. So he is the guy. There was 2 Auburn D tackles to watch this year. He's the one I thought was draftable. So I guess I got to take back a little bit of what I said about Christian Boyd, the load of beef, as the only other guy that could play nose tackle in this draft. I think Justin Rogers out of Auburn can. I haven't done a very good job with the grading part of this, just because, it's hard to kind of have takes on these late round picks, but Rodgers definitely brings the beef inside that defensive tackle group. I still am mad at Dallas for what they did with Mazi Smith. They took him, he was 330 pounds, and they had him drop 30 pounds. It's like, and then they got ran all over in the playoffs. I'm like, what did you think was going to happen? So I'm still mad at them for what they did with Mazi Smith, but Rodgers is probably the 3rd best nose tackle prospect in this draft. Definitely thought he was draftable. Anchors well, played in the SEC, can two gap and all that stuff. So there's a use for that player. It's hard to find those guys. So I'm not saying he's a great football player or anything like that, but his size is harder and harder to find these days. So I like it. I like the pick.
Also, how do we get you to be able to announce Packers pick? I mean, you're much too busy.
I'm a little busy.
But how do they pick these people? I'm genuinely curious.
I don't know.
You have to send in
Hey, let's go. I love that. Michael Pratt. Absolutely. I mean, he is so substantially better than that quarterback they took out of Penn State last year that was not draftable. They took him in the 5th round. This is actually kind of a steal. I'm not going to lie, man. Michael Pratt as a backup quarterback is a fantastic pick in the 7th round. You're feeling pretty good about where Love's at. So we're not talking about starting upside and all that, but if Love goes down for a game or 2, I really think you've got a cheap backup now, on a super cheap backup on a 4-year deal. It's It's a great pick. Pratt's kind of took that Tulane program and built it up. He manages pressure well. He's got a good pocket presence. He can run a little bit, can make all the throws. He's not like pinpoint accurate or rocket arm or anything like that, but I definitely thought 3rd to 4th round on Michael Pratt. I saw low end potential starter in his game, so if he gets an opportunity, I think he'll play well in Green Bay. And then it's not like you're talking about, oh, it's getting interesting with Jordan Love, but Green Bay does have a track record of like having good backups. They get a little opportunity, and then the league becomes interested. You flip them for a 3rd or a 4th round pick down the road. There's way too much value in Michael Pratt in the 7th round to pass up. So this is one of those situations where if you flip Pratt for one of those, 4th round picks that I hated on them, makes their draft look a lot better.
So Lewis makes a very good point. If you were announcing the Packers picked and you opened the envelope and it was someone you didn't like, would you just say somebody else?
Yeah, I would. I totally would.
Okay, that's why they can't have you.
That's why they can't. I mean, that's why they should. That's why they should have me on. Like, and you'd hear me too, like, Sean Cliff, what the fuck? No. Like, like, Goot,
and
what?
Then you restart.
And with have selected Michael Pratt. I would 100% do that. If it was really one of those picks where I see the name and I'm like, what? Like, they have one of those picks every year. If it was that one, yeah, absolutely. If it was the, yeah, pull a Steve Harvey, say the wrong name. But if it's the Oladapo pick or the tackle out of Georgia State that we have, the Glover pick, I'd read the name. I'd go with the team. I'd go with who they want. They did the work.
You got a couple super chats.
From Mike. Oh, stop, Mike. You're such a Mike and I have at each other on Twitch. He's such a Jordan Love hater. It's ridiculous. We love you, Mike. Thanks for the super chat. He's saying Pratt has a better deep ball than Jordan Love. No, he does not. From Brendo, where are the Murphy brothers? Are you talking about the Murphy from North Carolina? Because I didn't like Miles Murphy. I didn't think he was very good. Unless there's another Murphy. Oh, you're not. You're talking about the UCLA Murphy brothers. Yeah. Gabriel and Grayson Murphy, the twins. I definitely think Gabriel Murphy should be drafted. Grayson probably should as well. Gabriel's got a little bit more power to his game. But yeah, I had a 4th to a 5th round grade on Gabriel Murphy, so he'd be one of the better players left. Totally agree they should go. So Cowboys fan says, just for the record, the Cowboys did not ask Mazzie Smith to drop weight. He did that himself. So that's an interesting note. It's a very interesting note.
So they definitely don't know anything about this Bucs player. Oh, sorry. Were you still answering?
No, I'm good.
They don't know anything about this Bucs player.
Because of the commercial break?
For sure, nothing.
Oh, Devin Culp?
Do you see it over there already?
They just put it up.
Devin Culp, tight end.
Yeah. I actually didn't quite get around to watching Culp. He was the last guy on my tight end list that I didn't get to. Undersized was, he ran well, undersized dude, not much of a blocker, but you can give him credit in the fact that he was there with Rome Odunze, they already moved on. He's there with the 3 other receivers that got drafted and a running back in Dylan or whatever his full name is, I forgot, but he's not exactly going to be the priority in that offense. So you kind of get the type at a 6'3", 237-pound receiving tight end. You kind of get the mold of what that guy's going to be, but there could certainly be some hidden potential in there. The dude ran a 4.47, so we'll see. And then you had, I mentioned, it's funny, 2 picks ago, I said that the Cowboys took the Auburn defensive tackle that I did think was draftable in Justin Rogers. Okay, I'm mixing up my analysis. I did them pretty early in the process, so I thought they were both draftable. Rogers is the nose tackle, and then I liked Marcus Harris more than I remember based on my write-up on him. Had a day 3 grade on him. He was my DT 15, and he just went to where? Do you have? I would assume that's the one you have up. Yeah, Marcus Harris. I got to take the certified steal down. Yeah, Marcus Harris is kind of a 3-tech type. Probably never going to be a starter, but they do have room for that on the Texans depth chart. I definitely see what they like in him. He's got quick feet, can kind of shoot gaps. So he'll be in the mix, I think. If not this year, next year. And then CJ Hansen, I didn't watch him. Out of Holy Cross.
I've heard you say that name a couple times.
Yeah, so he got drafted before his teammate Jalen Coker. Or is it Jalen Hoker? Well, there's Jalen Coker, and then there's Dallin Holker in this draft. So that's tough.
Okay, I didn't know anything about him either.
All right.
I'm just gonna keep saying that every time because they just keep blowing through these and not talking about anything.
All right, since we got nothing to talk about, I'm going to defend myself again, Mac, with this Gutekunst discussion. We were talking about this earlier. For the most part, and I owned up to the Wicks pick. That one, Goody was right. Goody cooked. For the wide majority of the picks that I criticize on Goot, I'm spot on. You can go down the board, you can check the specific picks that I'm hard on him for. They've stunk. The picks that I've really liked, I've been on par with them. So, got to defend myself again. All right, Ladarius Henderson from Michigan to the Texans again. Loading up on these late picks for them. So definitely got to go to my notes because it was really hard to keep track of the 6 offensive linemen from Michigan that were on teams' radars. Henderson is the one that was at the Senior Bowl, I believe. Yeah. Honestly, he was either the 5th or 6th worst on that Michigan O-line, in my opinion. Really raw, poor footwork. You expect a little better from a Michigan-coached lineman in terms of technique. I like that they announced him as a guard. I evaluate him as a tackle. He's got the traits to develop there. Good athlete, so I'm not going to slam the pick, but I didn't see a whole lot in him. Hey, I'm not going to apologize about my Quay Walker analysis. I'm not going to. He was horrible in year 1. He was way overdrafted. There were linebackers in that draft that have been better than Quay Walker. By the time he's any good, they're going to have to pay him, which at that point just sign someone in free agency. He's still not a good linebacker. In year 2, he's shown flashes as the 22nd overall pick when you were trying to win a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers on his last year in Green Bay. I will stand by every single word I said about Quay Walker because I said he's probably going to turn into a good player eventually, but that's not the point. I will stand by every single word. I think he's been the specific player that I thought he would be. Bad in year 1, okay in year 2, hopefully good by year 3, and then you got to pay him, which is just not how you should invest in that position. So I'm not going to apologize for a single word. I'm actually very proud of how that's played out and what my analysis has been.
In the meantime, I'd like to give my analysis on another player you might be interested in.
Okay.
Mr. Scott Elliott, number 70 from Duke.
Oh, gosh.
He plays O-line. He's 297 pounds, 6'3". He's a graduate student who came from Harvard, but originally from Holliston, Massachusetts. He saw action in 22 career games.
Future accountant. What's his major?
20 starts with the Crimson. Okay. It doesn't say his major. It doesn't say his major. Oh, no, it does. Degree in economics and a minor in history. And he's currently pursuing a master's in management studies.
Future accountant, baby. That dude's going to make millions probably, but...
Also, you have to see what he looks like. And you don't make it. Why do they do this? It's
I know.
So
Maybe they'll just rip through the last 8 picks here.
Well, forgive me if I can't keep up, because it's really hard when they do that.
All right, I'm going to prepare for the home stretch here. One more commercial break, run to the restroom, and then hopefully we'll be sending this thing off with a bang. Today's draft stream is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. As a diehard NFL fan, I get it. The summer months can get a little bit long with our professional sports as we wait for our football to come back. But thanks to Underdog Fantasy Pick'em contests, they can help you spice up your interest in MLB, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs with their Pick'em contests, where you can string together stats on anywhere from 2 to 5 players, and you can cross sports too. You can go Shohei Ohtani home runs mixed with Anthony Edwards points, you name it, all the way up to 5 players with the chance from small entries to win massive payouts. My wife and I are huge Twins fans. We have season tickets, and Underdog Fantasy keeps me glued to the edge of my seat, waiting to see if our starting pitcher is going to, get his 30-something fantasy points, or if we're going to get that 7th inning home run I'm waiting on. Even when your lineup doesn't hit, it can feel like you're winning because it just ramps up your interest in every single game. I love Underdog Fantasy. I know you guys will too. And of course, they have NFL when it picks back up, including their best ball tournaments as well. And most of all, if you sign up right now using promo code TFG, they will match up to $100 on your first deposit. That's plenty to participate in all your other sports over the summer. And then you got a stash waiting for you for football in the fall. So that's promo code TFG at Underdog Fantasy. Thank you to Underdog for sponsoring today's stream. And let's get back to the draft. Did you say something right before I came back about Andy Reid?
Andy Reid seems to be pretty happy with the draft. What do you think?
For the Chiefs? I'm sure he's really excited to get Xavier Worthy. I feel like I like their 3rd round pick a lot. It's so hard to recall all these drafts. Everything just starts to blend together by the 7th round. Who did the Chiefs take in the 3rd round? This is a good pick. As far as Samosi Kane goes, didn't get to him. Let's see what sort of profile we're looking at here. If Dane Brugler got to him. And it was the Ravens that took him, or?
It was the Ravens, correct.
Okay, he's got a write-up on him. Safety 30 out of Purdue. Ran a 4.52. He's fully built. Good explosive testing numbers. He didn't have any career interceptions. 79 tackles in his final season, though. So looking like a good special teamer with good speed, good tackling ability. And you kind of develop it from there. Tatum Bethune makes a lot of sense to the Niners. There was 2 linebackers at Florida State, so I want to make sure I'm getting the right one here. Okay, I was thinking of Kalen DeLoach. I had both DeLoach and Bethune right next to each other. I was thinking Kalen DeLoach because he's more of that undersized, speedy linebacker type that they like, but Tatum Bethune is a little bit more in the Michael Barrett category of guy that's played a lot of football, high floor, low ceiling backup type. Should be a guy that's going to compete his ass off on special teams. If they want a high floor backup in an emergency situation, because Greenlaw's not going to be ready to start the year. Campbell's had some injuries. If they got to dip into their depth and they're developing the TCU kid they drafted last year, makes sense to have that backup in there, but should be a good special teamer. And then Jalen Harrell at this point, I'm cool with. You're going to have a Michigan scheme-inspired defense here with Tennessee poaching some of that Baltimore staff. I don't really like Harrell as a pass rusher, but, that kind of true 3-4 outside linebacker, like the traditional 3-4 outside linebacker where it's your do-it-all on-ball linebacker, decent quickness to get after the run, a little bit of pass rushing prowess, some good speed, some good traits, coverage instincts. There's things to like about Harrell in a certain role. Obviously, they're going to have that in this defense, so makes sense for the Titans to take him this late. There was some talk about him like 5th round. I was like, it's a little early, but yeah, I mean, he's definitely a draftable prospect, so I like that pick. We got the Chargers coming up. So there's actually under 260 picks.
257.
Great. My goal is to have more players written up than were drafted.
Yeah.
So we accomplished that.
I'm wrong, which I very much could be. I think there's 257. Cornelius Johnson.
I mean, why not? Harbaugh couldn't help himself. Cornelius Johnson, I think, is my lowest ranked wide receiver in the draft. Wide receiver 41. Out of 41, the guys I wrote up, it's not like there's a bunch of dudes with screaming talent to draft at this point. Obviously, you have the Jim Harbaugh connection there. He's getting one of his guys. Must love him in the locker room. Wouldn't be surprised if he's like a weight room monster because he tested really well. Doesn't play that fast. Was not productive for Michigan. Made some tough catches in big moments, contested catches on 3rd downs, blocks his ass off. You get why Harbaugh took him as a culture pick, but he's not going to be anything other than a backup special teamer for him, which is fine. If you got to get that guy in the 7th round, it works. It's fine.
Can you give one more shout out to your biggest fan?
One last shout out, of course, at the end here, to our biggest fan, Adam. No more late Bears picks for you, but we love you. We're thinking of you. Hope to see you soon. Thanks for watching every single pick, as I know you were. Hope you got some sleep.
Even at Ed Holland's house, he brought his tablet with so he could watch.
Oh, wow.
Thanks, Adam. We love you.
Thanks, Adam. That's commitment. All right, Rams.
One more Packers pick here.
Yep. I kind of hope it's
going to be the kicker?
I actually hope it is. I can't stand the Packers kicker. I think he's truly horrible. So I really hope it is. This is the first time I've ever hoped that a pick is a kicker. Maybe I took Mason Crosby for granted. I think I did. Because I'm now a fan of a team that doesn't have a kicker, and I sympathize with the Chargers fans. The Bears had that run with the double doink. Vikings fans, I feel like we're right back in that situation. It is not a cozy feeling where every PAT, you're on the edge of your seat like, is this going to be the one we shank? And then it happens in the freaking game, 2nd round of the playoffs. And it's the reason you don't go to overtime because you missed a PAT.
And you're so right. You took Crosby for granted. We took Gold for granted, and then
yeah, it happens.
Haven't recovered since.
It happens. They signed Greg Joseph. I guess I did miss that. I still don't feel great about Greg Joseph, but he's better than Carlson.
Yeah, people.
I feel like Greg Joseph is a pretty good kicker. I did miss that. Can we get a Greg Joseph take?
Okay, give me a minute.
I feel like he's one of those kind of year-to-year type kickers. Gage comes in with the super chat, says, my cousin is an eligible kicker, so I'll pass along a word for you. Hey, I'll take your cousin over Anders Carlson. KT Leviston's a good pick for the Rams. He was who I thought the Commanders might have taken when I freaked out about that pick when it was Brandon Coleman. I was like, whoa, that's a 7th round guy. So here you go. Leviston does get drafted. I think he's going to move into guard. Was a pretty good tackle for college level, but he's 6'3". He's not a great athlete. I think it's definitely a good pick. Packers go Kalen King out of Penn State. Okay. Interesting pick there. I actually don't hate it. Now, Kalen King, one of the weirdest fall-offs. They could do a 30 for 30 on if he gets cut and doesn't make the Packers. One of the weirdest fall-offs I've ever seen. But at this stage in the draft, I don't hate the risk. And that's why I threw a draftable grade on him, just because. So he declares as a true junior out of Penn State. He was in first-round mock drafts, like way too early mock drafts, because he had a monster season. People were like, he might have been the better corner out of Joey Porter. And people didn't question those takes. He had a great sophomore year, looked awesome. And then junior year happens. His tape is putrid to the point that I don't know why he declared after that. Kind of declared because of the sophomore year hype. And then he went to the Senior Bowl and got just cooked rep after rep after rep. And then he does his workout and he runs a 4.61, a 4.55 at his pro day. So if they feel like, okay, he had some really bad nagging injury that's only just getting better the further he gets removed from it, they are the team that had success. Last year, I was critical of this team for taking Dontavian Wicks, the one I've held my hand up and been like, I was wrong on Dontavian Wicks. They were right. The reason they liked him is because his 2021 tape was so much better than 2022. So they're kind of taking that same risk. He's not a draftable prospect based on anything he's done in the last year of football. Not even close. He's like the worst corner you could possibly take. He cannot cover you or me out there. It's unbelievable. Like I said, they could do a 30 for 30 on how bad he was for Penn State. But if he's sophomore year, if there was something going on that you can explain what happened, it's worth the risk this late. So total will see pick. And there's not really any corners at this point in the draft where I'm like, yeah, you got to take that guy. So why not? Why not?
Record attendance for this draft.
Shout out Detroit. That does not surprise me. Doesn't surprise me one bit.
After their great season last year.
Yeah. Yeah. And what happened? Like their draft last year changed their season. Like they're all in. I was going to look up Greg Joseph.
Oh, I did for you.
Okay.
Let me tell you about Greg Joseph. He was born in South Africa. He was last with Miami Dolphins. Oh, goodness. Miami Dolphins. And he was an undrafted free agent for them in 2018. He's 29 years old. He was last with the Minnesota
That's right.
Vikings.
I was just seeing that.
Before that, he was with the Browns and the Dolphins.
Okay. I'm more familiar with.
His field goal percentage is 82.6.
Okay.
And his parents' names are Glenn and Ivana.
Okay, beautiful names. I was gonna say I'm more familiar with Greg Joseph than I originally thought. I don't know why I didn't put that together. He is literally the definition of a kicker, where you're holding your breath every PAT. That's like his thing. It's like he shanks PATs. Definitely don't feel great about Greg Joseph. I feel better about him than I do Anders Carlson. But Nick Garullo from South Carolina, I kind of observed him from afar while I did Rattler, because I saw his name was like way down the consensus board. Kind of determined a game in that he wasn't really worth writing up. I didn't think he would get drafted. But here we are. He average tester, average size, average tape. Not a whole lot to add on that. I would say above average size. He's 6'5", 320, which makes sense for them. They like bigger linemen there. All right. Final pick is a New York Jet. We made it. All 3 days. Only a 7-hour stream. That's all. Full work day.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
Who we thinking?
Who we thinking? I like Dallin Holker. Would be a good Mr. Irrelevant. See if I can, while we wait, because this is going to be a minute. Are you using the mouse? Let's see, who would be my best available player right now? And did we get everybody in the top 100 out of here? Well, top 100 is gone. You are using it?
Yeah.
Well, they're going to take a minute. They're going to do the whole Mr. Irrelevant speech and all that. They usually take a good minute or two to wrap things up with this. So Jaheim Bell went. That was the top one at 125, is all crossed off. The next down would be Blake Watson at 131. He's not going to go here because they've already taken 2 running backs. So that's as far as my board goes in terms of like getting guys drafted here. But Dwight McLaughlin, probably not. Kendall Milton, probably not. Dallin Holker would be kind of right up there and would fit what they need. Although they took Jalen Key out of Alabama. He was the first safety that I chose not to watch. You know, you spend 6 years, you're at Alabama, you run a 4.6 as a safety. Just not the most, not the biggest playmaker, but he's got the size. He's a good tackler, as all Alabama players are, but probably just a special teamer. Kind of an actual Mr. Irrelevant pick, not a Brock Purdy type. But there we go, you guys. We freaking made it all the way through yet again for another amazing year. Shout out to all of you. Not just the super chats, but for just for joining us, for being here. The real diehard NFL Drafts fans. We know you guys are in here right now watching. So, did Lorem Ipsum get drafted, babe? A lot of great moments this weekend. I really just couldn't say thank you enough. But we're out of here. We're gonna have draft grades. I think I will most likely be doing divisional like we normally do. That seemed to be the favorite when I asked about that. But I'm going to take tonight to refresh, to breathe. And we'll be back at it in the morning and cranking out those divisional draft grades over the next 3 days. Anything you want to say?
I'm predicting the Steelers are number 1 next year. I've already put it on the clock for number 1.
Oh, a little Bengals bias involved on that one, but you heard it here first.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys so much. We're out of here. Time to go get some dinner, watch our Twins get back to 500, baby.